This is Audible.
Brought to you by DK Audio.
DK Audio presents Behind the Horror, written by Dr. Lee Mellor and read by Adam Sims. Chapter 1. M. A City Searches for a Murderer, 1931. The Serial Killers of Weimar, Germany. In 1931, the German director Fritz Lang wowed audiences around the world with M. A City Searches for a Murderer. Lang drew from the unprecedented number of serial killers who had emerged in Weimar-era Germany to formulate his sinister antagonist, Hans Beckert. Those who worked tirelessly to catch them inspired Lang's protagonist, Inspector Karl Lohmann. Serial killers have walked among us since time immemorial. Still, there have been eras and locations that have spawned an overabundance. The United States saw an alarming spike in the number of serial killers between the mid-1960s and final decade of the 20th century, a period beginning with the so-called Boston Strangler and ending with Jeffrey Dahmer. Victorian Britain experienced a similar outbreak. Weimar, Germany, 1918-33, that ill-fated republic sandwiched between the First and Second World Wars, was so ridden with serial murderers that collectively they inspired the fictional child killer Hans Beckert in Fritz Lang's timeless 1931 thriller, M. Less than a year before M was released, Berlin police inspector Ernst Gennett coined the term Serienmörder to refer to this strange new violent phenomenon. Gennett himself served as the main inspiration for M's Inspector Lohmann. M begins with a murderer already on the prowl. Children play games about who will be next, and their anxious parents escort them home from school. A young girl is approached by a mysterious man who offers to buy her a balloon. Shortly thereafter, the girl is shown to be missing. In the wake of her disappearance, public panic is compounded when the murderer writes to the papers, promising to kill again. Led by Inspector Lohmann, the city police try to catch the killer, conducting psychiatric analysis of released prisoners and new forensic tests, such as handwriting analysis and fingerprinting. The city's crime lords are so disrupted by the increased police pressure that they start their own manhunt for the killer, using the city's numerous beggars as lookouts. The police find the killer's rooms, which contain incriminating evidence, and lie in wait for him. Meanwhile, the killer is on the hunt for more victims. A blind beggar identifies the killer's distinctive whistling and is aided by other beggars, who mark M for murderer, in chalk on the back of his coat. Shortly thereafter, the killer is cornered and abducted by the crime lords. Put on trial in an abandoned distillery, the killer delivers an impassioned defense, claiming that he cannot help himself, that his urge to kill is uncontrollable, and questioning why other criminals feel they have a right to judge him. Before the mob can kill the defendant, the police arrive, breaking up the proceedings and arrest him and the other criminals. The film ends with the killer, Hans Beckert, facing the judges at his real trial, while the mothers of his victims weep in the gallery. Like Alfred Hitchcock's The Lodger, released 4 years earlier, M broke new ground by exploring the subtle psychological and social factors around sexual homicide, instead of simply portraying murderers as mindlessly evil. Peter Lorre's depiction of a torn, baby-faced, seemingly non-threatening killer made him an international star and cemented M as one of the greatest films of all time. 6 Weimar-era serial killers served to varying degrees as inspiration for Hans Beckert. Johann Meyer, Friedrich Schumann, Karl Grossmann, Fritz Haarmann, Karl Denke, and perhaps most of all, Peter Kürten, the so-called vampire of Dusseldorf. In March 1918, while his countrymen were mired in the trenches of Belgium and northern France, Johann Meyer committed his first murder. Born in 1886 to an impoverished single mother, he had spent much of his childhood roaming Western Germany begging for alms. After losing his left forearm in an accident involving explosives while working at a quarry, he was nicknamed Stump Arm and deemed unfit for military service. Due to his disability, Meyer was unable to find steady work and ended up poaching, stealing, and sleeping in hollow tree trunks to survive. Despite his wretched situation, Meyer was able to establish friendships and relationships, connections that he would abuse to repeatedly and successfully commit murder. In March 1918, he shot Maria Dahm, a 23-year-old ex-girlfriend, with his carbine rifle in the woods near Mayen in the Rhineland. 11 months later, he fatally shot 28-year-old Maria Falk. As with many Germans at the time, Falk made her living traveling from industrial Bonn to the countryside to trade city products for natural goods. Meyer, the poacher, dealt in wild game. When Maria learnt about his unsavory past, she attempted to end their relationship. Sadly, she was found with a bullet in her head, lying in a forest between Maasburg and Harrod. Later in that spring of 1919, Meyer shot his friends Nicholas Schuler and Lawrence Reuter with a rifle in the pine forest outside Reimerath Buß. Reportedly, Meyer decapitated both men, swapping their heads in a gruesome attempt to mislead the police. Schuler's body and Reuter's head were soon discovered under juniper bushes by a group of youngsters. Reuter's decapitated corpse was found quite some time later, half a mile north of Franzen Mill in the Arbachtal. Meyer's final victim was his lover, Katharina Forst, a 34-year-old mother of three who had lost her husband in World War I. The two were occasionally seen dancing together in Kalberg, and Katharina provided shelter for the known criminal at her home in the hamlet of Mannebach-Zickerath. In return, he bought her venison and other wild meats. When she discovered his reputation for violence, Meyer concluded she could no longer be trusted and would have to be eliminated. In May 1919, he lured Katharina out of town under the pretext of going to buy a goat, shot her in the back, and concealed her body under brushwood in a forest near Illerich. Though Meyer, a known criminal with convictions for violence, poaching, and theft, was investigated by the police on July 9th, he remained at large until August 10th, 1922, when he was recognized by travelers in Oilgem, where he worked as a farmhand. By this time, the very mention of his name struck terror into the hearts of the inhabitants of the South Rhineland, and there was a reward for his capture. Naively, he approached a group of travelers and asked them for a cigarette, only to be apprehended. Turned over to the authorities, he was transferred to a prison at Koblenz. Meyer was convicted on 4 counts of murder and 1 of manslaughter, and sentenced to die on February 7th, 1923. Though he stubbornly refused to admit to his crimes, in the days before his execution, Johann Stumparm Meyer finally cracked and confessed to his priest. The penitent 37-year-old was executed by guillotine on December 29, 1923, at Cologne Prison. The second killer in Lang's Rogues Gallery was Friedrich Schumann. Born in Spandau, the westernmost borough of Berlin, in 1893, Schumann came from a long line of miscreants. His grandfather was a convicted child molester, and his father, Hermann, a habitual criminal and alcoholic. Unlike the disabled Meyer, Schumann served in World War I and was awarded an Iron Cross for his marksmanship. A grim irony, since in 1909, at the age of 16, he had accidentally shot a female cousin dead while playing with his gun in Spandau Forest. Years later, he would admit that he had killed her simply because she was being too loud. Less than 2 years after shooting his cousin, he shot and robbed a woman on the Spandau roadway, earning a paltry 9-month prison sentence. Having absconded while on leave from the army, in May and July of 1917, Schumann gunned down a security guard and 2 policemen in Falkenhagen. In fact, this tiny East German community became Schumann's favorite hunting ground, especially the local forest. His preferred modus operandi was to wait for couples seeking privacy among the trees and then unexpectedly attack them. Like many Lover's Lane slayers, he killed the males outright before raping and murdering their female partners. The terror of Falkenhagen Lake was in many ways an opportunistic offender, preying on hunting parties, foresters, hikers, and motorists. The beginning of the end for Schumann came at 8 p.m. on August the 18th, 1919, when he was approached in Falkenhagen Forest by Wilhelm Nielbach, a woodland supervisor. Schumann shot Nielbach in the stomach, but the hardy 52-year-old fired back with his shotgun, hitting Schumann in the shoulder and causing him to flee. Before dying in his hospital bed, Nielbach described his attacker as being of average height, blond with a slim build, and dressed in field-gray clothing. 2 days later, Schumann was arrested while seeking treatment for his wounds at a doctor's office in Spandau. Between July 5th and 13th, 1920, he stood trial in Berlin for a slew of crimes. On July 13th, he was convicted on a half-dozen counts of murder, 11 attempted murders, and multiple thefts, earning him 7 death sentences. While awaiting execution, Schumann confessed to his attorney that he had killed 25 people in total. Early in the morning of August 27, 1921, the terror of Falkenhagen Lake walked calmly into the courtyard of Plötzensee prison and placed his neck on the executioner's block. Another Weimar-era killer, Karl Grossmann, would become infamous not just for his crimes, but for the horrifying way he disposed of his victims. A butcher by trade, Grossmann owned and operated a food stand at Berlin's Silesian railway terminus. The stand opened for business at dawn and served hot meat well into the night. As his name suggests, Grossmann was an imposing figure. Beneath his dark mustache, his wrinkled, toothless mouth rarely spoke or smiled, though most of his customers were in such a hurry they didn't pay him much mind anyway. By the summer of 1922, however, the taciturn butcher with the twitchy eye would haunt them for the rest of their lives. A relatively successful local businessman, Grossmann lent money to his neighbors, employed an array of female housekeepers, and was a regular client of sex workers. One particularly street-smart sex worker, Erica, would later go on record stating that she had found Grossmann creepy and refused to enter his third-floor apartment at a Langestrasse tenement. Though unattractive and dislikable, Grossmann benefited from being relatively wealthy in a city scarred by crushing poverty. During the Weimar era, the impoverished, crime-ridden area around the Silesian station was flooded with transients from the eastern provinces. Most had migrated to the capital seeking employment, although, ironically, Berlin had one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. While mandated to record their places of residence with the local police, the majority of these migrants failed to do so. Similarly, though prostitution was legal in Germany, all sex workers were required to register with the government and undergo routine medical examinations. Those who complied comprised a professional class of sex workers known as the Kontrollmädchen. Yet the dire economic situation compelled a great number of women, both married and unmarried, to occasionally turn to sex work simply to get by. Never intending to make a career of it, and well aware that the stigma of having been a Kontrollmädchen would follow them for the rest of their lives, these casual sex workers, Gelegenheitsdirnen, failed to register too. This meant that a significant portion of people inhabiting the Silesian station area naturally avoided any interaction with the police. Incredibly, it is estimated that there were 5 to 10 times more Gelegenheitsdirnen than Kontrollmädchen. Observing the situation in his Berlin neighborhood firsthand, the journalist and cultural historian Hans Ostwald wrote, "In the sooty Kopenstrasse at the Silesian train station, poor, weathered, and wrecked creatures walk around nightly, especially on Saturdays, without head covering and with blue kitchen aprons. They count on the drunken workers returning home, to whom they can offer themselves for 1 to 2 marks." Nearby Andreasplatz was also a popular meeting place for sex workers and their clients. The economic situation meant that some women were willing to sleep with men such as Grossmann simply in exchange for food or clothing. Even a city hardened to the macabre was shocked, however, when the dismembered remains of numerous unidentified women began surfacing in the Louisenstadt Canal and Engelbecken Reservoir. In August 1921, the police began posting notifications of these murders throughout the city, along with their supposition that the killer lived near the Silesian train station. At this point, Grossman's neighbors, Helena and Mannheim Itzig, started to suspect the toothless old butcher might be the culprit. Having heard women's screams, spotted red liquid oozing from the drains, and gagged all summer long on the rancid stench coming from his apartment — Grossman said it was spoiled chicken meat — the couple decided to bore a small hole in his door to spy on him. Observing his brutal treatment of women further convinced them that he was responsible for the recent spate of Lustmords, sex murders. On August 21, 1921, police were summoned to Grossman's apartment after neighbors reported seeing a naked woman screaming and frantically signaling to them from the window. Upon entering, they discovered the nude, blood-soaked butcher standing over the corpse of a naked woman on a cot. Grossman was arrested on the spot. The victim had either been repeatedly stabbed or bludgeoned to death — sources are conflicting — and may have been partially dissected. Worse, the manner in which she was bound resembled a hog prepared for butchery. Investigators found several trays of what appeared to be human sausage meat in the kitchen, along with a suspicious stash of women's clothing in the cupboard. Inspecting the tags of the garments, the investigators immediately realized that the items belonged to girls who had been reported missing, many of whom were last seen at the Silesian station. As Karl Grossman was hauled to police headquarters, law enforcement officers raced to confiscate his food stand at the terminus before word of his arrest reached the press. Accounts differ as to what happened next. According to one source, Grossman was subjected to weeks of interrogation before he finally confessed to murdering 3 women. Initially, he insisted he had killed them in a fit of rage upon discovering they were attempting to steal money from him. And while he had dismembered their corpses, he had done so purely as a means of body disposal. A second account has him admitting to 4 murders. Unfortunately for Grossman, the human sausage meat and overwhelming evidence of sadistic rape told a different story. By now it had been determined that the latest victim had been rendered unconscious with cyanide and sexually assaulted. She was quickly identified as 34-year-old Maria Theresa Nietzsche, a recently released prisoner. Her precarious situation made her a typical target for the Butcher of Berlin. Besides preying on desperate Gelegenheitsdirnen, it turned out that Grossman was also in the habit of waiting at the Silesian railway terminus for migrant women to alight from the 4th-class carriage, seeking those with confused expressions on their faces. He would immediately approach them and ask if they required assistance. If they said they were looking for work, he would feign surprised delight, remarking that he was currently on his way to an employment agency to find a housekeeper. Exactly how many innocent women and girls fell victim to this trick is unknown. On July 2, 1922, the trial of 58-year-old Karl Grossman began in Berlin. Over the next 3 days, multiple surviving victims testified against him. As in the case of Maria Nietzsche, Grossman had spiked one witness's coffee with a sedative. When she regained consciousness, she found herself tied to his bed and in immense pain. Another female visitor to his apartment had simply been overpowered. It is alleged that Grossman burst out laughing during the court proceedings. On the morning of July 5th, he assumed control of the situation by hanging himself in his prison cell. In retrospect, Karl Friedrich Wilhelm Grossman was a sexual psychopath hiding in plain sight. Born on December 13, 1863, Grossman grew up 30 miles, 48 kilometers, northwest of Berlin, in the garrison town of Neuruppin. His parents ran a butcher's shop, and he would often work in the back, preparing meat. By some accounts, his father was an abusive alcoholic. Young Karl was an overweight child with a notoriously unpleasant personality. Rumor has it he lured younger girls into his clutches with the promise of meat, then sexually molested them. It is also alleged that he sexually abused animals, including goats. Attending school until the age of 14, Grossman then worked at a textile mill for 2 years, before leaving Neuruppin for Berlin. There, in the German capital, he bounced from job to job before being conscripted into the military at the age of 19. Released on medical grounds, a hernia, he went on to work as a farmhand in Pomerania, Mecklenburg, and northern Bavaria. Predictably, his unnatural activities with animals continued during this sojourn in the country, and in 1896 he was convicted of committing bestiality with a sheep in Mannheim. 2 years later, Grossman garnered another criminal conviction for sexually assaulting a 10-year-old girl in Nuremberg. He must not have lingered long in prison, for while in Bayreuth in 1899, he sexually assaulted 2 more young children. Arrested and taken before a local court in 1899, he was sentenced to 15 years hard labor. Soon after the verdict, the younger child died as a result of her injuries. Karl Grossman was released from prison on the eve of World War I. Ironically, his heinous criminal history prevented him from serving in that bloody conflict in any capacity. He moved to a cabin on an allotment garden in eastern Berlin, but left in 1919, setting up in the apartment on Langestrasse. His neighbors were all too aware of his use and abuse of sex workers and housekeepers. Their pained cries could be heard through the walls. But domestic violence was sadly tolerated in Weimar Germany. Occasionally, when it was disturbing their own peace, other residents would attempt to intervene, only to be told to shut your face by the disagreeable butcher. In 1921, an inebriated Grossman had even told a drinking buddy, "I don't work, just kill people and take their money. I'm a butcher by profession, but I don't slaughter cattle. I only slaughter women. I cut them into pieces and burn the pieces. I prick the horse's eyes, I cut out the dog's eyes with a knife, and I kill little children with a stone." While Karl Friedrich Wilhelm Grossman was undoubtedly responsible for the murders of at least 3 women, police estimated that between 20 to 50 victims had died by his hand, with many apparently making their way into the sausages he peddled to hungry travelers at the Silesian train station. But he was not the last of his kind. Far from it. Almost 2 years after Grossman's demise, in May 1924, children playing by the River Leine happened upon the skull of an adolescent male and brought it to the police. What initially seemed a freak occurrence foreshadowed a sinister pattern. Additional skulls, all male and between the ages of 11 and 20, soon washed up on the banks of the Leine. The knife marks on the bone, indicating decapitation, confirmed what the police already knew. These were murder victims. When a second group of children uncovered a sack brimming with human bones, the citizens of Hanover took matters into their own hands and began searching the riverbed. They retrieved approximately 500 human body parts. Assembling this macabre jigsaw, police determined that the pieces comprised at least 22 different male individuals, the vast majority teenagers. This appeared to account for the large number of young men reported missing in the city over the past 5 years. No sooner had this puzzle presented itself than a woman entered the police station with an extraordinary claim. A local butcher named Fritz Harman had sold her a steak that did not derive from any animal. Rather, she suspected the meat was human. Under normal circumstances, the police might have thought this accusation outlandish, but given the news from the capital regarding the butcher of Berlin and the grim discoveries in the Leine, they decided to take it seriously. Mirroring the Grossman case, a brief search of Harman's apartment revealed clothing belonging to some of the missing boys. Protesting his innocence, Harman was immediately arrested. The police then conducted a more thorough search of his home, along with the residences of some of Harman's associates. Eventually, they uncovered multiple caches of personal effects linked to the murdered boys. Harman's young lover, Hans Granz, was also arrested on suspicion of murder. When confronted with the evidence, Harman's dapper facade melted away. He confessed to having murdered countless young men between 1918 and 24, engaging in sexual intercourse, consensually or non-consensually, then overpowering them and biting through their windpipes. After they lay dead, he claimed to have been overcome by a profound sadness when gazing upon their dead bodies. This did not stop him from carving up their corpses and peddling their meat, often minced and intermingled with horse, beef, and pork to cunningly disguise it. The case took an even more bizarre turn when Harmon claimed he had crushed all but one of his victims' craniums and that the skulls recovered from the liner were therefore from young men who had committed suicide or fallen prey to other murderers. More likely, he was lying. Although they were completely ignorant of each other's existence, let alone homicidal activities, Harmon's case bore another astonishing resemblance to Grossman's. He would procure victims from the local train station, offering desperate boys meals and accommodation, or sometimes just cigarettes. Harmon's past had been anything but normal. He was born into an affluent family in Hanover on October 25, 1879, the sixth and last child of a violent, philandering father and an overindulgent mother. After a male teacher molested him at the age of 8, young Fritz began to act out sadistically, tying up his sisters and prowling the streets at night. His family was generally dysfunctional. His older brother was jailed for raping a 12-year-old girl, and all of his sisters' marriages rapidly crumbled in a time when this was far from the norm. Harmon left school at the age of 16 and almost immediately began molesting young boys. He left Hanover to attend a military academy at Neuf-Brisach, but suffered a severe head injury while doing gymnastics during training and was subsequently plagued by hallucinations. Medical doctors determined that Harmon was epileptic. He returned home, but was soon arrested for child molestation and admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Terrified by the conditions there, he escaped on several occasions and finally found sanctuary in Switzerland. Eventually, he returned to his parents in Hanover, who demanded he settle down with a German woman and have a child. He duly impregnated a girlfriend, but given his homosexuality, predictably became uninterested in her, and she aborted the child. However, the pair remained on good terms. Harmon was conscripted by the military in the autumn of 1900, only to be hospitalized the following year for a nervous disorder. In 1902, it was determined that he was medically unfit for military service, and he was released with a pension. Returning to civilian life, he tried and failed to run a fishmonger's with his ex-girlfriend. He also started his first sexual relationship with another adult male, an older man, in 1905, but did not enjoy the experience, and they soon parted ways. It was at this point that Harmon began raping young men whom he had lured back to his apartment. Somehow, he also managed to become a police informant, and often used this status to lower his victims' guards. Often before the attacks occurred, he would take them to the station where he made a show of questioning people and asking them for their papers. His soon-to-be victims may have even heard locals call him Detective Harmon. As a consequence of his repeated sexual offenses, Harmon spent most of 1905 to 18 incarcerated. When he was finally released back into Hanover, he rented a one-room apartment and immediately resumed his criminal activities, engaging in theft to top up his meager military pension. Now, whenever Harmon raped a young man, he didn't leave any witnesses. He cohabited with a young bisexual lover, Hans Grans, who may have participated in the murders. At the very least, it is difficult to believe he couldn't have known about them. Grans was arrested shortly after Harmon and charged with murder when the werewolf of Hanover spitefully implicated him. Fritz Harmon's trial commenced on December 4, 1924, and lasted 2 weeks. He was convicted on 24 counts of murder and sentenced to death by beheading. Addressing the court, he proclaimed, "Condemn me to death. I ask only for justice. I am not mad. Make it short, make it soon. Deliver me from this life, which is a torment. I will not petition for mercy, nor will I appeal. I want to pass just one more merry night in my cell, with coffee, cheese, and cigars, after which I will curse my father and go to my execution as if it were a wedding." At a separate trial, Hans Grans was sentenced to die for a single murder. At first, Harmon seemed inspired by his impending death, declaring, "I want to be executed on the marketplace. On the tombstone must be put this inscription, 'Here lies mass murderer Harmon.'" However, with his requests denied and the hour drawing ever nearer, his outlook soon changed, and he penned a furious letter condemning all of Germany and warning, "You won't kill me. I'll be back. Yes, I shall be amongst you for all eternity. And now you yourselves have also killed. You should know it. Hans Granz was innocent. Well, how's your conscience now?" After the guillotine fell at Hanover Prison on April 15, 1925, Fritz Harmon's head was saved for further analysis. A subsequent medical examination revealed areas of his brain pressing against his skull. It was argued this was a result of a genetic defect, childhood meningitis, his gymnastics head injury, or some combination of the above. Harmon's letter would not only spare Granz the guillotine, but ultimately free him. Incredibly, though he was a notorious, quote, sexual deviant, Granz somehow managed to live through the Third Reich without falling prey to Nazi persecution. Among the disturbing number of cannibal killers in Weimar Germany, the cannibal of Jabitza, Karl Denke, holds the dishonor of beginning his homicidal career earlier than Grossman and Harmon, evading capture for longer and potentially claiming more victims than both combined. Yet comparatively little is known about his life and crimes, a reality acknowledged by his second nickname, the Forgotten Cannibal. Denke was born in 1860 in what was then the Kingdom of Prussia. His early life was apparently uneventful. By the early 1900s, the bearded bachelor, affectionately known as Papa by the residents of the Silesian town of Jabitza, was making his living renting out a boarding house and selling pickled meats at a local store. He even played the organ at the community church. Things began to unravel for Denke on the night of December 21, 1924, when a coachman heard cries emanating from an apartment in the boarding house. By the time he had entered the structure, a young man was stumbling down the hallway, head in hands, blood streaming through his fingers. The coachman raced towards him, but the youth fell to the floor. Before he slipped into unconsciousness, he proclaimed that Papa Denke had hit him with an axe. Racing out of the building, the coachman reached the local law enforcement and recounted everything he had seen and heard. The police headed straight for the boarding house and arrested Denke. Further investigation revealed a stash of clothing consisting of various styles and sizes, few of which fit Denke, along with identification documents belonging to a dozen traveling salesmen. But these items were merely the most innocuous clues in a rapidly unfolding mystery. Opening a ledger, the policeman found a table listing the names, dates, and weights of Denke's visitors. They were at a loss as to why he needed their weights. To their horror, they found their answer in the kitchen. 2 enormous tubs stuffed with pickled meat and a giant pot of fat and bone. The remains were obviously human. Immediately, the policeman began imagining all of the terrible possibilities. Was Papa Denke a cannibal? Was he serving up human-based recipes to his guests? Had the people of Jabitza inadvertently consumed human flesh, and if so, how often? By the time they approached Karl Denke with these questions, he had hanged himself from the prison bars using his trouser braces. He had taken his secrets to the grave. In the end, the people of Silesia were able to determine that Papa Denke had murdered at least 31 people between 1921 to 24, although he may have been killing since the turn of the century. Besides targeting salesmen, he also preyed on vagabonds and other transients, those who, in the chilling words of the criminologist Dr. Stephen Egger 60 years later, comprised the less dead. The final killer who served as inspiration for M's Hans Beckert was perhaps the most depraved of them all. From May 1913 to 1930, a vampire stalked the industrial Rhineland. He wasn't ugly like the villain in Nosferatu, the contemporary masterpiece of German expressionist horror then wowing audiences. To the contrary, he was a dapper and unassuming gentleman named Peter Kürten. and he realized the importance of making a good first impression. After being released from prison in 1913, he stole a double-breasted pinstripe suit and fedora from a tailor's and slipped back into the population. On May 25th of that same year, while stealing from an inn in the town of Köln-Mulnheim, he made his way upstairs to find 9-year-old Christine Klein asleep. Later, he would recall strangling her for about a minute and a half. The child woke up and struggled but lost consciousness. I had a small but sharp pocket knife with me, and I held the child's head and cut her throat. The whole thing lasted about 3 minutes. Then I locked the door again and went back home to Dusseldorf. After the child was buried, he returned to Köln-Mulnheim on several occasions to visit her grave. 2 months later, he fatally strangled 17-year-old Gertrude Franken in Dusseldorf, apparently finding the event sexually arousing, before finding himself back in prison on July 14th for countless arsons and burglaries. In April 1921, Curtin was freed again and moved to Altenburg. There he met and married Augusta Scharf, a former sex worker and convicted murderer, and began working at a factory as a trade union official. He and his bride relocated to Dusseldorf in 1925, where he landed himself back in prison for 6 months after seducing and threatening a servant girl. Curtin's killing spree began in earnest on February 8, 1929, when he stabbed 8-year-old Rosa Ohliger a dozen times with a pair of scissors, then doused her clothing with kerosene and lit a match in an unsuccessful attempt to incinerate the corpse. He concealed her barely burned body behind a hedge. 4 days later, he attacked 45-year-old Rudolf Scheer in a nocturnal stabbing frenzy while the mechanic stumbled home from a local beer hall. The next morning, as investigators cordoned off the crime scene, the killer returned to observe them. He managed to parry the suspicions of one detective by explaining that he'd heard about the murder over the telephone. Apparently, his voice was so soft and gentle, the detective found it hard to believe he could have perpetrated such a heinous crime. Curtin would make 4 unsuccessful attempts at strangling women over the next 6 months, but eventually succeeded in killing after returning to stabbing weapons. On August 11th, he rendezvoused with Maria Hahn, a young single woman whom he'd met 3 days earlier in Dusseldorf's Neanderthal district. After spending several hours in her company, he lured her to a meadow where he stabbed and strangled her to death. He buried her body in a cornfield, but found himself returning to the makeshift grave. At one point, he unearthed the rotting corpse and attempted, but failed, to nail it to a tree in a mock crucifixion. The early morning hours of August 21st proved to be a particularly violent night. Curtin plunged a dagger into the back of a housewife returning home from a country fair, then went on to stab 8-year-old Anna Goldhausen and Gustav Kornblum, 38, all within half an hour. Though none of these attacks proved fatal, the incidents caused a mass panic in the city, prompting the Dusseldorf police to increase their presence on the street. Despite their best efforts, the killer struck again within 3 days, attacking foster sisters Louise Lenson, 14, and Gertrude Hamaker, 5, in an allotment bean patch as they made their way home from the market. After strangling them unconscious, he slit their throats and stabbed Louise 4 times in the back. On Monday, September 30th, Curtin decided to try something new. Clad in his finery, he convinced a 31-year-old servant girl, Ida Reuter, to accompany him to a cafe for a beer, and afterwards the two strolled down to the Rhine. There, he repeatedly smashed her skull with a hammer and sexually assaulted her corpse. He similarly clobbered 22-year-old Elizabeth Dorier unconscious and raped her on October 11th. Horribly wounded, she died the next morning without ever regaining consciousness. Though he would continue his hammer attacks well into 1930, Curtin claimed his final murder victim around sundown on November 7, 1929. He approached 5-year-old Gertrude Albermann playing in the street outside her home. He told her he wanted to show her something and led her away by the hand. Once the two reached a remote factory, he sexually assaulted and strangled her before stabbing her 36 times in the chest and skull. Before Gertrude's body could be discovered, Curtin mailed an anonymous letter to a local newspaper, offering directions to the 5-year-old's corpse, along with a hand-drawn map of Maria Hahn's grave. The former victim was found lying face down in a patch of nettles by a factory wall on November 9th, while the latter was disinterred on November 14th. The crimes of the Dusseldorf Ripper, the moniker bestowed on the killer by the media, now concerned all of Germany. An elite team of sleuths entered the investigation, led by the esteemed Detective Chief Inspector Ernst Gennat from Berlin's Alexanderplatz, the German counterpart to Scotland Yard. But the letter writing was the first sign that Curtin was losing control of his impulses and actively engaging with the authorities. Gennat would not be long on the case before the killer made it all too easy. On Wednesday, May 21st, 1930, 46-year-old Peter Curtin spotted Maria Budlik, a woman he had tried to rape a week earlier, in the communal hallway of his apartment building at 71 Mettmannerstrasse. She was in the company of DCI Ernst Gennat. Looking back, the killer knew his initial mistake had been taking Budlik to the address in the first place. His second, attempting to sexually assault her in another part of the city, and his third, letting her live to tell the tale. Curtin quietly slipped away to speak to his wife, Augusta, at her place of work. He informed her of the situation and told her that he had to leave the apartment immediately, as it was enough to get me 15 years penal servitude. After spending the night walking the streets, Curtin sneaked back into his apartment the following morning, placed some items in a bag, and departed to a room he had rented on Adlerstrasse. He spent Thursday the 22nd sleeping. On Friday, May 23, 1930, Augusta Curtin received a visit from 2 detectives at her workplace. They escorted her back to the apartment she shared with Peter and began searching the premises. Soon after they left, Peter returned home. When Augusta informed him about the investigators, he admitted to a second transgression: the attempted rape of a 26-year-old servant girl the preceding summer. If he was apprehended for the crime, he reminded her, he was looking at a minimum of 10 years imprisonment. Augusta burst into tears. Not only would this mean the end of their marriage, but she would struggle to provide for herself and possibly face starvation. Noting the hopelessness of their situation, she proposed they both commit suicide. Peter said he had a better solution. To her astonishment, he candidly admitted to being the Dusseldorf Ripper and reminded her that there was a substantial reward for the person who gave information leading to his capture. This would not be a betrayal on her part, he assured her. In fact, she would be serving humanity by turning him in. Augusta eventually agreed, promising her husband she would never commit suicide. The couple decided to meet at 3 p.m. the following day outside St. Rochus Church, and Peter bid his wife a final farewell. Once he had left the apartment, Augusta contacted the police. Everything went according to plan. Peter Curtin was arrested on the afternoon of May 24, 1930, and taken into custody. To the detective's surprise, he not only confessed to the Dusseldorf Ripper attacks of 1929-30, but also to the previously unconnected slayings of Christine Klein and Gertrude Franken in 1913, along with nearly 24 arsons and, bizarrely, the slaughter of a majestic swan. I used to stroll through the Hofgarten very often, and in the spring of 1930 I noticed a swan sleeping at the edge of the lake. I cut its throat. The blood spurted up from the stump, and I drank it. Curtin revealed to the detectives that he had been sexually aroused by the sight of blood since childhood. Furthermore, he told them that he had drunk the blood of a number of his victims. Once this news reached the outside world, Curtin's Dusseldorf Ripper moniker was forever replaced by another. He was now the Vampire of Dusseldorf. On April 22, 1931, Peter Curtin was convicted of 9 counts of murder and sentenced to die by guillotine. Upon hearing this, he became visibly excited, asking the prison doctor, "After my head has been chopped off, will I still be able to hear, at least for a moment, the sound of my own blood gushing from the stump of my neck?" To Curtin's apparent delight, he was executed at dawn on July 2, 1931. Detective Chief Inspector General Ernst Gennat would later write about the case in his seminal Die Düsseldorfer Sexualverbrechen. In the book, he coined a new term for the types of homicides committed by Peter Kürten and his ilk: Serienmörder, serial murder. Chapter 2. Rope, 1948. The Murder of Bobby Franks. The experience of viewing this psychological thriller from Alfred Hitchcock is akin to watching a play. Everything transpires in real time. Indeed, it was adapted from a 1929 theatrical work by Patrick Hamilton, an English author and playwright. Hamilton was inspired by the so-called crime of the century, a murder perpetrated just 5 years earlier by two students, Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb. Alfred Hitchcock's first Technicolor feature, Rope, is distinguished for unfolding in a single setting and creating the illusion that it was filmed in one 80-minute take. Unsurprisingly, Rope made a lasting impact on both editing and cinematography. Yet the masterpiece merely broke even at the box office. An outrage that screenwriter Arthur Lawrence proposed stemmed from widespread discomfort about the possible homosexual relationship between lead characters Brandon Shaw and Philip Morgan. In the film, young intellectuals Shaw and Morgan contemplate the moral thought experiments of their mentor, Rupert Cadell, and decide to prove their superiority by committing murder. They lure a former classmate, David Kentley, to their Manhattan penthouse apartment, strangle him to death with a length of rope, and conceal his body in a wooden chest. Minutes later, they have Cadell, Kentley's father, Kentley's girlfriend, and several other guests over for dinner, using the chest as a table. With some prompting from Shaw, the conversation repeatedly turns to David's mysterious absence and how murder is an art form, which makes Cadell suspicious. Cadell relentlessly questions the visibly apprehensive Morgan, prompting him to seek refuge in drink and lose his wits. Meanwhile, the unflappable Shaw gleefully tries to acquaint David's girlfriend with another male guest. Tripping over their own smug cleverness, the duo's ghoulish game eventually comes to light, and they find themselves openly disavowed by Cadell as police cars race to the apartment. Rope was the first and best of several films to be directly inspired by the so-called crime of the century, in which the affluent young geniuses Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb meticulously planned and carried out the 1924 murder of schoolboy Bobby Franks in an attempt to prove they were beyond good and evil. It could be said that Richard Loeb was fire to Nathan Leopold's gasoline. The spoiled children of wealthy Chicago families, Leopold and Loeb had first met in childhood, but only truly bonded in 1920 while attending the University of Chicago. Besides their affluent backgrounds, Jewish heritages, and similar ages, Leopold was born on November 19, 1904, and Loeb on June 11, 1905. They both had genius-level IQs, placing them in the top 1% of the global population. However, in all other ways, they were complete opposites. Where Leopold was intellectual, reclusive, and loathed sports, the gregarious and handsome Loeb devoted as little time to his studies as possible, choosing instead to drink, socialize, and engage in athletic endeavors. While Loeb constantly boasted of his sexual conquests, in reality he was indifferent to sex. Today he might be described as asexual, and instead he was stimulated by perpetrating crimes. Leopold, on the other hand, was equally indifferent to criminality. Breaking the law neither excited nor repelled him. He was, however, smitten with the handsome and charming Loeb. With Loeb in need of a criminal accomplice and Leopold obsessed with Loeb's companionship and carnal favors, Loeb consented to sex, albeit apathetically. They forged a close and deadly bond. Ever cerebral, Nathan Leopold sought intellectual justification for criminal activity and quickly found it in the halls of academia. While earning his B.A., he had become acquainted with works of the Prussian existentialist philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, taking particular interest in his concept of the Übermenschen, Supermen. One of the most misunderstood and misappropriated ideas in human history, The Übermensch was Nietzsche's solution to a complex problem of moral philosophy. With the rise of the scientific method, critical thinking, and skepticism, more and more academics were taking on agnostic and atheistic worldviews, a trend that was trickling down to the masses. Even for those who still claimed to be nominally Christian, the role of religion was vastly diminished in their day-to-day lives, and most now lived outside its strictures. Observing this trend, Nietzsche wrote, "God is dead, God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderers of all murderers? Must we ourselves not become gods simply to appear worthy of it?" The paragraph, often shortened to "God is dead," is sometimes misinterpreted as an arrogant declaration of triumph. In actuality, Nietzsche was using emotionally charged language to convey the sheer gravity of what this revelation meant for humanity, the implications of a world in which there was no God. If morality came from God, and God did not exist, Nietzsche reasoned, then moral values were actually just a matter of opinion. Nietzsche realized that humanity would be forced to confront this reality, nihilism, in the coming 20th century, and would either be paralyzed by it, flee back to the comforting lie of faith, or adopt secular religions, a prediction that was borne out by the rise of the Nazi and communist ideologies. Nihilism typically left people jaded and paralyzed by a lack of purpose. Nietzsche believed that only a small number of great individuals would be able to truly confront nihilism, fully accepting that there were no objective moral values. These people would go on to create their own morality and goals, which would give structure and meaning to their lives. They would have overcome the challenge of nihilism, making them Übermenschen, overmen or supermen. Despite his reported IQ of 210, Nathan Leopold seems to have either fundamentally misunderstood Nietzsche's concept or simply used it to justify his own cognitive biases. He reasoned that since he and Loeb were not only atheists from highly successful families, but also possessed superior intellects, this automatically meant they were Nietzsche's prophesized Übermenschen. Viewing crime as a means to prove their elite status, Leopold joined Loeb in committing petty transgressions, stealing items they could easily afford, or engaging in acts of vandalism. Eventually, the two graduated to arson, but were crestfallen when their crimes received little or no media coverage. While transcending the need for others' validation seems implicit in Nietzsche's writings, this was lost on the two geniuses. Indeed, Loeb apparently found Leopold's constant philosophizing tedious. He was, however, an avid reader of detective novels and argued that becoming a master criminal was a valid aspiration in itself. Why did they need any further justification? Over a period of 6 months, the two men conspired to commit a crime that not only would prove they were criminal geniuses and beyond common morality, but which was guaranteed to make media headlines. They would kidnap a boy from a wealthy family, demand a ransom, then kill the child to prevent him from identifying them. They were not motivated by the money. Given their backgrounds, they already had plenty. It would simply be for the thrill. On the morning of Wednesday, May 21st, 1924, Nathan Leopold attended classes at the University of Chicago. At 11 a.m., he met Richard Loeb outside the law school, and the two men headed to their respective vehicles. Leopold led the way to his family's mansion at 4754 Greenwood Avenue in his maroon Willis Knight sports car, with Loeb following closely behind in his mother's dark green Cadillac. The paint schemes of the cars would later prove crucial. Reaching the Leopold residence by 11:30 a.m., Leopold went inside to gather the necessary tools: 2 bottles, one containing ether and the other hydrochloric acid, cloth gags, hip boots, duct tape, a chisel, and a revolver. Bundling these implements of murder inside a blanket, he placed them in the back of his car. Next, Leopold and Loeb drove to the rent-a-car lot on Michigan Avenue, where they hired another Willis Knight, this one dark green. They returned to the Leopold mansion at around 12:30 p.m., where they transferred the blanket bundle from Leopold's Willis Knight to the rental car. Before leaving, Leopold asked the family chauffeur if he would mind fixing the brakes on his car. They had been annoying him for quite some time, and he would not be needing the vehicle today anyway. With that, Leopold and Loeb set out to look for a young boy from a wealthy family to abduct. They drove around for hours, even lingering around the old Harvard school on Ellis Avenue, which Leopold had attended in his own childhood. After a while, they began to get frustrated. There were plenty of potential targets, but the opportunity never seemed to present itself. Around 5 p.m., the pair were almost ready to give up when they noticed a brown-haired boy walking down Ellis Avenue by himself. He looked around 14 years old, and as they drew nearer, Loeb realized it was his cousin, Bobby Franks. Bobby lived practically across the street from Loeb's home, and he and Bobby had even played tennis together the day before. Loeb secretly despised his cousin and had no qualms about selecting him. They caught up with Bobby on 48th Street. Leopold was driving, while Loeb called out to the boy from the back seat of the vehicle, offering him a ride. Bobby replied that he could walk, since he was almost home. Loeb countered that he wanted to chat about Bobby's tennis racket, saying he wanted to purchase one himself. This seemed to do the trick, and Bobby climbed into the front of the car, next to Leopold. After the car made a few turns, Loeb suddenly reached into the front seat, clamping his left hand over Bobby's mouth. Before the boy had a chance to realize what was happening, Loeb repeatedly stabbed him in the head with the chisel. To Loeb's astonishment, though, Bobby didn't die immediately. Loeb pulled him into the back seat, where he put a rag into the boy's mouth, sealing it in place with tape. Moments later, Bobby Franks finally passed away. Leopold drove the car out of the city in the direction of Gary, Indiana. The plan was to dump the body in the vicinity of Wolf Lake, a wetland area which, as an ornithologist and bird hunter, he knew well. They reached the area at sundown and decided to wait until the cover of night to hide the body. In the meantime, they picked up some hot dogs and root beer from a nearby eatery. As the sun disappeared on the horizon, the two would-be Ubermenschen parked the rental car on an embankment overlooking Wolf Lake and rolled Bobby's bloodied corpse onto a blanket. Together, they carried it down to a culvert, placing the body on the ground and stripping it naked. To prevent easy identification, Leopold poured the hydrochloric acid over the body. Then, with some difficulty, they managed to wedge Bobby's body into the culvert. Believing that they had just committed the perfect murder, the pair made their way back up the embankment to the road and returned to Chicago. Back in the city, Leopold pulled out a ransom note he had typed up days earlier on his portable typewriter. After locating the Franks' phone number in a drugstore phone book and buying stamps at around 10 p.m., Leopold enclosed the ransom letter in an envelope, which he quickly made out to Jacob Franks. He deposited it in a mailbox on 55th Street. Next, they headed to the empty Loeb residence, where they bundled Bobby's clothes into the furnace and burned them. As the blanket was absolutely soaked in blood, they opted to conceal it in the greenhouse for the time being. Any attempt to incinerate it would surely fill the house with a foul stench. It was at this stage they realized they had misplaced one of Bobby's black and white checkered socks. They told themselves that this minor error would not matter. To complete the night's vile work, at 10:30 p.m., Leopold and Loeb drove to the Walgreens drugstore on 47th and Woodlawn and headed for the payphone in the back. Both students managed to squeeze into the phone booth, albeit with some difficulty, and Leopold dialed the Franks' residence. A maid answered the phone and replied that Mr. Franks was currently out, so Leopold asked to speak with his wife, Flora. When Flora Franks came to the phone, Leopold began reciting his carefully chosen lines. "This is Mr. Johnson. Your boy has been kidnapped. We have him, and you need not worry, he is safe. But don't try to trace this call. We must have money. We will let you know tomorrow what we want. We are kidnappers, and we mean business. If you refuse us what we want or try to report us to the police, we will kill the boy." Then, hanging up the receiver, the two men headed home to get some sleep. Everything seemed to have gone according to plan. They would vigorously clean the rental car at the Leopold residence in the morning, then make a second telephone call to the Franks family. At 8 a.m. on Thursday, May 22, 1924, Jacob Franks anxiously opened an envelope addressed to him and read the enclosed typewritten letter. Dear Sir, as you no doubt know by this time, your son has been kidnapped. Allow us to assure you that he is at present well and safe. You need not fear any physical harm for him, providing you live up carefully to the following instructions and such others as you will receive by future communications. Should you, however, disobey any of our instructions, even slightly, his death will be the penalty. The letter then stated that the kidnappers had 3 requests. Firstly, that the Franks family should make no attempt to communicate with the police. Secondly, that they must secure, before noon that day, $10,000. The money had to be composed entirely of old bills and placed in a large cigar box, securely sealed with paper and wax. Thirdly, that they should remain home from 1 p.m. with the telephone not in use and wait further instructions. The letter was signed, George Johnson. That same morning, Tony Minke, a worker for the American Maize Products Company, was walking home on a path that ran alongside the Pennsylvania Railroad tracks near the Indiana state line. Glancing down at a ditch on his left, he spotted a human foot protruding from a culvert. Minke approached the drainage pipe to get a better look and was confronted by the nude body of a teenage male lying face down in the sludge. He immediately called over to some nearby railway workers for assistance. As the men carried the body to a railway handcar, signal repairman Paul Korff searched the vicinity for any discarded clothing that might help the investigation. On the embankment beside the culvert, he happened upon a pair of tortoiseshell-framed glasses. Korff placed them in his pocket and hurried over to the handcar. When news of the discovery reached the Franks family in Chicago, they told themselves it could not be Bobby. After all, he was being held captive by the kidnappers, and he never wore glasses. Nevertheless, their lawyer, Samuel Edelson, asked Bobby's uncle, Edwin Gresham, to go down to the morgue at 13300 South Houston Avenue just to make sure. In the unlikely event that it was Bobby, Edelson instructed Gresham to telephone the extension line in the living room and simply say yes. The dreaded call came soon after. There would be no opportunity to pay the ransom. 14-year-old Bobby Franks was dead. The police realized that the tortoiseshell glasses were their strongest lead. Their owner would have needed a prescription to purchase the lenses, meaning they would have been custom-made by an optician who presumably kept records of their clients. Consulting with a Chicago optician, they learned that the lenses were a common convex cylindrical pattern meant to treat an exceedingly common problem, astigmatism. Though thousands of Chicago residents owned these types of glasses, the tortoiseshell frames, technically Newport xylenite, with square corners and distinguishing hinges, were manufactured in Brooklyn and sold in Chicago solely by Ulmer Co. & Company opticians. By Thursday, May 29th, the clerks at Ulmer Co. were rifling through thousands of prescription files and jotting down the names of anyone who had purchased that specific lens frame combination. By the afternoon, the police had a name: Nathan Freudenthal Leopold, Jr. Leopold had in fact already been questioned. 4 days earlier, he had been interviewed by Captain Thomas Wolfe of the 8th Police District. Wolfe had learned that Leopold reportedly gave ornithology classes by the Pennsylvania Railroad tracks and asked the young man to provide him with further information. Leopold had confirmed that he had traveled to the area. As a matter of fact, on Saturday, May 17th, he had been out at Wolf Lake bird hunting with his pal George Lewis. 3 Chicago police officers arrived at the Leopold's 3-story stone manor in Kenwood to take the 19-year-old to Hotel LaSalle for further questioning. The Leopolds were a rich and prominent family, and as there was no direct evidence tying their youngest son to the killing, State Attorney Robert Crowe had opted to be discreet. At the hotel, Nathan Leopold assured Crowe that his glasses were in his suit pocket, and if the police would be so kind as to drive him back home, he could retrieve them. Back in his bedroom at 4754 Greenwood, Leopold found that his glasses case was empty. He pocketed the case, headed back downstairs with the officers, and returned to the hotel. Leopold provided an alibi for May 21st, one he had carefully formulated and rehearsed with Loeb. After attending his morning classes, Leopold had picked up Loeb in his maroon Willis Knight sports car, and they had gone to have lunch at a grill before heading to Chicago's Lincoln Park. Leopold was on the lookout for a heron that had been spotted in the area, while Loeb had been happy just to sit in the car, swigging a pint of gin. They had realized they could not drive back to Loeb's house, as his father was a fervent teetotaler. Instead, the two had headed for the Coconut Grove restaurant to dine, and then driven up 63rd Street a few times, looking for bored girls. They had eventually met two, named May and Edna, and drove out to Jackson Park, where they had stopped and shared some drinks with their female companions. However, when the girls refused to have sex with them, Leopold and Loeb had kicked them out of the car and instructed them to walk home. While Leopold was amusing himself playing cat and mouse with State Attorney Crow, investigators from the Chicago police were scouring his bedroom and study for clues. During the process, they confiscated a Hammond typewriter and uncovered a letter identifying a possible accomplice. Often cryptic and fluctuating between being actively threatening, passive-aggressive, and conciliatory, it was addressed to someone named Dick and was signed Babe. The letter seemed to suggest that Leopold was Babe. Not only did the letter imply he had a homosexual lover, it made reference to homosexual sex and an unavoidable bond between us, but also that the lover was a partner in crime. It mentioned an equal footing legally, and that Babe had purposely committed the same tort of which you are guilty. The investigators quickly identified Dick as Leopold's inseparable friend, Richard Loeb. Furthermore, they discovered a .32 caliber Remington handgun among Leopold's things. As Leopold had not obtained a permit for the weapon, it was technically illegal for him to possess. This gave the Chicago police the authority to detain Leopold longer and subject him to additional questioning. Armed with this new evidence, State Attorney Crow sent officers to bring Richard Loeb in for questioning and relocated Leopold from the opulent hotel to the criminal court building. Between the illegal firearm, suspicious ties to Loeb, and conspicuously missing glasses, Nathan Leopold was increasingly looking like their man. Once Leopold was resettled in the court building, Crow produced the pair of tortoiseshell glasses that Paul Korff had found near the body site. Leopold admitted they were indeed his. However, there was a perfectly reasonable explanation. He had, after all, been hunting in the area on May 17th, hastily pursuing some sandpipers across the railway track and down the embankment about 10 to 20 feet, 3 to 6 meters, away from the culvert. His glasses must have simply fallen out of his pocket. If they needed to corroborate his story, Leopold suggested they contact his hunting buddy, George Lewis. The story was a good one, but Crow still remained unconvinced. If the glasses had been lying on the hillside for 4 days, they should have been muddy. Instead, they were surprisingly clean. Deciding to probe further, Crow asked Leopold what pocket he would have placed his spectacles in, to which the young man answered that they would have been in the left breast pocket of either his coat or vest. Since Leopold said he could not recall stumbling, it begged the question as to how the glasses had fallen out of his pocket in the first place. "Will you put those in your left breast coat pocket?" Crow said while offering the glasses to Leopold. "And run and bend and see whether they will drop out." Leopold obliged, twice. On neither occasion did the spectacles tumble to the floor. By now, Richard Loeb was sitting in a separate room providing an identical alibi to Leopold's. Yet the revelation of the pair's homosexual relationship led Crow to doubt the existence of the girls in the story, Edna and May, or indeed that Leopold and Loeb had ever gone looking for girls in the first place. He reasoned that they would have no reason to do so if they could simply have sex with each other instead. There was also evidence tying Leopold to the ransom letters. His handwriting, which was easily obtained, matched the writing on the envelope addressed to Jacob Franks. Late the next afternoon, investigators discovered legal notes that Leopold had typed for one of his law classes. Both the legal notes and ransom letter had been composed on the same typewriter. Investigators returned a third time to the Leopold house to search for a portable Underwood typewriter. When asked, the maid revealed that there had indeed been such a piece of equipment in the house. She had last seen it 2 weeks previously. Armed with these new revelations, Assistant State's Attorney Joseph Savage resumed interviewing Nathan Leopold at 6:30 p.m. on Friday, May 30th. Savage asked Leopold about the portable typewriter that had been repeatedly seen at his residence. Leopold replied that he recalled seeing one himself, but that it did not belong to him and must have been left by one of the boys from his university study group. One by one, Savage contacted the students. All denied ever owning a portable typewriter, let alone bringing it to 4754 Greenwood Avenue. Yet they did remember seeing one in the library while collaborating on schoolwork at the Leopold mansion. The net around Nathan Leopold was rapidly tightening. At 10 p.m., an assistant state attorney agreed to speak with a man who had been waiting patiently on a bench outside the state attorney's office in the criminal court building. The man insisted he had important information regarding the Bobby Franks case. He introduced himself as Sven Englund, the Leopold family chauffeur. He stated with utmost confidence that Nathan Leopold could not have committed the abduction and murder of Bobby Franks on May 21st because he hadn't had access to his car. At 12:30 p.m., Englund had seen Leopold pulling into the driveway in his maroon Willis Knight, followed by Richard Loeb in a dark green car. Leopold had approached the chauffeur, complaining that the Willis Knight's brakes had been squealing for days, and as he did not need the vehicle anytime soon, asked Englund to fix the brakes for him. Englund promised he would, and Leopold and Loeb had driven away in the other vehicle. Englund had spent all afternoon repairing the brakes before finally storing the car in the family garage, where it remained until 10 p.m. The Leopold family had been elated that there was finally strong evidence suggesting their youngest son could not have perpetrated such a foul deed. Of course, none of them were aware of the details of their son's alibi. Unwittingly, Sven Englund had just sealed Nathan Leopold's fate. Crow now held a silver bullet. The only question was, who would crack first, Leopold or Loeb? Knowing the latter was exhausted and irritable, Crow decided to start with him. Crow confronted the suspect. "Isn't it a fact that Wednesday, May 21st, you drove up to that garage, to Leopold's garage, you driving your mother's car, that green Cadillac, he driving the red car, and you turned the car over to the chauffeur and got into your car and drove away?" "No," Loeb replied, visibly shocked. "If the chauffeur took the car in and oiled it up, oiled the brakes and fixed it up, that would make an impression on his mind, wouldn't it?" Crow insisted. "If he says that is a fact, he is a liar or mistaken?" "Yes," came Loeb's reply. "I would say he was still a liar or mistaken." But Loeb's resolve had taken a heavy blow, and he could not hold out much longer. Within half an hour, the self-styled master criminal broke down and gave a full confession. When Crow was finished with Loeb, he entered Nathan Leopold's interview room. The young man sat calmly smoking a cigarette. Leopold then asked Crow a hypothetical question. If a member of an affluent family had committed a murder, what were his chances of being convicted? Crow told him he was about to find out. He was charging Nathan Leopold for the murder of Bobby Franks. At first, Leopold replied that Crow was obviously bluffing. His confidence soon melted away when the state attorney informed him that Richard Loeb had confessed to the crime. Crow provided Leopold with the new details Loeb had supplied, just to make sure he understood. "Well," Leopold said, "I'm surprised that Dick is talking. I thought he would stand till hell froze over. I will tell you the truth about the matter." Following Leopold and Loeb's confessions, State Attorney Crow made the clever decision to allow the murderers to lead them to the various crime scenes in chronological order, from the site of Bobby Frank's abduction to the river where Leopold had disposed of the portable typewriter, so the detectives could retrieve additional evidence along the way. By doing so, Crowe ensured that nobody could later accuse the officers of beating or otherwise coercing a confession out of the two wealthy teens. Ironically, Leopold and Loeb's claim that they consciously chose to perpetrate the murder because they were Nietzschean Übermenschen, and thus beyond good and evil, resulted in them boasting to the mental health assessment team that they were well aware of the concepts of right and wrong, and had killed Bobby Franks purely to transcend them. Their attorney, the legendary Clarence Darrow, correctly concluded this would make mounting a not guilty by reason of insanity, NGRI, defense impossible. And given the quantity of evidence against them, he was also confident that no jury would acquit his clients on the charges of murder and kidnapping. Leopold and Loeb were going to hang. However, Darrow had one trick left up his sleeve. On Monday, July 21, 1924, Clarence Darrow stood in court before Judge Caverly and announced that the defendants wished to change their pleas to guilty. The statute provides that evidence may be offered in mitigation of the punishment, and we shall ask, at such time as the court may direct, that we may be permitted to offer evidence as to the mental condition of these young men, continued Darrow, to show the degree of responsibility they had, also to offer as to the youth of these defendants, and the fact of a plea of guilty as further mitigation of the penalties of this case. With that, we throw ourselves upon the mercy of this court and of this court alone. Despite the protestations of State Attorney Crowe that the testimony of mental health experts was inadmissible unless the defendants had entered an NGRI plea, Judge Caverly overruled him, and the trial proceeded to sentencing. From August 1st to 12th, 1924, Darrow paraded an array of psychologists and psychiatrists onto the witness stand. They offered mitigating testimony ranging from their shared belief that both Leopold and Loeb were emotionally underdeveloped to the presence of brain abnormalities in both defendants. Infuriated, Crowe fought the process every inch of the way. In the end, though, none of it mattered. On September 10, 1924, Judge Caverly explained that despite the testimony from the mental health professionals on both sides, he would spare the teens the hangman's noose, precisely because they were teens, in accordance with the progress of criminal law all over the world and with the dictates of enlightened humanity. Instead of sending them to the gallows, Judge Caverly sentenced both Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb to life imprisonment at Joliet Penitentiary for the murder of Bobby Franks, plus an additional 99 years each for kidnapping for ransom. 12 years into his sentence, 30-year-old Richard Loeb was attacked in the shower by inmate James Day on January 28, 1936. Suffering 58 wounds from a straight razor, Loeb died in the prison hospital that same day. Incredibly, Nathan Leopold was granted parole in March 1958. He found work as a medical technician at Castañer General Hospital in Puerto Rico. Eventually, he married and settled on the island, earning his master's degree at the University of Puerto Rico, where he would later teach and conduct research on leprosy. Leopold died of a heart attack on August 29, 1971. His corneas were donated to a suitable candidate. Whether the recipient ever learned of what those eyes had witnessed on May 21, 1924, remains unknown. Chapter 3. Psycho, 1960. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974. The Crimes of Ed Gein. Psycho and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre each helped to define gruesome new eras for the horror genre. Though very different in style and tone, both movies were inspired by the same killer, the so-called Plainfield Ghoul, Edward Theodore Gein. While Fritz Lang's M and Alfred Hitchcock's Rope were psychological thrillers centered upon brutal murders, it was only with the release of Hitchcock's Psycho that the slasher genre arguably began. Long periods of tension in Psycho finally erupt when knife-wielding maniac Norman Bates ambushes and stabs a character to death. Nevertheless, many movie critics contend that it is actually a psychological thriller. Psycho's status as the first slasher movie may therefore be contested, but the slasher cred of Tobe Hooper's The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is indisputable. Regardless of whether one awards the honor of first slasher to Psycho or The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, both films were inspired by the same real-life killer, Ed Gein. From the very opening shot of The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the connections to the infamous Ed Gein case are clear. The film's protagonists, Sally Hardesty and her wheelchair-bound brother Franklin, travel with friends to a cemetery where their grandfather is interred after hearing radio reports of grave robbing in the area. Though they find his grave has been left undisturbed, upon stopping to visit his abandoned house, they stumble into a neighboring home where they are slaughtered one by hulking cannibal Leatherface, named for wearing a mask of human skin. The house is adorned with items made from human body parts, and Leatherface has a variety of masks, including feminine ones with lipstick, which he wears with an accompanying dress. Gein's connections to Psycho's Norman Bates are subtler, and focus more upon his unhealthy relationship with his mother than the harvesting of flesh trophies. While Bates dons his mom's dress and wig to assume her identity, he stops short of Gein's notorious woman suit. When Bates takes on her identity, he lectures Norman on staying away from women, all of whom are harlots, which emulates the beliefs espoused by Augusta Gein, though there is no evidence Ed Gein ever had these dissociative conversations with himself. Certainly, Gein and Bates are both loners inhabiting large empty houses, and both keep their mother's room pristine. But Gein left his farm to do odd jobs, while Bates operates a motel on the property. And though Gein dug up the bodies of women who resembled his mother, he did not, contrary to popular belief, actually disinter her corpse and keep it in his house, as Bates did. Nor is there any evidence Ed Gein murdered Augusta, though his brother Henry has long been considered a possible victim. Norman Bates, on the other hand, killed his mother and her lover in a jealous rage 10 years before his apprehension. That both Norman Bates and Leatherface were based on Ed Gein is undeniable. However, these characters borrow different aspects from him, with neither truly mirroring the complex psychology of the Plainfield Ghoul. Edward Theodore Gein entered the world on August 27, 1906, with a number of disadvantages. A congenital growth on his left eyelid caused it to droop, while his pronunciation of certain words was hindered by a tongue lesion. He also stammered, a condition that may have been exacerbated or even caused by the psychological abuse Gein suffered at home. Sadly, Ed seemed to get the worst of it both at home and school. His puritanical mother, Augusta, ruled over the Gein household in the small town of La Crosse, Wisconsin, with an iron fist, dominating her alcoholic husband, George, and their 2 sons. Having proved inept at farming, tanning, and carpentry, George Gein had been chronically unemployed and intoxicated since February 1902, a mere 13 months after the birth of Ed's older brother, Henry. This left Augusta to provide for the family, working all day at her grocery store, then returning home to cook and clean. While cruel, her constant deriding of George as useless seems to have been largely merited. Fiercely religious, Augusta Gein apparently viewed the 30,000-resident town of La Crosse as a Gomorrah of the Northwest and began plotting the family's exodus. In 1914, the Geins relocated to a 195-acre, 79-hectare farm on the outskirts of Plainfield, 90 miles, 145 kilometers northeast of La Crosse. Their new home was a bleak, isolated farmhouse, more than a mile from their nearest neighbor. At school, Ed was relentlessly mocked by the other children for his physical and verbal afflictions. His somewhat effete manner only made things worse. Even his teachers thought the droopy-eyed boy, who chuckled to himself, was strange. They weren't wrong. A year before relocating to Plainfield, 7-year-old Ed apparently became sexually aroused at the sight of blood and guts spilling from a hog carcass. Apart from school and infrequent shopping trips into Plainfield, Ed and Henry were insulated from the corrupting influence of life beyond the farm. With her brood in physical and social isolation, Augusta Gein hammered her sons with scripture, denouncing lust and drink as tools of the devil. Ever meek and obedient, Ed tried to avoid girls at school. Even so, Augusta used cruelty to try to suppress his development. On one occasion, she allegedly caught him masturbating in the bath and painfully twisted his penis, shrieking that it was the downfall of man. Despite his mother's insistence, Ed found an outlet not in the Bible, but within the well-thumbed pages of pulp magazines and paperbacks. He flooded his imagination with a phantasmagoria of pirates, cannibals, and Polynesian headhunters, a salve to escape his loneliness and suffering. Ed was an average student with no ambition to better his lot, and he dropped out of school in 1920 after completing the 8th grade. After years as an invalid, George Gein suffered a heart attack and passed away on April 1st, 1940. Henry and Edward had long supported the family by farming and taking on odd jobs. Ed often babysat, apparently preferring the company of children to adults. The brothers had a reputation for being honest, dependable, and hardworking. Soon after the bombing of Pearl Harbor in December 1941, Ed was summoned before a draft board in Milwaukee. Medical personnel quickly determined he was unsuitable for military service and sent him back to Plainfield with a 4F, unfit, classification. At that time, it was the furthest he had ever traveled. Meanwhile, 42-year-old Henry Gein was growing weary of his life of unmarried drudgery. When in Ed's company, he would sometimes speak ill of their mother or entertain hopes of starting a family of his own. Whatever escape route Henry might have been planning came to an abrupt halt on March 16, 1944, when a wildfire broke out on the Gein property. Numerous causes have been attributed to the blaze over the years, from lightning to arson. Bearing shovels, Ed and Henry ran into the smoke to extinguish the flames. According to Ed, the two became separated and unable to find each other. Once the fire was out, and with Henry still missing, Ed raced off in his car to notify the police, as there was no phone at the house. He returned to the property with the lawmen, reportedly leading them straight to his brother's corpse. A quick investigation of the unsinged remains revealed abrasions on Henry's scalp. On the surface, it appeared Henry had been clobbered to death rather than succumbing to fire. But Ed was convincing during his interrogation, and on May 18th, the county coroner recorded the cause of death as asphyxiation. The local police quickly returned to their dull routine, and nobody seems to have considered the serious probability that Henry was bludgeoned unconscious and left to inhale smoke. 37-year-old Ed now had his mother all to himself, but Augusta had by no means mellowed with age. Marooned in the dilapidated house, she vacillated between obsessively adoring her only living son and angrily denouncing his sinfulness. This emotionally incestuous arrangement proved short-lived. Augusta survived a stroke that left her virtually incapacitated. Ever dutiful, Ed waited on her hand and foot. They managed to share one last Christmas together before another stroke ended her life on December 29, 1945. After her sparsely attended funeral, Ed Gein returned home to Plainfield Farm. He boarded up the entry to Augusta's bedroom, which remained a shrine to his mother, forever sealed and pristine. Outside the farmhouse, the winter winds howled. For the first time in his life, Ed Gein was completely and utterly alone. Part-time Sheriff's Deputy Frank Warden spent Saturday, November 16, 1957, hunting in the forests of central Wisconsin. Having had little luck, and with the sky slowly darkening on the prairie, he pulled his car into a Phillips 66 gas station. While filling his tank, he was approached by Bernard Mushinski, the gas station's owner, who informed him that something strange was going on at the local hardware store, which belonged to Frank's mother. Bernard had seen the company delivery van speed off early that morning, leaving the door locked and the premises vacant. Knowing his mother was scheduled to be working, Frank sped into town and parked outside the family business on Main Street. He used his keys to enter the store, but found no sign of Bernice Warden. Chillingly, the cash register was missing, and a .22 caliber rifle had been removed from its rack and placed on the counter. Nearby, Frank found a receipt for antifreeze. A trail of blood led through the back door, disappearing outside. At once, Frank's mind conjured up the image of a certain droopy-eyed loner. Ed Gein had been popping into the hardware store a little too often recently, even inviting 57-year-old Bernice to accompany him to a roller rink in nearby Hancock. He recalled that Ed had stopped by the previous day, inquiring about the price of antifreeze and asking Frank when he next planned to go hunting. Frank Warden telephoned his boss, Sheriff Art Schley in Wautoma, who raced immediately to Plainfield with Chief Deputy Arnie Fritz. They entered the hardware store to find Frank pacing. He told them his mother had been kidnapped and that he suspected Ed Gein of abducting her. In a town of less than 700 inhabitants, it didn't take long for them to find Gein. Officer Dan Chase and Deputy Polk Spees drove up to Gein's farmhouse to find the doors locked and nobody home. Heading next door to the hills, they found Ed sitting in his black sedan with his neighbor Bob, warming up the engine. The officers approached the driver's side window and began asking Ed about his movements throughout the day. The lisping recluse attempted to outfox them, but quickly found himself outmatched. "Somebody framed me," he blinked. "Framed you for what?" "Well, about Mrs. Warden." "What about Mrs. Warden?" "Well, she's dead, ain't she?" "Dead? How'd you know she's dead?" "I heard it. They told me in there." Ed motioned to the Hill House. Chase and Spees had heard enough. They arrested Ed Gein for the murder of Bernice Warden and placed him in the back of their patrol car for safekeeping. Once Sheriff Schley received word of the arrest, he headed up to the old Gein farmhouse at 8 p.m. with Captain Lloyd Shepoyster of the Green Lake Sheriff's Department. They determined the weakest point of entry was a door to the summer kitchen, a shed attached to a wall at the rear of the property, and kicked their way in. They found themselves in pitch darkness, assailed by a rancid odor. As they made their way through the room, torch beams sweeping over piles of refuse, Schley bumped into a heavy, stinking mass suspended in midair. Stepping back, he aimed the light at the object and recoiled in horror. Bernice Warden's nude, headless corpse hung upside down from the rafters. A ragged split ran from her sternum, but there was no dripping blood or dangling innards. She'd been gutted like a deer. Sheriff Schley barely made it outside before heaving the contents of his own stomach into the snow. Shepoyster hurried to the squad car radio, reported the gruesome discovery, and requested backup. They had barely crossed the house's threshold. Heeding the call, sheriffs, deputies, state troopers, and criminologists gradually assembled at the farmhouse until they had formed a makeshift team of investigators. Like most isolated rural buildings in Washara County at the time, the Gein residence did not have electricity, meaning they would have to enter its dark confines with only kerosene lamps and torches to illuminate the many horrors they would encounter. Navigating through the summer kitchen, they passed Bernice Warden's inverted corpse and entered Gein's inner sanctum. From the moment they first set foot in the living areas of the house, it was obvious that Gein was a hoarder of epic proportions. Between the cartons, cans, rags, stacks of comics, and scraps of rotting food, not only was it difficult to avoid tripping over something unpleasant, the stench was almost unbearable. Among the many oddities were coffee cans filled with wads of used chewing gum, a sand-filled basin, and rows of yellowed dentures arranged along the shelves like priceless antiques. A heavy layer of dust blanketed most of the house, leading them to conclude that Ed probably inhabited less than a handful of rooms. The scene was bizarre enough already when Captain Lloyd Shepoyster picked up a curious-looking bowl from the kitchen table and held it up to the light to inspect it. To his horror, he realized it was the sawn-off cap of a human skull. This was far from the only household item Gein had fashioned from bones. Beyond an entire collection of bowls, investigators found a pair of skulls adorning his bedposts. Though he'd made extensive use of human bones, Ed's preferred medium for decoration was clearly female epidermis. Among the many bizarre items in the house were 4 chairs whose rattan seats had been carefully removed and replaced with skin. There were also skin wastebaskets, lampshades, bracelets, tom-toms, and sheaths. A true artist of the macabre, Gein had painstakingly fastened enough nipples together to make a belt. Undoubtedly, though, his most shocking creation was a woman's suit, consisting of a tanned vest, leggings, and series of interchangeable masks. Among the clutter, they found individual boxes filled to the brim with noses and other extremities. The discovery of Bernice Worden's heart inside a plastic bag near the stove gave rise to another sick possibility: cannibalism. Her innards were found wrapped in newspaper, tucked away inside an old suit. Crime scene photographer Alan Wilimowski subsequently discovered her head when he noticed steam rising from a burlap sack stuffed between two filthy mattresses in the summer kitchen. Ed had jammed a bent nail into each of her ears and fastened a piece of twine to both nails. It was difficult to believe it was intended to be anything other than a decoration to hang from the wall. But the discovery of Bernice Worden's head was overshadowed by that of a second. Picking up a musty horsehide robe behind the kitchen door, Deputy Arnie Fritz pulled a hefty paper bag from its confines. Inside was a withered skin mask with straw-dry hair still attached to it. Raising it to the light, Fritz heard a cry of astonishment from one of the investigators. "By God, it's Mary Hogan." 3 years earlier, on December 8, 1954, the plump 54-year-old German tavern owner had gone missing from her place of business in Pine Groves, 7 miles, 11 kilometers north of Plainfield. Finally, Wisconsinites had an answer to this nagging mystery. Yet the unveiling of Mary Hogan's remains simply invited another question. Just how many victims were there? Ed Gein's first formal interview with law enforcement took place on Tuesday, November 19th, between 1:45 and 7:25 p.m. The polygraphist was Joe Wilimowski, brother of crime scene photographer Alan. Though Ed was reluctant to discuss the murders, offering curt, dismissive replies, he was eerily candid about his activities with the corpses. He admitted to robbing graves to procure the bodies of recently dead older women, mutilating and shaping them to fit his needs, and even treating the skin with an oil to preserve them. Most of his ideas had come from reading magazine articles about Nazi war atrocities, specifically the skin-covered interior decorations of the infamous Bitch of Buchenwald, Ilse Koch, though his cranium collection harkened back to his boyhood fascination with head shrinkers, and his bone bowls were inspired by stories of Vikings drinking mead from skulls. Severely limited in his interactions with other people, a great deal of Ed's inspiration seemed to have come from the pages of pulp magazines. One of the stories he might have happened upon was that of the Danish artist Einar Wegner, who, following a 1929 sex change operation, had been reborn as Lily Elba and shocked the world. Eventually, Ed would confess to wearing the dead skin masks, breast vests, leggings, and other parts to roam around the old farmhouse feeling feminine. On some nights, when the mood took him, he would don his woman suit and step outdoors to frolic in the moonlight. An unidentified source who had been present during the Gein interviews told the press that Ed wished that he had been a woman instead of a man. He bought medical books and studied anatomy. He wondered whether it would be possible to change his sex. He considered inquiring about an operation to change him into a woman, and even thought of trying the operation upon himself, but did nothing about such plans. On the morning of Monday, November 25th, District Attorney Earl Killeen, Sheriff Schley, Deputy Fritz, and 8 assistants arrived at Plainfield Cemetery with shovels and a determination to get the unpleasant work ahead of them over and done with. Although Ed Gein had provided the names of 9 graves he had robbed, Killeen decided only to dig up those of Eleanor Adams and Mabel Everson. At this point, nobody was quite sure whether or not to believe Ed's grave-digging stories. However, it was obvious there were more body parts in the old farmhouse than could be accounted for by just the 2 identified homicide victims, and looking into his claims was an investigative necessity. By 12:30 p.m., Killeen and his colleagues had unearthed both the Adams and Everson graves, only to discover that their coffins had been split open and their remains were either mostly or entirely missing. Turning to the swarm of reporters outside the old wrought iron cemetery gates, Killeen announced the results of their discovery, stating that as far as he was concerned, they had now verified Gein's story. 2 days before, on November 23rd, Edward Theodore Gein had been admitted to Wappen's Central State Hospital for the Criminally Insane, where he would be assessed by a team of mental health professionals to see if he was fit to stand trial for murder. After interviewing and examining Gein on several occasions, Dr. E.F. Schubert wrote a report on his motives. He rather vehemently stated that none of this would have happened if his neighbors had shown some interest in him and would have visited him. He stated that he is unable to recall any of the details of the murder of Mrs. Hogan, and is not clear on many of the details involved in the murder of Mrs. Warden. He feels that her death was an accident because the gun must have discharged accidentally. Much of the interview was spent in discussing his feelings about his mother. His mother was a very religious woman, and his only description of her was that she was good in every way. He stated that since the death of his mother, he has had feelings that things around him were unreal, and at one time, shortly after the death of his mother, he felt that he could raise the dead by willpower. He also stated that he heard his mother talking to him on several occasions for about a year after she died. He stated that he had violated 9 graves, and when questioned as to his reasons for doing this, he stated he thought it was because he wanted a remembrance of his mother. He denied any sexual relations with any of these bodies and gave as his reason that they smelled too bad. He claimed to have tried to rouse his dead mother by an act of willpower and was disappointed when he was unsuccessful. He also admitted this sort of thing with some of the bodies which he had exhumed. On December 13th, a second report by Dr. R. Warmington stated, "The subject is an introverted, odd, withdrawn personality that has had difficulty relating closely to other people. The unused parts of bodies were burned or buried, and eating is denied. The motivation for murder is elusive and uncertain, but several factors come to mind: hostility, sex, and a desire for a substitute for his mother in the form of a replica or body that could be kept indefinitely. He's spoken of the bodies as being like dolls, and a certain comfort was received from their presence." A board of specialists conducted a final assessment of Gein on December 18th and determined that his schizophrenia hindered his ability to judge the difference between right and wrong, or recognize the consequences of his actions. He was therefore unfit to stand trial for murder and should be committed to the hospital until such a time that he was deemed able to go to court. On Thursday, March 20th, 1958, an unexplained fire suddenly broke out in the old abandoned Gein farmhouse, reducing it to ashes. When Ed was informed about the strange tragedy, he simply shrugged. Just as well. Edward Theodore Gein was finally deemed fit to stand trial for the murder of Bernice Warden on November 7th, 1968. Ultimately, Judge Robert H. Gallmer determined that Gein was not guilty by reason of insanity, and he was returned to Central State Hospital. He died of respiratory failure on July 26, 1984, at the age of 78. Chapter 4. Frenzy, 1972. The Crimes of John Christie and Neville Heath, and the Hammersmith Nude Murders. Alfred Hitchcock's Frenzy portrayed a lustful serial killer murdering victims with that most prosaic item of male attire, a necktie. The film presented murder as dark comedy, but there was nothing remotely comedic about the sadistic, manipulative, real-life murderers Frenzy's killer was based on: John Christie, Neville Heath, and the unknown killer that the press dubbed Jack the Stripper. Alfred Hitchcock's Frenzy marked the director's return to murder thrillers and critical acclaim, reaping $12.6 million at the box office. Filmed in color on a $2 million budget and released in 1972, this final British film in Hitchcock's career begins where his earlier film The Lodger ended, with an elusive sex murderer preying upon the women of London. In the opening scene, a crowd gathered along the River Thames gasps, "Another necktie murder," as the nude, garroted body of a young woman floats into view. As if cheekily acknowledging Hitchcock's neglect of his own artistic strengths, a medical doctor commenting on the necktie killer in a pub flippantly remarks, "Well, we haven't had a good juicy series of sex murders since Christie." While the identity of the murderer, greengrocer Bob Rusk, is revealed less than half an hour into the film, suspicion falls upon his friend, Dick Blaney. An angry man given to drink, Dick attempts to visit his ex-wife Brenda at her dating agency. Finding the door locked and his knocks unanswered, he leaves, but is spotted by Brenda's secretary when she returns from lunch. When the secretary enters the office to find Brenda Blaney fatally strangled, she assumes the short-tempered Dick is the culprit. The police agree. A fugitive, Dick Blaney seeks the help of his old friend Bob Rusk. Instead, Rusk plants evidence in Dick's belongings and telephones the police, resulting in his arrest, trial, convictions, and imprisonment. Knowing that Rusk is Brenda's murderer, Dick escapes from prison and breaks into Rusk's apartment, intent on killing the grocer. Instead, he finds Rusk's latest murder victim lying in bed. Chief Inspector Timothy Oxford, who was suspicious of Rusk and surveilling him, enters to find Dick Blaney standing over the dead woman's body. At that moment, Rusk bursts into his apartment carrying a large trunk. He's caught red-handed, or as Oxford puts it, "Mr. Rusk, you're not wearing your tie." Though Frenzy tells the tale of a fictitious London lust killer and his victims, it is an amalgamation of three of the most notorious serial murder cases in the city's history. In 1949, John Reginald Halliday Christie murdered the wife of his neighbor, Timothy Evans, then framed him for the crime. Clearly the inspiration for Frenzy's Dick Blaney, Evans was a financially hard-up binge drinker whose hair-trigger temper only served to further incriminate him. Evans hanged for his alleged crimes in 1950, all the while protesting, "Christie done it." According to actor Barry Foster, who portrayed killer Bob Rusk, Hitchcock also asked him to read 2 books on the infamously charming British sadist Neville Heath in preparation for the role. The film's image of a nude woman's strangled body floating in the Thames was based upon the still unsolved Hammersmith nude murders, which began with the August 1964 murder of Hannah Tailford and ended with that of Bridget O'Hara on January 11, 1965. In their cramped upstairs flat at 10 Rillington Place, a bedbug-ridden slum in London's Notting Hill district, newlyweds Timothy and Beryl Evans were having a rough time of it. A near-illiterate Welshman, Tim was ever conscious of marrying above his station and worked 12-hour days as a delivery driver to provide for his family. Beryl, though beautiful, was a terrible homemaker and cook. Having lost her own mother in childhood, she had simply never learnt, let alone mastered, what were then considered the basic duties of a housewife. Tim's mother, Thomasina, and sister, Eileen, often dropped by to help, but became frustrated with Beryl's apparent lack of interest in improving. They voiced their concerns to Tim in no uncertain terms. Already beleaguered, he sought refuge from the domestic turmoil at the KPH, Kensington Park Hotel, and the Elgin, his 2 favorite local pubs, where he became something of a fixture. Sadly, the domestic tensions heightened in October 1948, when Beryl gave birth to their first child, Geraldine. Though Tim and Beryl were overjoyed at the arrival of their baby daughter, the presence of another mouth to feed only added to Tim's stress. Worse, Beryl was far from a conscientious mother. On Saturday mornings, Eileen would take Geraldine to her mother's home for a proper wash and change of clothes. It was clear Beryl was not managing the infant's hygiene as attentively as she should have. Again, word of this got back to Tim. Growing up fatherless, with untreated learning difficulties and chronic health problems leading to hospitalization, Tim had overcome seemingly insurmountable disadvantages to cobble together his little family and provide a life for them. Unfortunately, his efforts were undermined by a short temper, which was exacerbated by his fondness for alcohol. His quarreling with Beryl was loud and near constant, and 10 Rillington Place apparently had paper-thin walls and floors. Downstairs, there lived a seemingly innocuous older man who was always listening, John Reginald Halliday Christie, or Reg, to those who knew him. Balding and bespectacled, Christie grew up in Yorkshire and had been living at 10 Rillington Place with his wife Ethel since 1937. A visibly anxious man, his voice rose to little more than a whisper, a result of his exposure to mustard gas during World War I. When he did speak, it was to gossip or announce his disapproval of the growing West Indian population in the neighborhood. He never mentioned that there were 2 women buried in his back garden. In the autumn of 1949, Beryl Evans discovered she was pregnant once again and twice attempted to induce a miscarriage by taking pills. When her efforts failed, she informed Tim that she planned to have an abortion. A staunch Roman Catholic, he strongly objected. Abortion was illegal in the United Kingdom until 1968, meaning Beryl would have to rely on a backstreet abortionist, a risky and potentially fatal gambit. Vexed, Tim and Beryl confided in kindly Mr. Christie, who reassured them that he had received medical training before the war and had terminated pregnancies successfully on several occasions. Nevertheless, he felt morally obligated to let them know that about 10% of patients died as a result of the procedure. Beryl was adamant that she was having an abortion and that their downstairs neighbor was the best man for the job. Tim resisted right up until the evening of Monday, November 7th, when Beryl announced that Christie would be performing the procedure the following morning, whether Tim liked it or not. The 2 rowed ferociously, and Tim stormed off to the KPH to drown his sorrows. When he awoke next to Beryl at 6 a.m., she instructed him to inform Christie that she was ready. If Tim refused, she added, she would simply tell him herself. Resigned to the inevitable, Timothy Evans passed the message to Christie on his way out the front door. He stepped into the early morning bleakness and made his way to his delivery van. When Tim Evans returned to 10 Rillington Place at 6 p.m., he found Christie waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. He offered to accompany Tim back up to his flat. Once they were behind closed doors, Christie told him, "It's bad news. It didn't work." Tim entered the bedroom to find the curtains drawn and what appeared to be a human form covered by a quilt. He removed the eiderdown to reveal Beryl's lifeless body, clad in a skirt and blouse. Blood was trickling from various places on her body. Nearby, baby Geraldine lay sound asleep in her cot. Christie explained that Beryl's stomach had become septic during the procedure, resulting in her being poisoned. Knowing Christie could be in serious legal trouble if his wife's body was discovered, Tim agreed to let the old man keep it in a vacant apartment and then dispose of it in a nearby storm sewer. Christie told Tim it was important that he go about his deliveries as usual the next morning, to avoid drawing attention. He and Ethel would watch over Geraldine. Before Tim left for work on Wednesday, November 9th, 1949, Christie assured him he knew a couple in East Acton who would look after Geraldine. When Tim returned that evening, Christie confirmed the couple would be coming to fetch Geraldine at 9 a.m. the next morning, so Tim should ready the baby and pack her things. He complied, and by the time he had returned from work on Thursday, Geraldine was gone. Christie explained that he had hidden Beryl's body in the drains and urged Tim to leave the city as soon as possible, promising to transport the baby's high chair and pram to East Acton. Knowing there would be questions from Beryl's family and friends, Evans and Christie concocted a story that she and the baby had gone to live in Brighton. Selling their belongings, Timothy Evans pocketed £40 and took the night train to Wales on Monday, November 14th. He stayed with a paternal aunt and uncle in his ancestral community of Merthyr Vale. Eventually, Tim's mother, Thomasina, sister Eileen, and half-sister Mary independently knocked on the door of 10 Rillington Place, only to be greeted by Christie. He informed them that Tim had gone to Bristol and Beryl and Geraldine to Brighton and refused to let the visitors enter the building. When Mary noted contradictions in Christie's story and kept pressuring him, the usually meek old man became angry and threatening. Having contacted Beryl's father in Brighton and been informed that he hadn't seen his daughter, Thomasina penned a letter to Tim's aunt, saying, "I don't know what lies Tim has told you down there. I know nothing about him, and I have not seen him for 3 weeks. His name stinks up everywhere I go, people asking for money he owes them. I'm ashamed to say he is my son." When Tim's aunt read the letter to him aloud, his nerves finally gave way. On Wednesday, November 30th, he walked into the Merthyr Vale police station and said, "I want to give up. I've disposed of my wife. I put her down the drain." Tim Evans went on to make a statement to the police at Merthyr Vale that Beryl had attempted to self-terminate the pregnancy, threatening to commit suicide when she was unsuccessful. By chance, Tim said he had encountered a man in a cafe who had given him a bottle containing an unlabeled substance that would induce a miscarriage. However, when Beryl took it, she unexpectedly died. Tim had hidden her body beneath a manhole cover, found someone to look after Geraldine, and quit his job before selling his furniture and absconding. The Merthyr Vale police notified law enforcement in London, and policemen were sent from the Notting Hill branch to investigate the sewers. It took 3 strong men to lift the manhole cover, but upon examining the drains, they found nothing. When informed of this, Tim gave a second statement to the police, saying his first one had been to protect a man named Christie. Now suspicious of Christie for not disposing of Beryl's body in the manner he had claimed, Evans gave a recollection of the true story as he understood it, Christie's botched abortion account. Meanwhile, Notting Hill police entered Evans's apartment to find a stolen briefcase, which was filled with newspaper clippings about a recent dismemberment murder. In hindsight, Christie had obviously planted it there to incriminate him. 2 detectives from the London Metropolitan Police now had reason to charge Tim Evans with theft and arrived at Merthyr Vale to arrest him. When Christie was also questioned, he denied everything. He added that the couple upstairs were always loudly quarreling and that Beryl had once confided in his wife that she was afraid Tim would kill her one day. Ethel Christie corroborated every aspect of her husband's story. Yet there was still the puzzle of where Beryl and baby Geraldine were. Having searched every corner of 10 Rillington Place, that night the policemen decided to check the adjacent wash house, which had recently been refurbished by builders. Shining their torches into the blackness, they noticed a large object concealed beneath a pile of boards. Removing the debris, they uncovered the bodies of Beryl and Geraldine Evans. A man's necktie cinched around the child's neck. An autopsy found both victims had died from ligature strangulation. Beryl had genital bruising, but the injuries were attributed to an attempted abortion. Notified of the discovery by a Detective Chief Inspector Jennings back in London, Tim Evans provided yet another statement on December 2nd at Notting Hill Station, confessing to the murders. It is important to recall his learning difficulties and illiteracy, and the fact he had just been confronted with a revelation that his 14-month-old daughter was dead. It is likely that he experienced intense guilt. As the author Neil Root points out, Evans' confession was obviously not written down accurately, as the document contains words such as incurring, which would have been outside his limited vocabulary. Evans would also later say that police interviewers had fed him the information necessary to make his statement fit the known facts. On January 11, 1950, Timothy Evans was tried at the Old Bailey for the murder of his daughter, though the judge permitted evidence from Beryl Evans' killing to be included. Having entered a plea of not guilty, Tim's defense focused on John Christie as the true culprit. When Christie took the stand, he contrived to send Tim to the gallows, modestly emphasizing his own terrible illnesses, military service in World War I, and work as a war reserve policeman to endear himself to those assembled. However, Evans' attorney forced Christie to admit to a criminal history that included convictions for obtaining money through false pretenses in 1923, larceny in 1924, auto theft in 1933, and malicious wounding in 1929. Why the attorney did not place more emphasis on the character of the last charge is unknown, as the upstanding Mr. Christie had viciously beaten a woman with a cricket bat. Evans performed poorly on the witness stand, and after just 40 minutes of deliberation on January 13, 1950, the jury found him guilty of murdering his infant daughter. He was sentenced to death by hanging. After a standard medical inquiry at the magistrate's court judged Evans fit to hang, the prisoner was allowed to speak. "I say Christie done it," he stated. On the morning of March 9, 1950, Albert Pierpoint executed Timothy Evans by hanging at Pentonville Prison. 5 months later, the owner of 10 Rillington Place sold the building to a Jamaican immigrant, Charles Brown, who rented the upstairs and mid-floor flats to his fellow countrymen, much to the Christies' chagrin. On March 20th, 1953, John Christie illegally sublet his flat to a young couple for £7 and 13 shillings, then disappeared into the streets of London with the cash, never to return. By this time, the neighbors hadn't seen Mrs. Christie for several months. Charles Brown notified the prospective subletters they weren't legally permitted to move in, explaining they would have to take up their grievances with Christie. After Christie moved out, the landlord allowed his upstairs tenant, Beresford Brown, to use the Christies' vacant kitchen. On March 24th, while redecorating the space and building some new shelves, Beresford spotted what appeared to be a new section of wallpaper behind a cupboard. To his horror, he soon discovered the paper did not cover a wall at all. Rather, a hidden alcove containing 3 decomposing female corpses. The police recognized the infamous address immediately and began a full search of the premises. Noting some loose floorboards in the front room, they pried them up to reveal the near-nude remains of Ethel Christie wrapped in a blanket. Pathologist Dr. Francis Camps quickly determined that all 4 women had been murdered by ligature strangulation. Ethel had been dead for nearly 14 weeks, while the women in the alcove had been killed more recently. They also discovered a tobacco tin containing pubic hair belonging to several women. By the time the skeletal remains of 2 other female victims were unearthed from the back garden, Christie's name and likeness were already emblazoned across newspapers all over London. Christie was arrested on March 31st by a police constable on routine patrol, who spotted him gazing out at the River Thames from the South Bank near Putney Bridge. A pathological liar, Christie gave numerous contradictory accounts of what had happened regarding his latest victims, along with the Evanses. Ultimately, it came to light that with the exception of his wife, Christie had rendered each of the women unconscious before raping them, then strangled them to death. It is widely believed he engaged in post-mortem sex acts with the bodies. His outstanding victims were identified as 21-year-old Ruth First, killed in 1943, Muriel Eady, 31, 1944, Kathleen Maloney, 26, 1953, Rita Nelson, 24, 1953, and Hectorina McLennan, 27, 1953. Convicted of the murder of Ethel Christie on Thursday, June 25, 1953, John Reginald Halliday Christie was executed on July 15th, on the same gallows as Timothy Evans 3 years earlier, and by the same executioner, Albert Pierpoint. In October 1966, Timothy Evans was granted a royal pardon. The Home Office awarded a monetary sum for miscarriage of justice to his sister, Eileen, and half-sister, Mary, in January 2003. Aside from their shared habit of murdering attractive young women, Neville George Cleveley Heath was in many ways the opposite of John Christie. Strappingly handsome with a cleft chin and shock of blonde hair, the former Royal Air Force pilot exuded a charismatic confidence that ensured he was always the center of attention. He was always ready to share heroic tales of his exploits fighting the Nazi Luftwaffe, and even though the shrewder punters suspected these were fabricated, they simply shrugged it off. In retrospect, it can be seen that the dashing Heath was a psychopath who possessed a magnetic charm. On the afternoon of June 20th, 1946, Heath was drinking at the Falstaff, a pub on Fleet Street that was a popular haunt for journalists, newspapermen, and everything in between. Looking dapper in his mustard brown jacket, RAF tie, and gray flannel trousers, the popular pilot was bankrolling this latest binge with a roll of cash, £30 in total, that he'd received in advance to fly a Daily Mail journalist to Copenhagen the following morning. Heath didn't actually have a plane, or pilot's license for that matter, but he possessed an uncanny knack for talking his way into or out of things. Draining his pint, Heath bid farewell to his audience and made his way to Mayfair to meet up with boyhood friend Leslie Terry. The two embarked on something of a pub crawl, even drinking one establishment dry. Terry would later claim Heath had downed 24 pints, but whether he had personally witnessed this feat or simply took Heath at his notoriously unreliable word is unknown. Slowly, the two made their way to the Trevor Arms in Knightsbridge, where Heath had a woman waiting for him. 33-year-old Marjorie Gardner would have resonated more with the bawdiness of Weimar Germany or the San Francisco free love culture of the swinging 60s than post-war London. The attractive young woman had left her husband in Sheffield for the London nightlife, where she felt her bohemian soul could finally blossom. An aspiring artist, having written half a novel and worked as an extra in several films, Marjorie was ill-suited for the domestic drudgery of the industrial North. She had embarked on flings with several lovers since arriving in the capital and had first encountered the charming Heath in April. Soon after meeting, the couple had indulged an apparently mutual penchant for sadomasochistic sex. Upon reaching the establishment at the corner of Knightsbridge High Road and Charles Street, Heath apparently decided that Terry's usefulness had been exhausted, ditched him at the Arms, and left for his date with Mrs. Gardner. After dining at the Normandy, the couple relocated to the Panama Club, dancing and drinking until midnight, when they took a cab to the Pembridge Court Hotel in Notting Hill. With no night staff on duty, Heath let them in using his key, and the drunken couple stumbled to his room. Once inside, Marjorie stripped nude and lay face down on the bed. Heath placed a gag between her teeth and bound her wrists and ankles. Next, reaching into his suitcase, he produced a riding crop. At 2:30 the following afternoon, a chambermaid entered room 4 to find a woman's naked body lying on the bed, her back severely mutilated and her hair caked with blood. Mrs. Wyatt, the hotel owner, knew Colonel Heath usually slept late and had wondered when he would finally make his way downstairs. Summoned to his room by the distraught cleaning lady, Mrs. Wyatt turned on the lights, took one look at the bloodied bedsheets and trussed corpse, and nearly vomited. Investigators quickly determined the victim's identity from the wartime ID card lying in the room. However, the extent of the brutality she had endured would not be revealed until Professor Keith Simpson, England's most accomplished pathologist, documented the findings of his autopsy. Marjorie Gardner had died of suffocation between 12 and 1 a.m. after suffering a series of appalling injuries. A total of 17 diamond-shaped lacerations marked her body, 9 on her buttocks and back, 6 on her chest, breasts, and stomach, and 2 across her face and eyes, all from some kind of whip. The attacker had repeatedly bitten her breasts, nearly severing them. Most horrifically, there was a 7-inch, 17-centimeter long wound to the victim's genitals, which had apparently been inflicted with a fire poker. Her face and throat were heavily bruised. Though there was evidence Marjorie Gardner had been gagged, Professor Simpson concluded that her face had likely been forced into a pillow, causing her to suffocate. By this time, Neville Heath had already taken a train from Victoria Railway Station to the quaint seaside town of Worthing. Checking into the Ocean Hotel, he had telephoned yet another lover, Yvonne Simmons, and the two had met for lunch. The following morning, the shocking news of Marjorie Gardner's murder broke in the Daily Mail. Oblivious, Simmons met with Heath again, who confided in her that he was indirectly connected to the slaying. Heath claimed a male stranger named Jack had asked him if he could use room 4 at the Pembridge Court Hotel for a tryst with a lady friend. The convivial Heath had kindly obliged him. The next day, an Inspector Barrett of Scotland Yard had led Heath to Marjorie Gardner's body, a sight that Heath characterized as the gruesome work of a sex maniac. In an ill-considered move, he disclosed to Simmons that a fire poker had been protruding from Gardner, and that he believed this to be the cause of her death. The next day, when the story was splashed across newspapers all over the country, Simmons went to her parents for advice. Afterwards, she called Heath to relay their concern that he was linked to a murder, and he assured her he would drive back to London immediately to cooperate with the investigators. Instead, he took the train to Bournemouth, arriving that same evening. He stored a hard leather suitcase at the station's cloakroom, taking a ticket with him so he could retrieve it at a later date. Using the ostentatious pseudonym Group Captain Rupert Brooke, Heath then checked into room 71 of the luxurious Tollard Royal Hotel, which had a view of the ocean. Possibly contemplating suicide, he relocated to room 81, which had a gas fire, 4 days later. Rather than keeping a low profile, the habitual charmer struck up conversations with fellow guests, drank at the hotel bar, and even went out dancing. While in hindsight such activities clearly betrayed the foolhardy bravado of a psychopath, as the newspaper still had not printed a photograph of the suspect, Brooke was free to party and socialize, while all of England had their eye out for Neville George Cleveley Heath. On Wednesday, July 3rd, at 2:30 p.m., Heath ran into 19-year-old Doreen Marshall on the promenade. Wielding his ever-reliable charm, he managed to convince her to accompany him back to the Tollard Royal for tea at 3:45 p.m. Doreen must have enjoyed Heath's company, as she agreed to reconvene with him for dinner. She arrived at the Tollard Royal by cab at 8:15 p.m., wearing a black dress, camel hair coat, and necklace of artificial pearls. When their meal had concluded, they moved to the lounge, and then the writing room, where Heath was served a potent combination of beer, brandy, and gin by a porter he had befriended. At some point, the same porter noticed that Doreen looked agitated. She asked a hotel guest to call for a taxi, but Heath quickly intervened, saying he would escort her back to her hotel, the Norfolk. As the two left the Tollard Royal just after midnight, Heath told the porter, "I'll be back in half an hour." "No," Doreen quickly countered, "in a quarter of an hour." When Rupert Brooke still hadn't returned at 4:30 a.m., the confused night porter went up to the guest's room and knocked gently on the door. Receiving no answer, he slowly turned the door handle and peeked inside. The man was sprawled across his bed in a deep slumber. Strangely, his shoes, set down in front of the door, were caked in sand. Late the next morning, the debonair group captain made his way downstairs and began regaling the employees of the Tollard Royal with the story of the hilarious practical joke he had played on the night porter. He had used a builder's ladder to climb in through his first-floor window. 2 days later, the manager of the Norfolk rang up the Tollard Royal and informed them that one of his guests, Doreen Marshall from Pinner, Middlesex, had not been seen since Wednesday, July 3rd. The young woman had spoken of having dinner with a guest at the Tollard Royal, and the manager was so concerned that he had notified the police. Asking around, the manager of the Tollard Royal quickly learned that Rupert Brooke had entertained a woman fitting that description on the night of the disappearance. When the manager asked the intrepid group captain about Doreen Marshall, Brooke replied, "Oh no, I've known that lady a long while, and she certainly doesn't come from Pinner." While the manager took him at his word, he urged Brooke to approach the Bournemouth police to eliminate himself as a suspect in the disappearance. The young man replied that he would be happy to. Neville Heath reached Detective Constable Souter of the Bournemouth police by telephone at 3:30 p.m., perhaps confident he could talk his way out of the investigation, and was asked to appear at the station in 2 hours to look at a photograph of Doreen Marshall. Pushing his luck even further, Heath did just that. When shown the picture by D.C. Souter, he was forced to acknowledge that this was indeed the woman he had dined with. There were too many witnesses to deny it, but offered that she had told him she was leaving town with her sweetheart, an American serviceman. Just as Heath was leaving the police station, confident in his ability to mislead the police, he saw the missing woman walk in accompanied by an older man. Heath went as white as a ghost, a reaction D.C. Souter didn't fail to notice. D.C. Souter introduced Rupert Brooke to Marshall's father and sister. The latter bore a striking resemblance to Doreen, and Heath immediately regained his composure, loosening his pilot's scarf in the process. As he did, Souter spotted 2 deep scratches on his neck. The unflappable policeman let the suspect work his charm on the Marshalls while he furtively flipped through a booklet of wanted photos. Upon reaching a photograph of a fugitive named Neville Heath, who bore an uncanny likeness to Rupert Brooke, Souter decided to stall him until Detective Inspector Gates, an experienced interviewer, returned. He convinced Brooke to wait at the station a little longer to complete a witness statement. D.I. Gates entered at 6:30 p.m. and spoke to the suspect, after which he announced that Brooke would be detained for further questioning. Heath, who was wearing just a shirt, claimed to be getting an evening chill and asked if he could first go back to the Tollard Royal to retrieve his mustard-brown sports jacket. Instead, D.I. Gates went to get it for him, discovering a Bournemouth-London train ticket in the pocket, along with a single fake pearl corresponding with the necklace Doreen had been wearing on the night in question. Most importantly, he found the luggage ticket Heath had been given at Bournemouth West Station on June 23rd. The investigators immediately retrieved Heath's suitcase and opened it to find a leather riding crop with dried blood on its crisscross patterned weave, 2 blood-stained scarves, and numerous items of clothing marked with the name Heath. Back at room 81 of the Tollard Royal, they uncovered a bloody knotted handkerchief containing 2 of Doreen Marshall's hairs. Confronted with the evidence, Heath finally admitted the crimes and was taken into custody by police investigators from London, who charged him with the murder of Marjorie Gardner. At 8 p.m. on July 8th, a woman walking her spaniel near Branksome Dean Chine, a wooded river valley located a mile, 1.6 kilometers, from the Tollard Royal Hotel, found the naked body of Doreen Marshall in some rhododendron bushes, concealed beneath her clothing and some clipped branches. A pathologist determined she had been murdered by 2 incisions to her neck, while her hands revealed multiple slashes, indicative of defensive wounds. She'd been sliced open, thankfully after death, and an unknown foreign object had been thrust into her genitals. Though Heath casually confessed to both slayings, admitting to his psychiatrist that flagellating women gave him sexual pleasure, he ultimately pleaded not guilty to the murder of Marjorie Gardner. His trial for her murder commenced at the Old Bailey on Thursday, September 24, 1946. Adoring female fans flocked to the gallery, hoping to attract the attention of the handsome defendant. 3 days later, he was found guilty by a jury after an hour's deliberation and seemed completely indifferent when Judge Morris sentenced him to hang. While awaiting his execution, he sent his mother a number of letters, the last stating, "Well, it wasn't really a bad life while it lasted. Please don't mourn my going, and don't wear black." Offered a glass of whiskey on October 16th, mere minutes before his execution, Heath quipped, "You might make that a double." Then, walking coolly onto the scaffold, he said, "Let's get this over with." Minutes later, he was dead. The famous hangman, Albert Pierpoint, would later remark that Heath was the most handsome man he had ever executed. Between February 1964 and January 1965, the bodies of 6 London sex workers were found either in the River Thames or near its north bank, between the town of Brentford in the west and West Kensington in the east. The victims were all nude or mostly nude, white, and ranged in age from 21 to 30 years. Dubbed Jack the Stripper by the press, a sensationalist homage to London's last prolific murderer of sex workers, the offender seemed to stop killing in 1965 and was never brought to justice, though nearly a dozen suspects have been proffered in the years since. On February 2, 1964, members of the London Corinthian Sailing Club were preparing to launch 40 dinghies into the Thames in Hammersmith when brothers Harold and George Capon spotted a nude female corpse trapped beneath a chain tethering a pontoon to the dock. Instantly, 50 or more hobby sailors were staring into the water and uttering exclamations. A bystander called 999, and within no time, the Thames Division of the Metropolitan Police, including Detective Inspector Frank Ridge and a pathologist, Dr. Tier, were speeding towards the scene of the crime. Using a tarpaulin, the police dredged the body from the murky water and laid it on the bank. It was that of a woman, around 5 feet 2 inches, 1.57 meters tall, with brown shoulder-length hair, naked, save for some stockings around her ankles, and a torn piece of underwear stuffed into her mouth. Judging from the maceration of the skin, she'd been in the water for 48 to 72 hours. A subsequent medical examination determined that she had died from drowning. The complete absence of restraint marks or signs of violence was peculiar. Soon after, the authorities published a photograph of the dead woman's face. She was identified as 30-year-old Hannah Tailford, a sex worker and pornographic model from Northumbria. A known drug user, addicted to Purple Heart barbiturates, Hannah had recently left her boyfriend and 3-year-old daughter and disappeared. Her blue coat had been found wrapped around the propeller of a police boat at Waterloo Bridge 2 nights before the discovery of her body. 5 days later, a River Thames police crew found the naked body of another woman floating face down among the rubbish on the steps of Corney Reach. She was quickly identified as 26-year-old sex worker Irene Charlotte Lockwood. Irene apparently had a well-rehearsed trick of stealing her clients' wallets and fleeing while they washed prior to intercourse, possibly increasing her chances of falling prey to violence. Indeed, a friend and accomplice, Vicky Pender, 22, had previously been found strangled to death in her apartment in Finsbury Park. Like Hannah Tailford, Irene also allegedly participated in secret orgies, allowing herself to be extensively photographed. She supposedly used photographs taken of her and her clients as blackmail, a practice rumored to have been shared by Hannah Tailford but never confirmed. Irene, too, had died of drowning, and again had a notable lack of any physical injuries, save for a post-mortem slash to her chest believed to be from a boat propeller. This latest victim had been 4.5 months pregnant at the time of her murder. On April 24th, an assistant groundsman at Beecham Sports Ground in Acton, a mile north of the Thames, called the police to report finding a nude woman's corpse on the property. She lay prone on top of a heap of refuse, her black hair cropped in an almost beetle-like fashion. Tire tracks marked the cinder block road leading to the dump site. This third victim was particularly curious, for the pathologist determined she had been dead for at least 48 hours, yet her corpse must have been placed there only the previous night, or it would undoubtedly have been seen earlier. This time, there were signs of violence. The victim had been fatally strangled by the killer twisting her collar, though the clothes themselves were now missing. Fingerprints identified her as 22-year-old Helen Barthélemy, a Scottish-born sex worker who generally associated with and did business in London's Black West Indian community. Helen Barthélemy had last been seen leaving the jazz club on Westbourne Park Road, dressed in a high-necked sweater, tight skirt, black leather boots, and a brown coat. Helen had asked a gentleman at the club to watch her handbag for her, implying she intended to return. Whoever had throttled her had then stripped her body. Upon closer examination of the victim, Scotland Yard was amazed to discover their first real evidentiary lead. The victim's flesh was speckled with minuscule specks of black, orange, yellow, and green paint. This meant the offender either worked in or had access to a paint spray operation. However, there was an issue with this strong hypothesis. The multiple colors seemed to imply a professional workshop where various types of paint jobs were carried out. Yet if the body had been kept there for any period of time, the workshop would surely have to be private. 3 months passed before Jack the Stripper would claim his next victim. The strangled body of Mary Fleming, a 31-year-old Scottish sex worker, was discovered at 5:30 a.m. on July 14th by a husband and wife looking out their bedroom window. They had been awoken 3 hours earlier by the squealing of tires in the garage forecourt below, but had not seen anything until first light. Mary's corpse was found with its legs crossed and torso slumped forward. Specks of paint and dust found on her body were linked chemically to those on Helen Barthélemy. After further analysis of their composition, the lab technicians now concluded that the murderer was likely taking the bodies into, or in the immediate vicinity of, a building where vehicles were sprayed for repair. Strangely, the pathologist was unable to determine a cause of death, and there were no wounds or abrasions of any kind on her body. However, after going door to door, police learned that a group of painters working a night shift at a business behind Chiswick High Road had heard what sounded like 2 car doors slamming. Curious, they had looked out of the frosted window to see a shadowy figure standing next to a car. Suddenly alerted that he was being watched, the man had hurried back into the driver's seat and sped away. The remains of the next victim, Frances Brown, aka Margaret McGowan, were not located until November 25th, when Assistant Civil Defense Lawyer Dennis Sutton noticed that a rubbish bin lid was missing on the street above the local Civil Defense Center in Kensington. Sutton spotted it lying on a pile of rubble, wood, and weeds in scrubland behind the car park on Horton Street. He picked it up, revealing a woman's corpse decomposing under the refuse. Whoever had dumped the body had done so only 100 yards, 90 meters from the bustling high street. Standing just over 5 feet, 1.52 meters tall, Frances, a Glaswegian, had been strangled to death. From an investigative perspective, she was perhaps the most intriguing victim, as her testimony in the Profumo affair, a 1961 political sex scandal, had helped acquit defendant Stephen Ward on a number of charges. As several of the other victims were tangentially connected to the Profumo scandal, one spurious hypothesis was that they were all targets of political assassination. Frances was the only victim for whom an eyewitness description of her probable killer was obtained. On Thursday, October 22nd, she and her friend Beryl had been out drinking and decided to look for clients on Portobello Road. 2 cars pulled up to the curb. One customer wanted Frances, and the other Beryl. The women announced they would only go if one car followed the other. The drivers agreed, and Frances and Beryl climbed into their respective vehicles. However, Beryl's driver soon lost sight of Frances's. Beryl and her client conducted their business, and he dropped her off safely at the agreed location. Frances did not return. According to Beryl, the man who picked up Frances was about 5 feet 8 inches, between 30 and 32, I would say. Well-built, and he had a full face with big ears and brown hair. He was a Londoner by his accent, and he wore a sheepskin jacket. He had a grey Zephyr, but at Shepherd's Bush we lost sight of it. I think Margaret must have died that night. You see, she and I had an arrangement that we would meet afterwards at a club. She didn't turn up. Beryl would later work with the police to provide a sketch of the suspect, and claimed she felt the 2 clients knew each other. Last seen climbing into a car on Agate Road, 27-year-old Irish-born sex worker Bridget O'Hara had vanished on January 11th, 1965. Over a month later, on February 16th, electrician Len Beecham was heading to work on the Heron Trading Estate when he spotted a pair of toes with red nail polish poking out from some grass and fern. Bridget had finally been found. She was naked, with abrasions from manual strangulation marking her throat. Like many of the other victims, she was small, standing 5 feet 2 inches, 1.57 meters tall, with short dark hair. The 6th confirmed and seemingly final victim of Jack the Stripper, Bridget's body was similarly sprinkled with the telltale paint flecks. Many historians and criminologists also link the 1959 strangulation murder of 21-year-old Elizabeth Figg in Chiswick and that of Gwyneth Reese, 22, in the autumn of 1963 in Mortlake, to Jack the Stripper. Yet the official victims identified by the police are those killed between 1964 and 1965. Numerous suspects have been suggested, from boxing champion Freddie Mills, who committed suicide in July 1965, to members of the Metropolitan Police, and most recently the Welsh serial killer Harold Jones, who had lived in the Hammersmith area from 1948 to his death in 1971. At this time, however, the true identity of Jack the Stripper seems likely to remain a mystery. Chapter 5. The Exorcist, 1973. The Possession of Roland Doe. Inspired by a secret Catholic exorcism that had occurred in 1949, William Friedkin's supernatural horror The Exorcist affected some audience members so profoundly that a new psychiatric term, cinematic neurosis, was coined to describe the marked distress the film triggered in some people. Cinemas across America had never seen anything like William Friedkin's The Exorcist, a film that triggered mass nausea to the extent that establishments provided barf bags with the tickets, or notified ambulances that they would be screening it in case people collapsed. The severely offensive language, contorted bodies, expulsion of bodily fluids, and occasionally brutal underage sexualization featured in the movie played a large part in eliciting this reaction, but The Exorcist also confronted its audience with a hitherto unseen level of sacrilege during a time of rapid cultural change. The plot revolves around 12-year-old Regan McNeil, who, after playing with a Ouija board, is possessed by a malevolent entity. The entity appears to be an ancient Sumerian demon, but at times claims to be the devil himself. When conventional scientific and psychological methods fail, Regan's mother, Chris McNeil, looks to the Catholic Church for help and finds Father Damien Karras, a young psychiatrist reeling from the recent death of his mother and experiencing a crisis of faith. Skeptical at first, Karras soon changes his mind when he sees the words, "Help me," erupt in scars on Regan's stomach. Realizing he lacks the experience to handle an exorcism alone, he summons Father Lancaster Marin, who has survived previous battles with invading entities. When Marin falls dead from a heart attack during the ritual, the enraged Karras offers his body to the entity instead of Regan's. As soon as it begins to take hold of him, he races to the bedroom window and jumps to his death, sealing both his own fate and that of the demon. Friedkin's film was based on William Peter Blatty's novel of the same name. Blatty's The Exorcist drew much of its material from a secret exorcism performed on a male teenager, known only by the pseudonym Roland Doe, in April 1949. Roland Doe was born in 1935 in Cottage City, Maryland, a suburb of Washington, D.C., to a government employee named Charles and his wife Gladys. The boy grew up an only child in a household that also included his maternal grandmother, but he enjoyed frequent visits from an aunt named Hattie. The names of the family members are pseudonyms. Knowing of his love of board games, Hattie taught him to use a Ouija board. A spiritualist from St. Louis, she believed in life after death and spent a great deal of time communicating with the spirits of the deceased, as well as sharing her knowledge of seance techniques with Roland. On Saturday, January 15, 1949, 13-year-old Roland was at home with his grandmother when they heard dripping sounds coming from her bedroom. As they puzzled over the cause of the sound, they noticed a painting of Christ on the wall shaking. The strange events continued when Roland's parents came home. They all heard scratching, as if nails were dragging across wood. Assuming they had rodents under the floorboards, the family ignored the sounds and went to bed. Despite setting out poison, the noises continued, and Charles tore up boards and wall panels to no avail. Just over a week later, Aunt Hattie died unexpectedly, and a grieving Roland took to using his Ouija board regularly, hoping to reach his beloved aunt. Gladys and her mother weren't too concerned by Roland's new hobby, and the family was relieved to find that the scratching sounds had stopped. They assumed the troublesome rodents must finally be dead. Soon it became apparent, however, that the noises hadn't stopped. They had simply changed form. Roland started to hear sounds in his room as he prepared for bed. To begin with, it was as though squeaky shoes were walking around his bed. This then escalated to feet marching as if to beating drums. His mother and grandmother heard them too. One day, as all three of them lay on his bed trying to make sense of the noises, Gladys shouted, "Is this you, Aunt Hattie? If you are Hattie, knock 3 times." 3 separate waves of pressure passed through them, each reaching the floor with a thud. As a further test, Gladys asked Hattie to do the same thing with 4 knocks, and again it worked. Next, they heard a strange scratching coming from inside the mattress. It began to shake violently, and one of the covers rose up above the bed, curling up at the edges as if being held. For 3 weeks, the mattress scratching sounds continued nightly. Then, at Roland's school, his desk started sliding around, causing havoc in the classroom. Back in the Doe residence, more random events followed. Items flew across rooms, books fell to the floor, and Roland's clothes were found strewn about the kitchen. Roland denied responsibility for these happenings, and his family were compelled to believe him when a heavy armchair he was sitting in suddenly lifted into the air and flipped over, tipping him onto the floor. Roland became agitated whenever anybody suggested that he might be playing tricks and stopped going to school to avoid his peers' mockery. His parents decided to consult with a general physician, psychiatrist, and a psychologist. The doctors found nothing out of the ordinary with the teen. Next, the Does approached their Lutheran minister, Reverend Schultz, and suggested that Aunt Hattie might be the cause of the disturbances. The minister had witnessed several strange happenings with his own eyes: moving furniture, a vibrating bed, and flying crockery. While Reverend Schultz suspected Roland was pranking the family, he kept those thoughts to himself. Hearing screams emanating from Roland's bedroom one night, the family ran to his assistance, only to watch as a heavy dresser slid towards the door, blocking their exit. One by one, the drawers began opening and closing. In the aftermath, word spread around the small town of the Does ordeal. Having heard the family debating whether Roland might be possessed, Reverend Schultz recommended prayer and that they attend Sunday communion. The minister invited Roland to spend the night at his home, both to give him a change of scenery and to give the family a break. After prayers, Roland and Reverend Schultz retired to separate beds in the same room. The minister was stirred around midnight when Roland's bed began trembling. The boy, though awake, was lying completely still. Schultz was unsettled but guided Roland downstairs for a comforting mug of hot chocolate. Returning to the bedroom, Schultz directed the boy into a comfortable chair and kept a light on. Roland tucked his knees under his chin, feet perched on the seat, and seemed to be in a trance. Then, to his horror, the Reverend watched as the chair slowly shifted back against the wall, tipping the child onto the floor. Not knowing what to do, Schultz placed 2 blankets on the floor and tucked Roland between them. At 3 a.m., he awoke once more to see the boy in his blanket sliding across the floor and underneath the bed. The minister shouted for Roland to stop, but the boy said that he was not moving. Roland's body then rose up, repeatedly striking the springs beneath the mattress. Frantic, the minister pulled him out from underneath the bed, only to discover the boy's face was scratched and cut, and his state was near catatonic. Reverend Schultz was forced to give serious consideration to the possibility that the 13-year-old boy was possessed by a powerful force of unknown origin. Though Roland appeared quite normal in the day, his nights were filled with terror. Long claw marks started to appear on his arms, legs, and torso, seeming to mark out random letters of the alphabet. It was almost as if something was trying to communicate. Unlike many other Christian denominations, the Catholic Church unequivocally believes that demonic possession exists and that it can only be cured by exorcism. Indeed, prior to the Protestant Reformation, all of Christianity believed in a literal Satan and his ability to inhabit a human body. There were even specific instructions on how to expel him. According to Scripture, Jesus himself performed many exorcisms, but eventually Protestants, including Lutherans, repositioned these activities as Jesus simply conforming to local folk beliefs. While Catholics believe in possession, historically the Church has only been called upon for consultation on extremely rare occasions. The parents of Roland Doe were Lutherans, but felt the case of their son undoubtedly qualified. It was time to consult a priest. Charles Doe phoned the local Catholic church and was invited to attend the following day. When he recounted Roland's story to the priest, Father E. Albert Hughes, the easygoing and personable 29-year-old realized he was completely out of his depth. All he could offer was prayer, holy water, and candles. Gladys called Father Hughes the next morning to say that she had sprinkled the holy water and ignited a candle. However, when she had lit the wick, a flame shot up to the ceiling, forcing her to extinguish it. Later, she had found the bottle of holy water shattered. Father Hughes advised her to try again. Gladys called him back, but before she could explain herself, both were startled by the sound of the telephone stand in the Doe household smashing itself to pieces. The young priest contacted the Archbishop of Washington, D.C., the Most Reverend Patrick A. O'Boyle, and advised him of the situation. Father Hughes was given the go-ahead to perform an exorcism, even though he had no experience and was ill-prepared. Roland was secretly admitted to Georgetown Hospital, a Catholic institution associated with the local university, in late February to early March 1949. Aware that an exorcism was about to take place, the Mother Superior gave strict orders that no records be kept. With Roland strapped to the bed, Father Hughes began the exorcism prayers. Soon, however, the holy man was shouting in pain as his arm was sliced open by a bed spring that Roland had pried loose. The ceremony was over. Father Hughes went on to work at other churches, allegedly never regaining the full use of his arm and forever haunted by the experience. After Roland left the hospital and despite efforts to hush up the incident, word spread and people became wary of the boy and his family. The Does began discussing whether to uproot their lives and leave. Their decision was hastened when Roland's screams drew his mother to the bathroom. Scratched into his chest in bloody lettering was the name Lewis, and on his hip, Saturday. On Saturday, March 5th, Roland and his parents took a train to St. Louis, Missouri, where both Charles and Gladys had relatives. 2 days later, the family gathered at a kitchen table in Roland's uncle's house. They were equipped with a homemade Ouija board and the conviction that Aunt Hattie was the cause of all their problems. She seemed to confirm this when a heavy bed reportedly moved across a room before their eyes. That night, the family heard scratching coming from Roland's mattress as he slept. A local Lutheran minister declined to get involved, and as in the case of Reverend Schultz, recommended they seek Catholic intervention. However, Roland's parents didn't want to risk a second attempt at exorcism, and were still convinced Aunt Hattie was at the root of the problem, though were unsure why she would be tormenting them. When frightening occurrences started to happen in relatives' homes whenever Roland slept there, Charles and Gladys decided they had no choice but to request the assistance of a Jesuit priest. The family were referred to Father Raymond Bishop, 43, head of the Department of Education at St. Louis University. After consulting with other members of the faculty, Bishop felt certain that Roland was possessed and requested the help of Father Reinert, the university president. Father Reinert was hesitant to rush into the situation and asked Father Bishop to look into the matter himself. On March 9th, Father Bishop was driven to the house where Charles, Gladys, and Roland were staying. They told him all that had happened and answered his questions, but omitted to mention the failed exorcism and wounding of Father Hughes in Maryland. Father Bishop met Roland and performed a mild form of exorcism, that of a place rather than an individual, sprinkling holy water and blessing each room. After Roland went to bed, Father Bishop was preparing to leave when the boy's screams sent the family rushing upstairs. Together, they witnessed Roland's mattress moving back and forth for approximately 15 minutes while the 13-year-old lay motionless upon it. Father Bishop sprinkled holy water over the bed in the shape of a cross, and the movement stopped, only to restart when he exited the room. Roland cried out in pain, and his mother raised his pajama top to reveal a zigzag pattern of red scratches on his stomach. The following day, Father Bishop consulted with his friend, Father William Bowdern, the 52-year-old pastor of St. Francis Xavier Church, a stocky, dark-haired chain smoker. Visiting the Doe residence, Father Bowdern also witnessed the strange and troubling phenomena. While Bowdern and Bishop discussed the possibility that Roland was mentally ill and could have been responsible for the happenings in St. Louis, they began to read up on exorcisms and the 3 stages of demonic possession: infestation, obsession, and possession. They had already noted the first 2 stages and vowed to find an exorcist before Roland became possessed. On March 14th, Bowdern wrote to Archbishop Ritter, the ordinary of the archdiocese, outlining the case and asking him to authorize an exorcism and appoint an exorcist. Ritter eventually chose Father Bowdern to perform the exorcism, despite knowing that he was totally unqualified. On March 16th, Father Bowdern said Mass, confessed his sins, and spent most of the day in prayer, before he and Father Bishop were driven by Walter Holleran, a 26-year-old Jesuit student, to the house where the exorcism would begin. Despite being ordered by Ritter to keep the exorcism secret, Bowdern wanted Bishop to keep a daily diary of events as a reference for anyone who found themselves facing a similar situation in the future. The priests each carried a copy of the 400-page Roman ritual, which spelled out the 21 steps to be followed. The 3 main prayers were Praecipio, I command, exorcizo te, I cast thee out, and adjuro te, I adjure thee. Bowdern led the procession into Roland's room, with Gladys and an aunt and uncle following directly behind. Each knelt along the sides of the boy's bed as holy water was sprinkled on it, and Halloran was directed to kneel at the foot of the bed. After everyone, including Roland, said prayers, Bowdern began reading the Litany of Saints. Immediately, the mattress started to shake. This lasted for 2 hours until the final Amen, when Bowdern stood and shouted, Praecipio tibi, I command thee. Whenever Bowdern uttered the word Dominus, Lord, or Deus, God, Roland would scream in pain as additional scratches appeared in his flesh. At one point, the letters H-E-L-L manifested on Roland's chest, inverted, seemingly so that the child could read them. G-O also emerged on his abdomen, and an X figure appeared on his leg. Bowdern continued as Roland thrashed about, hitting his pillow and headboard and babbling with his eyes closed. The priest then threw holy water on him, startling him awake. Roland recounted a dream in which he was fighting a powerful red devil that was preventing him from entering through some gates above a deep, hot pit. Bowdern, Bishop, and Halloran stayed until 5 a.m. praying. By this time, Roland had fallen back into a deep sleep. Exhausted, the men rose to leave, when suddenly the boy sat up, eyes clenched shut, and began singing Swanee River in a horrific, distorted voice, his arms swaying off rhythm. Next, he switched to Old Man River. Afraid to leave the boy, the priests stayed until 7:30 a.m. Given that they were sworn to secrecy regarding the exorcism, the 3 Jesuits had to keep up their daily routines to avoid suspicion, despite their lack of sleep. They guessed that whatever force was at work, it was intentionally depriving them of rest. They were now embroiled in a holy war of attrition. For 4 more nights, the exorcism continued, with Roland acting in much the same way as on the first, though his behavior escalated. Teeth bared and snapping, he now spat in the faces of those assembled and bit the hands of anyone who tried to pin him down. He urinated during symbolic parts of Latin prayers, a language that he should not have been able to understand. Roland's voice would fluctuate from deep and menacing to irritatingly high-pitched, interspersed with chilling laughter. He added the songs The Blue Danube and The Old Rugged Cross to his repertoire, uttering blasphemies so repellent that the priests dared not record them. Seeing little progress, Father Bowdern thought the time had come to convert the child to Catholicism, and prepared a room for Roland and his father in the rectory. He brought in another priest, Father William Van Roo, and they gathered around the bed. As Bowdern started the Litany of the Saints, Roland lashed out, spitting and kicking as the 3 men wrestled him down. When Van Roo commented that Halloran was being too rough with the boy, the young Jesuit released the boy's arm only to have his nose broken, followed by Van Roo's nose. As they grabbed the boy's fists, they realized that Roland's eyes had been closed for the entire attack. That night, Roland taunted Bowdern mercilessly, laughingly telling him, I'm in hell, I see you, you're in hell, it's 1957. At this point, the priest faltered, but then quickly resumed the prayers. Despite days of praying en masse with other Jesuits, both the conversion and exorcism proved unsuccessful, and on Saturday, March 26th, Roland was returned to his uncle's home in St. Louis. For the first few days, everything was suspiciously quiet. Then on Thursday night, Roland came downstairs saying his feet were hurting and asked everyone to come up to his room. As they watched, the boy sat up in bed and began moving his finger across the sheets as the bed trembled. His finger traced out the words he spoke. To the best of her ability, his cousin Elizabeth wrote down the confused words. I will stay 10 days, but will return in 4 days. If Roland stays, gone to lunch. If you stay and become a Catholic, it will stay away. Gertrude, God will take away. 4 days after it becomes 10 days. God is getting powerful. The last day I will leave a sign on my front, Father Bishop. All people that mangle with me will die a terrible death. Gladys called Father Bowden and relayed what had happened. He arrived at the house at 1 a.m. with Father Van Roo. As the priest recited the prayers, Roland asked for a pencil and began scribbling across countless large sheets of paper. Bowden realized he had made a mistake. He had permitted Roland to disrupt proceedings and take control. As per Bowden's instructions, Bishop recorded everything in his diary, including Roland's writings. Most of the words made no sense, and there were strange drawings, too. One of these sketches gave Father Bishop a nasty shock. It was a human face next to the words, "Dead Bishop." Bowden was similarly disturbed by the words. "You may not believe me, then Roland will suffer forever." Bowden decided once more to convert Roland to Catholicism. His baptism would have to proceed as quickly as possible. April 1st was chosen as the day. At 7:30 p.m. on April 1st, the family set out for the college church as Father Bowden made his preparations. Waiting at the church door, he was unaware that chaos had erupted in the car, as Roland had tried to take control of the wheel and run the family into a lamppost. Fortunately, his uncle had pulled on the emergency brake just in time. When the car parked in front of the church, Father Bowden watched as Roland's father and uncle dragged him out in a torn suit, with the child spitting, swearing, and laughing. Directing the men into the adjacent rectory rather than into the church, Bowden threw a jug of icy water in Roland's face, quietening him enough to drag him upstairs. Rather than the planned baptism at the church font, Bowden began a more desperate ceremony in a bedroom, from which Roland struggled to get free. Upon the third time of asking Roland if he renounced Satan, the boy quietly said, "I do renounce Satan and all his works." The ceremony took 4 hours, followed by the usual exorcism prayers. At 11:30 p.m., Roland and his father settled down to sleep. But from April 2nd, things took a turn for the worse. As soon as he woke up, Roland smashed a crockery basin and an overhead light. Bowden decided to perform Holy Communion with the help of Father Bishop and Father John O'Flaherty, a 38-year-old Jesuit. But Roland spat out the piece of host. On the 5th attempt, and after the 3 priests completed a rosary, Roland swallowed the wafer, and his first communion was complete. Unfortunately, it seemed to make little difference, as Roland tried once more to attack the driver on his way home, and continued his seemingly demonic behavior until a few days later, when he was secured in the mental ward of Alexian Brothers Hospital in South St. Louis. His situation failed to improve. When he became particularly violent on Easter Sunday, assaulting several brothers at the Jesuit hospital, they managed to strap him to his bed and summoned Father Bowden. As they conducted the exorcism prayers, a deep voice emanated from Roland's mouth, spewing profanities and threatening to kill them. They dubbed this new manifestation the Devil's Voice. Father Bowden and the brothers returned on Easter Monday to wage spiritual war against the demon. The room had become so cold that Bowden was forced to wear an overcoat, while Roland's features were now so twisted that he appeared a totally different person. Amidst the chaos of the ensuing exorcism, in which the brothers managed to make Roland ask for spiritual communion, the Devil's Voice told them, "That isn't enough. He has to say one more word, one little word. I mean one big word. He'll never say it. I am always in him. I may not have much power always, but I am in him. He will never say that word." Roland then burst into song, and the brothers left the room, once again defeated. On April 18th, Father Bowden had a revelation. The demon had once said something about not responding to Latin because he only spoke the tongue of the person he had possessed. Bowden called Father Bishop and Father O'Flaherty and asked them to join him by Roland's bedside at 7 p.m. After Bowden said the prayers in Latin as usual, he told Roland that he could respond in English. Tracing crosses on the boy's body, he then put a crucifix in Roland's hand. The boy flailed around, managing to throw the crucifix to the floor before the 2 brothers held him still. Roland asked about Latin, and O'Flaherty taught him the Hail Mary in Latin, Ave Maria, which Roland was able to repeat after 15 minutes. Leafing through a Catholic school reader, Roland suddenly placed it on his head, and it flew across the room, hitting a wall. At 9:30 p.m., Roland asked if he might recite the rosary and if Bowdern and the brothers could respond. They agreed, and he was given the rosary beads. He held the crucifix and started to say the Apostles' Creed. Though he faltered, he was swiftly prompted and continued. The boy sought guidance, claiming he wanted to make a spiritual communion, but then fell into a sleep-like state after complaining that the Christian medals around his neck were burning him. At 10:45 p.m., Father Bowdern said the final Amen, and a voice emanated from Roland that they hadn't heard before. It was rich, deep, and rang out clearly. "Satan, Satan, I am Saint Michael, and I command you, Satan, and the other evil spirits to leave the body in the name of Dominus. Immediately. Now, now, now." Bowdern realized that Dominus must have been the word the demon had promised Roland would never speak. For the next 8 minutes, the boy's body writhed and contorted on the bed as he screamed. Then he serenely whispered, "He's gone." Roland opened his eyes, looked around at everyone, and said he felt fine. Everyone in the room claimed they felt it. The demon had left. As the brothers rose from their knees, crying and hugging, Father O'Flaherty noticed that Bowdern's face remained unsmiling. Roland relayed to the priests the wonderful dreams he had. He described a beautiful figure, standing in brilliant light, wearing white clothing that looked like chainmail. It appeared to be an angel, holding a flaming sword and pointing down to a pit where the devil and other demons stood. As the devil surged towards the angel and tried to fight it, the angel had smiled at Roland, then turned back to the devil and said, "Dominus." Instantaneously, the devil and demons had disappeared into a cave. The bars on its entrance read, "Spite." Suddenly, Roland said he felt a snap in his stomach. In an instant, he felt happier than he'd felt since January 15th. Roland awoke the next morning and went to Mass and Holy Communion, receiving the host readily. He returned to his room afterwards to sleep. Upon waking, he stood up and rubbed his eyes, saying, "Where am I? What happened?" As if on cue, a loud sound reverberated through the hospital, which was allegedly heard by everyone present. As the brothers ran to Roland's room, the reverberation continued. For Bowdern, this was the sign he had been waiting for. It was over. After Roland left the hospital, his room was locked, and an order given that it must never be opened again. The hospital was eventually demolished. The Jesuit community joined in the vow of secrecy. The exorcism and the events surrounding it were never to be revealed to the outside world. For more than 40 years, the secret was largely kept, although the fragmentary stories that did leak out inspired William Peter Blatty's 1971 novel The Exorcist and the film adaptation of the book that followed 2 years later. A detailed account was finally made public in 1993 in author Thomas Allen's Possessed. The book was based on the diary kept by Father Raymond Bishop, but was met with much skepticism. In particular, it was attacked by a Maryland historian named Mark Upsasnik. Interviewing over 100 people who had known Roland Doe growing up, Upsasnik learned that the child was a notorious trickster who delighted in scaring other children and even his own mother with elaborate pranks. A classmate recalled that Roland and another boy had spitting contests, developing an uncanny knack for spitting accurately up to 10 feet, 3 meters away. If he had used this peculiar talent on the Jesuit priests, they might have concluded the feat could only be demonic in origin. One of Roland's best friends remembered an incident at Bladensburg Junior High School in 1948, in which Roland caused his whole desk to vibrate at a tremendous speed. When his teacher warned him to stop doing it, Roland said he wasn't and was thrown out of the classroom. Unsurprisingly, Roland is recorded as having detested school. The boy was even observed by some of the priests using his long fingernails to scratch words into his own flesh. Apparently, this did not raise any red flags, and instead was interpreted as yet another manifestation of diabolical possession. Tellingly, one of the Jesuits, a philosophy professor, first tasked with looking into the case by Archbishop Ritter, brushed it off, concluding that all of the reported phenomena could be accounted for naturally. In his final report on his investigation in 2000, Markup Sasnick said of Roland, "The facts show that he was a spoiled and disturbed only child, with a very overprotective mother and an unresponsive father. To me, his behavior was indicative of an outcast youth who desperately wanted out of Bladensburg Junior High School at any cost. He wanted attention, and he wanted to leave the area and go to St. Louis. Throwing tantrums was the answer. He began to play his concocted game. For his efforts, he got a collection of priests who doted over him." Chapter 6. Jaws, 1975. The Jersey Shore shark attacks, the sinking of the USS Indianapolis, and the life of Frank Mundus. Steven Spielberg's 1975 blockbuster Jaws relied on the invisible suspense conjured by sharks to terrify audiences and reap huge profits at the box office. Audiences might have been even more terrified if they'd known that 6 decades earlier, the Atlantic coast of the U.S. really had been plagued by a man-eating shark. Jaws combined a formidable screenplay, strong acting, novel photographic and editing techniques, and an iconic soundtrack by John Williams to create an extraordinarily tense horror movie. Starring Roy Scheider, Richard Dreyfuss, and Robert Shaw, the movie is set in the coastal New England resort of Amity Island, where the community is preparing for the influx of summer tourists and July 4th weekend. When a young woman's mutilated body is found on the beach, Martin Brody, the chief of police, asks to close the beaches, believing the victim was attacked by a shark. The local mayor, fearful of the impact on the town's tourist trade, disagrees, pushing the theory that she died in a boating accident. When another attack occurs shortly afterwards, the community is forced to accept that a shark with a taste for human flesh is targeting their coastline. This is confirmed by oceanographer and shark expert Matt Hooper. A bounty is placed on the shark, causing a frenzy as local fishermen try to catch the creature. A man named Quint, claiming to be a professional shark hunter, offers his services, but is rebuffed for charging too much. A tiger shark is soon caught, but Hooper argues that it is not the shark in question, which he believes is a Carcharodon carcharias, a great white. This is confirmed when the attacks continue, including an incident where the shark enters an estuary and devours a man. The town now agrees to hire Quint. He, Hooper, and Brody set out in Quint's boat to hunt the shark. Quint attempts to harpoon the creature with lines attached to barrels, hoping to tire the fish and prevent it diving deep. The shark turns the tables on the hunters by ramming the boat, thereby disabling its engine. After the boat is repaired, Quint tries again, but the shark simply drags the boat backwards through the water. With the boat now sinking, the shark attacks and devours Quint, while Hooper becomes trapped on the seabed in a shark cage. Brody, clinging to the sinking wreckage of the boat, successfully jams a pressurized air tank into the shark's mouth, then shoots the tank, which explodes, blasting the shark apart. Hooper surfaces, and he and Brody swim towards Amity Island. Jaws was originally a novel by the American writer Peter Benchley. He used a number of sources as inspiration, foremost of which were the Jersey Shore shark attacks of 1916, in which one or more man-eating sharks attacked and killed a number of people that summer. The salty Captain Quint, who engages in a battle of wills with the shark, was modeled on the exploits of legendary shark hunter Frank Mundus, whom the author had personally met. When the book was adapted into a movie, Steven Spielberg made a number of changes to the story, one of which was that Quint was now a survivor of the notorious shark-feeding frenzy that followed the sinking of the USS Indianapolis in 1945. 25-year-old Charles Vansant seemed to have the world at his fingertips. Tall, dark, and handsome, Van came from one of America's oldest bloodlines. After graduating from the University of Pennsylvania in 1914, He had taken a position at Falwell Brothers, a brokerage firm in Philadelphia, where his natural charm won him many friends and admirers. Like many Philadelphians, come the July 4th weekend of 1916, Van wanted to get out of the city to enjoy some sun and surf. Fortunately, the new express train from Philly to Beach Haven could transport Van to the popular resort island off the New Jersey shore in less than 2 hours. On Saturday, July 1st, he met his father, Dr. Eugene L. Vansant, and sisters, Eugenia and Louise, on the train. The family arrived in Beach Haven just after 5 p.m. Eager for a pre-dinner dip in the ocean, Van asked Louise if she wanted to head to the boardwalk. She agreed. Once they reached Center Street, he ducked into one of the many bathhouses to change into his swim shorts. Feet crunching in the sand, Van smiled as a Chesapeake Bay retriever unexpectedly followed him down to the water. He waved to the lifeguard, Alexander Ott, a member of the American Olympic swimming team, who returned his greeting. Van waded into the shallows and spent a few minutes splashing around with the retriever before swimming out past the breakers. Immersed to his chest, he turned back to his canine companion and tried to encourage the dog to join him. Meanwhile, on the beach, a handful of sunbathers spotted a large dark object maneuvering just below the surface. A black fin emerged from the water, rapidly heading in Van's direction. They cried out, trying to alert him, but he didn't seem to understand what they were saying. Suddenly, his calls to the dog turned into a piercing scream. Frantically, Van started swimming back to shore, but 50 yards, 46 meters from the beach, he began shrieking and thrashing about wildly. Blood erupted in the water around him. Springing into action, Alexander Ott dashed into the surf and seized Van's torso. He dragged him to where the water was waist-deep, but the shark was still clinging to Van's leg. Locals John Everton and Sheridan Taylor ran to help the lifeguard. As soon as the fish's belly touched the sand, it released its grip and disappeared into deeper water. Finally, the three men were able to pull the swimmer ashore. Louise Vansant looked down at her brother's mutilated body, blood pumping from his leg onto the sand. Ott quickly fashioned a tourniquet out of a bathing suit and tightened it around the torn flesh to stop the bleeding. Charles Vansant's left thigh had been stripped to the bone, and there was another large laceration on his right. His father, aided by 2 other doctors, whisked Charles to the Angleside Hotel, but by 6:45 p.m., the young man was dead. His passing marked the first recorded fatality by shark attack in the history of the eastern United States. Witnesses described the shark as being approximately 9 feet, 2.7 meters long, and weighing around 500 pounds, 225 kilograms, with gray, blue, or black coloring, and a triangular dorsal fin. Despite the deadly attack and reports from sailors that they had seen large sharks swimming off the coast, the beaches remained open. Tourist dollars were vital to the local economy, and record profits had been predicted for the summer of 1916. To allay the public's fears, Robert Engel, proprietor of the Angleside, erected a wire net along the shoreline, enclosing the length of the beach. Unfortunately, many other beaches remained unprotected. 45 miles, 72 kilometers north of Beach Haven, in the seaside community of Spring Lake, the opulent Essex and Sussex E&S Hotel was enjoying a lucrative summer. One of the bellhops who carried the wealthy elite's luggage to their rooms was 28-year-old Charles Bruder. A popular employee of Swiss extraction, Bruder had recently come into close contact with sharks while visiting California and had found them almost amusingly timid. As such, he received the news of the Vansant shark fatality with skepticism. Thursday, July 6th, was a scorcher, and both Bruder and his friend, Henry Nolan, an elevator operator, had worked up a terrific sweat. When their lunch break came at 1:45 p.m., Bruder and Nolan headed down to the water to cool off. Crossing the boardwalk, they noted that the beach was packed with women in swimwear and pretty sundresses. As the 2 men neared the bathhouse at the South End Pavilion to change into their trunks, Nolan chuckled, "What if I dove under and came up in front of one of those pretty young ladies with my black swim tights on? They'd think I'm a sea monster, or at least the real Moby Dick." Bruder replied that if Nolan wanted to keep his job, he'd better stay clear of the guests' bathing area. The E&S had a strict policy that prevented the staff from mingling with the guests. At that moment, he spotted Mrs. Mona Childs, a prominent socialite staying at the hotel, standing on her private balcony, staring through a pair of theater glasses. She was gazing across the beach. "You're right, Charles," Nolan said. "Mrs. Childs would have my head for sure if I swam anywhere outside the employee section." Bruder and Nolan entered the water with some friends at 2:15 p.m. The south breeze was blowing, chilling the sea, and it wasn't long before Nolan and the others became uncomfortably cold and swam back to the shore to towel off. Bruder, a very strong swimmer, was accustomed to the cold and took the opportunity to swim out past the lifelines. He was about 130 yards, 120 meters from the shore, when he started to scream. A woman spotted a peculiar red shape in the surf, and thinking a canoe had capsized, brought it to the attention of two lifeguards, George White and Chris Anderson. Neither man remembered seeing a canoeist that day, and they realized at once that the red shape was a swimmer surrounded by blood. Climbing into their rescue boat, they seized the oars and began rowing as fast as they could towards the scene. Meanwhile, beachgoers watched in horror as the distressed swimmer was flung into the air, blood spurting from the shredded stump of his right leg. When he landed back in the water, the shark lunged in his direction, tearing off his left foot. By the time the lifeguards reached Charles Bruder, he was ghostly white, his face barely bobbing above the water. "A shark bit me, bit my legs off," he managed to utter. White seized Bruder's arm and pulled him into the boat. It was easier than White had expected. Most of Bruder's lower legs had been bitten off. Moments after they'd pulled him aboard, Charles Bruder was dead. Watching the horror unfold from her balcony, Mona Childs hurried to the E&S switchboard and demanded that the operator relay a message to every hotel along the coast. "Get out of the water." When local physicians Dr. John Cornell and Dr. William Trout arrived at the beach, the manager of the E&S asked that since Charles Bruder was already dead, they attend to the dozens of women fainting and vomiting into the sand. Dr. William Schaufler, who had been staying at the E&S, examined Bruder's corpse. His right leg was completely severed through the shin, leaving the muscle in bloody tatters. The left leg had also been torn off, albeit closer to the foot, leaving only jutting bone. Another chunk had been torn from the left thigh, and there was an apple-sized gouge in the right side of the abdomen. The cause of death was irreversible circulatory shock, resulting from the severing of multiple arteries in the leg. Overnight, America was thrust into a shark attack panic. The gruesome deaths of two athletic young men off the Jersey shore was more than enough to give people reservations about entering the sea. On Saturday, July 8th, a panel of scientists from the American Museum of Natural History and Brooklyn Museum, Frederick Augustus Lucas, John Treadwell Nichols, and Robert Cushman Murphy, assured the public that the likelihood of being ripped limb from limb by a shark was extraordinarily low. However, they also admitted that the present situation had taken them completely by surprise. Nichols, an ichthyologist, a marine biologist specializing in fish, reminded swimmers that if they stayed within the netted bathing areas, safety from shark attacks was practically guaranteed. However, the strangest twist in the tale was yet to come. Unlike the bustling tourist communities along the coast, Matawan, New Jersey, bore a stronger resemblance to typical small-town America. Located 20 miles, 32 kilometers northwest of Spring Lake, nearing the New York state line, and 2 miles, 3 kilometers inland from Raritan Bay, the alarming headlines about killer sharks barely registered with its 1,200 quiet, hardworking farmers and factory workers. And while Matawan Creek, technically a tidal river running from Lake Lefferts and Lake Matawan to the Atlantic Ocean, had been well-traveled for hundreds of years, it had never seen anything like the events that occurred on July 12, 1916. It was a hot and sticky summer day, and the boys of Matawan were cooling off at their favorite spots along the creek. At approximately 1:20 p.m., Captain Thomas Cottrell, a retired sailor, was returning from an unsuccessful day of fishing at nearby Keyport. As he crossed the town's trolley drawbridge, where construction workers were making adjustments, he noticed a familiar shape in the water below. Dark gray and about 8 feet, 2.4 meters long, moving upstream with the incoming tide. Struggling to believe his own eyes, he turned to the workmen and knew instantly by the looks on their faces that they, too, had seen the shark. Cottrell raced to the bridge keeper's phone to alert the citizens of Matawan. Unfortunately, nobody believed him. In fact, they openly ridiculed him. "You have a better chance of seeing an elephant cooling off down there than a shark," one of the patrons of the police chief's barbershop remarked. Undeterred, Captain Cottrell found a motorboat and began speeding upriver to warn swimmers about the approaching danger. He reached Main Street, anchored the boat, and raced into Matawan to tell everybody about what he saw in person. His efforts were only met with further derision. In a terrible twist of fate, Cottrell passed Wyckoff Dock mere seconds before a group of friends, Lester Stillwell, Albert O'Hara, Johnny Carton, and Anthony Bublin, all 11 or 12 years of age, arrived for their daily dip. The boys stripped naked and entered the swimming hole at about 2 p.m. Albert was swimming closest to the shore when he felt something coarse rub past his leg. Looking down, he saw the tail of an enormous fish in the murky water. At the same time, Johnny saw what appeared to be an old weather-beaten board drifting along the surface of the water. "Hey fellas, watch me float," Lester Stillwell called out from a deep patch. Suddenly, a dorsal and tail fin appeared on the board. It was heading right for him. There was a splash, a scream, and Lester's body jerked violently. The boys looked on in horror as the shark's white-toothed jaws closed around their friend. There was a brief struggle, the brown water turned crimson, and Lester disappeared below the surface. Frantic, the boys took off towards town, not even stopping to put their clothes back on. Lester needed help. That was all that mattered. "Shark! Shark! A shark's got Lester!" they shouted as they raced down Main Street. As they passed 24-year-old Watson Stanley Fisher's dry cleaners, his girlfriend, Mary Anderson, looked out the window and noticed that the boys were naked and genuinely terrified. While Stanley didn't know what to make of the cries of "shark," he knew Lester was an epileptic and likely in trouble. As Stanley headed towards the front door, Mary reminded him that Captain Cottrell had warned of a shark too. "A shark here? I don't care," he replied. "Lester's got the fits. If we don't get to him soon, he'll be finished." As he stepped onto Main Street, Stanley spotted his friends Red Burlew and Arthur Smith and told them they needed to follow him to Wyckoff Dock immediately. The three men raced to the creek to find the water had turned blood red. It had been half an hour since Lester's disappearance, and they somberly concluded that they were probably looking to retrieve a body rather than a living, breathing child. They pushed a rowing boat into the creek, climbed inside, and began probing the depths with long rods. By this time, most of Matawan was lining the banks, looking on. When the rowing boat method failed to locate Lester, the men quickly changed into their swimming trunks and jumped into the water. Not long after they had entered, Arthur felt something scrape his abdomen and looked down to see he was bleeding. Stanley was convinced that Lester's body was mired in the deepest point of the watering hole, but his companions decided to give up. Stanley was about to join them when he noticed Lester's distraught parents standing on the bank. He decided to keep looking. Taking a deep breath, he dove below the water and found Lester's body caught on what seemed to be a dark log. Seizing the child, he pulled the boy's body to the surface. As he attempted to make his way to the muddy bank, he felt dagger-like teeth sink into his leg. "He's got me," Stanley cried, releasing his grip on Lester's body. "The shark's got me." The powerful young man kicked and punched the predator, to no avail. Twice he was pulled under the water, and each time he reemerged fighting. Deputy Sheriff Arthur Van Buskirk joined the fray, thrashing the shark with an oar. Eventually, it released its hold on Stanley, and the terrified onlookers threw him a rope. With the help of a motorboat, Stanley Fisher used what remained of his strength to climb back onto the banks. As Stanley lay on the dock, Dr. George C. Reynolds observed a gaping 18-inch, 46-centimeter gash in the victim's right thigh, with approximately 10 pounds, 4.5 kilograms of flesh missing. He hastily fastened a tourniquet above the wound to prevent further blood loss, but Stanley did not look like he was going to make it. As his condition was too compromised for a bumpy car ride, they would need to wait for a train to take him to the hospital. Meanwhile, Captain Thomas Cottrell had returned to his mission of patrolling the river in his boat, warning swimmers of the monster in their midst. At the brickyard dock of the New Jersey Clay Company, half a mile from Wyckoff Dock, brothers Michael and Joseph Dunn of New York City were playing in the creek with their 16-year-old friend Jerry Hurahan from Matawan. 30 minutes had elapsed since the attacks on Stillwell and Fisher, and in the distance the boys heard somebody shouting warnings, but the only word they could make out was shark. Jerry and Michael climbed up the ladder and onto the dock in time to see Joseph's head bob in the water about 10 feet away. It looked as if something was trying to drag him under the surface. Suddenly, the water around him exploded with blood. Linking arms, Jerry and Michael formed a human chain, and Michael jumped into the water, grabbing his 12-year-old brother's hand. Amazingly, they managed to wrest Joseph away from the shark, but exhausted themselves in the process. Fortunately, Robert Thress, the superintendent of the brickyard, came to the rescue, along with 35-year-old fisherman Jacob Lefferts, who dove into the water to ensure Joseph could make it to the dock ladder. As they waited by the bottom rung, Captain Cottrell's motorboat whirred into view. Together, they hoisted both Dunn brothers aboard, and Cottrell sped back towards Wyckoff Dock with the injured child. Upon arriving, Joseph Dunn was taken to a nearby bag factory to be examined by Dr. H.S. Cooley, a physician from Keyport. Cooley determined that Joseph's injuries were less severe than Stanley's and decided the boy could be safely transported by car to St. Peter's Hospital in New Brunswick, about 20 miles, 32 kilometers away. When they arrived, as Joseph was being helped out of the car, an enterprising reporter asked, "How did it feel to be bitten by the Jersey man-eater? What happened?" "I was about 10 feet from the dock ladder when I looked down and saw something dark," Joseph answered. "Suddenly I felt a tug, like a big pair of scissors pulling at my leg and bringing me under. I felt as if my leg had gone. I believe it would have swallowed me." Dr. R.J. Falkingham observed severe lacerations to the boy's calf muscles and incisions through several of his ankle bones. Back in Matawan at 5:06 p.m., the train arrived to take Stanley Fisher to Monmouth Memorial Hospital. He entered the operating room at 5:30 p.m., but sadly passed away at 6:35 p.m. According to visiting surgeon Dr. Edwin Field, the young hero's last words were, "Doc, I found the boy on the bottom. I got Lester away from the shark. Anyhow, I did my duty." Rain was falling at dawn on July 14th when Lester Stillwell's mutilated remains finally bobbed to the surface. A medical examiner noted, "The boy's left ankle was chewed off. His left side was mangled from hip to knee. His left abdominal region was ruptured and the intestines herniated and torn open. The intestines were nearly all torn out. The right hip, right chest muscle, left shoulder, as well as several fleshy areas of the body were all eaten away, and the flesh between his right hip and thigh was mangled. His face was untouched." That same morning, 45-year-old animal trainer and taxidermist Michael Schleiser and his friend John Murphy hopped into a motorboat and headed out from South Amboy, New Jersey, to Raritan Bay. After news of the triple attack in Matawan was broadcast across the Northeast, many vengeful Americans had embarked on what could only be described as a mass shark hunt. Schleiser and Murphy had read that crowds of Matawan residents were lobbing dynamite and pointing guns at the water and thought it would be an intriguing sight to behold. Near Sandy Hook Bay, the two men dropped a dragnet off the stern, hoping to catch some fish for breakfast. They were just a short distance away from the mouth of Matawan Creek when their boat suddenly lurched, stalling the engine. Looking over the side of the boat, Schleiser saw a black tailfin caught in their net. "My God, we've got a shark." Perhaps it would have been more accurate to say that the shark had got them. It was dragging the vessel backwards, causing the bow to rise out of the water and waves to lap over the stern. Snatching up a broken oar, Schleicher hit the shark about the head, nose, and gills in an unrelenting barrage. Struggling, the creature further entangled itself in the net, becoming increasingly vulnerable to Schleicher's blows. When the intrepid animal tamer had finally beaten the life out of the shark, he and Murphy flagged down a larger boat, which helped them drag the shark back to South Amboy. The sailors remarked that this was unlike any other sharks they had ever encountered. It was larger and more muscular. Once the creature was lying on the shore, Schleicher took a sharp blade and opened it up in front of the gasping spectators. Calmly, he removed the viscera, organ by organ, until he reached the contents of the stomach. 15 pounds, 6.8 kilograms of flesh and bone. 2 physicians in attendance immediately identified the remains as human. Schleicher brought the shark back home to New York City for taxidermy, planning to display it at the office of the Bronx Home News. Meanwhile, he mailed the bones inside its digestive system to Dr. Frederick Lucas at the Brooklyn Museum, along with a description of the shark. Dark dull blue, with a white belly, and the mouth, when open, can fit a man's head inside. It has 4 rows of teeth. It is 7.5 feet in length and weighs 350 pounds. Lucas confirmed the bones were parts of the left radius and ulna, lower arm bones, and one of the anterior left ribs, all human. Dr. John Treadwell Nichols would later identify the shark as a young Carcharodon carcharias, a great white shark. While debate continues to rage as to whether Schleicher's catch was indeed the Jersey man-eater, the fact remains that there were no further shark attacks in the area. The events of July 1916 would forever change the way scientists and the general public alike viewed the propensity of sharks to feed upon human prey. Joseph Dunn was released from St. Michael's on September 15th with both legs intact. He'd received hundreds of get-well cards from all over the country, including one from President Woodrow Wilson himself. He was determined to reply to all of them. When asked how he was coping after his brush with death, the boy answered, 4 other people got killed by that shark, and I think the least I could do is feel fortunate I am able to live my life. One of the most memorable scenes in Jaws occurs when the grizzled shark hunter Quint relates, in a chilling monologue, his experiences as a survivor of the USS Indianapolis during World War II. Though Quint was a fictional creation, partly based on the famed shark hunter Frank Mundus, the sinking of the Indianapolis was all too real. The USS Indianapolis was a heavy cruiser, laid down by the New York Shipbuilding Corporation on the 31st of March 1930 and launched on November 7th, 1931. Known affectionately to its crew as the Indy, the ship was fortunate to be at sea when the Japanese attacked the U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, in December 1941. Unlike much of the U.S. fleet, the Indianapolis was unscathed and went on to participate in military operations against Japanese forces in Papua New Guinea, the Aleutian Islands, Western Carolines, Mariana Islands, and Okinawa. The ship's most notable role in defeating Imperial Japan occurred in July 1945, when the captain and crew were entrusted with a top-secret mission of paramount importance. They were to transport enriched uranium and other components necessary to assemble a nuclear bomb to the island of Tinian. The U.S. military had perfected this new weapon, and the time had come to use it. Leaving Pearl Harbor on July 19th, the Indianapolis arrived at Tinian on July 26th, setting a new nautical speed record. All of the pieces were now in place to create Little Boy, the infamous atomic bomb that would devastate the Japanese city of Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. With its mission complete, the Indianapolis departed for Guam, where it swapped out a number of crewmen who had completed their tours of duty, replacing them with a fresh crop of sailors. On July 28th, the vessel left Guam, sailing for the Philippine island of Leyte, where the new crew members were to receive training. Unbeknownst to the Indianapolis's captain, Charles B. McVeigh III, the Japanese submarine I-58 was lurking in the Philippine Sea. Around midnight on July 30th, the crew of the I-58 spotted the Indianapolis. The submarine fired a Type 95 torpedo into the ship's starboard bow and another into the middle of the ship, devastating the vessel. The Indianapolis had become top-heavy over the course of the war, owing to the continued addition of equipment, which made the fatally wounded ship unstable. Within 12 minutes, the damaged cruiser rolled over, its stern lifting into the air before quickly disappearing into the depths. The nearest land was 280 miles, 450 kilometers away. Roughly 300 sailors went down with the ship, but the survivors, just under 900 men, spilled into the ocean. Among them was Seaman Don McCall. They tell you to throw your life jacket in first, then jump in and get your life jacket. I looked over the ship's rail and there were too many guys who didn't have a life jacket. I decided when I got there, I was going to have one. I strapped mine on before jumping overboard and went through the Navy procedure, holding onto the collar when you hit the water. It felt like my legs were going down and my top was going up. When I hit the water, fuel oil and seawater went down my throat. I was gagging and spitting and trying to swim away from the ship. I finally threw up and got rid of most of it, but when I ran out of air, I stopped and looked back at the ship, and it was going down. According to Seaman Lyle Umenhofer, the oil-slicked waters presented another danger. When I looked down at myself, I noticed I was covered in this oil, and the first instinct is to get away from it, because if it catches on fire, then you're really in trouble. The severity of their predicament became immediately apparent when they discovered that there was a serious shortage of lifeboats, life jackets, and rations. Some crew members were apparently able to salvage a paltry amount of Spam and crackers from the wreckage. The distress signals transmitted by the Indianapolis's radio operators before the vessel sank went unanswered. The surviving crewmen faced hypothermia in the cold nighttime waters, only to suffer dehydration and sunburn with the arrival of dawn. It was very miserable because of the sun burning the skin. One could not escape it. It was like having your head in a hole in the middle of a mirror, with all this sunlight being reflected and burning your face, said signalman Paul McGinnis. So hot, it was miserable, like hell. You couldn't wait for the sun to go down. When the sun went down, it was a relief. Then it would get cold, and you would start to shiver, and you couldn't wait for the sun to come back up. Aside from starvation, dehydration, and the elements, the Pacific Ocean harbored another danger. There were a lot of sharks, so many, crew member Tony King recalled. I'd see them swimming below me. Once the attacks began, they were as unrelenting as the scorching heat. All the time, the sharks never let up. We had a cargo net that had styrofoam things attached to keep it afloat. There were about 15 sailors on this, and suddenly 10 sharks hit it and there was nothing left, explained bosun's mate Eugene Morgan. This went on and on and on. Being desperately thirsty and surrounded by undrinkable water proved too much for some of the sailors to handle. Others drank so much salt water that they were seeing things, said machinist's mate Granville Crane. They'd say the India's down below and they're giving out fresh water and food in the galley. And they'd swim down and a shark would get them. And you could see the sharks eating your comrade. Worse, this salt-induced madness made those suffering from it every bit as bloodthirsty as the sharks encircling them. Men began drinking salt water so much that they were very delirious. In fact, a lot of them had weapons like knives, and they'd be so crazy that they'd be fighting amongst themselves and killing one another. There were also those whose salt-addled minds caused them to commit suicide. Even after the ship failed to arrive as planned on July 31st, errors at headquarters meant the alarm still was not raised. 3.5 days after the sinking, at 10:25 a.m. on August 2nd, a PV-1 Ventura plane on a routine patrol spotted what remained of the Indianapolis's crew floating in the ocean below. The aviators immediately dropped life rafts and a radio transmitter into the waters. Within hours, a mass rescue operation was underway. Meanwhile, the stranded sailors continued to be ripped to pieces by sharks. In the end, just 316 of the 1,195 crew members survived. To this day, the USS Indianapolis tragedy remains the single greatest loss of life at sea in American naval history. While acknowledging that there is ample evidence that distress messages were keyed by radio operators on the Indianapolis and possibly were actually transmitted on at least one 500 kilocycles and possibly two frequencies, the Navy added, no evidence has been developed that any distress message from the ship was received by any ship, aircraft, or shore station. In need of a scapegoat, in November 1945, the Navy court-martialed Captain McVeigh, who had managed to survive the ordeal, accusing him of failing to order his crew to abandon ship and failing to sail in a zigzag pattern that would have reduced the risk of being hit by an enemy torpedo. He was convicted on the second charge, even though the captain of the Japanese submarine testified that it would not have saved the ship. However, despite the Navy's best efforts to blame Captain McVeigh, he was found to have not been in dereliction of duty. The survivors of the Indianapolis did not fault McVeigh for the tragedy, but some of the families of the dead bombarded him with hate mail and harassing phone calls. On November 6, 1968, 70-year-old Rear Admiral Charles McVeigh III walked out onto his back porch holding a toy soldier in one hand and a revolver in the other, and shot himself in the head. By the end of the 20th century, declassified documents revealed that Naval Command had not only knowingly sent the Indianapolis into harm's way, but that 3 separate distress messages had been received and ignored. One commander was drunk, another was sleeping, and a third believed it to be a Japanese trick. The United States Congress passed a resolution exonerating Charles McVeigh for the loss of the USS Indianapolis in October 2000. And on December 20th, 2018, its crew were collectively awarded a Congressional Gold Medal. In Jaws, the shark hunter Quint is hired to catch the man-eating great white that is plaguing Amity Island. He exudes confidence in his pursuit, seemingly viewing the hunt as a game. This makes his subsequent demise in the jaws of his quarry all the more shocking. Like other elements of the movie, the character of Quint was based in reality. He was inspired by a legendary Long Island fisherman named Frank Mundus. Frank Louis Mundus was born in the seaside resort of Long Branch, New Jersey in 1925 and grew up near the ocean in Point Pleasant. As a boy, he suffered a bone marrow infection after breaking his left arm, permanently withering the limb. When his father, Anthony, started working as a steam fitter, the Mundus family moved to Brooklyn, New York, where his mother, Christine, operated a boarding house. On doctor's orders, Frank regularly went swimming in the ocean to rebuild the strength in his left arm. Thus began his lifelong love affair with the sea. At the age of 19, he started a charter fishing business out of nearby Brielle on the mouth of the Manasquan River. He named his first boat Cricket because he bore a striking resemblance to Jiminy Cricket from the Disney film Pinocchio, released 5 years earlier. Frank supplemented his income building docks and crewing on tugboats. He soon met 20-year-old university student Janet Probasco on the boardwalk and literally swept her off her feet, taking her on a motorcycle journey. The couple married in 1946, and in January 1947, their first daughter, Barbara, was born. Soon after, Frank acquired Cricket II, a custom-built 42-foot-long vessel that he would famously captain until his death. It also became the family home. In 1951, the Munduses relocated with Cricket II to Montauk on the South Fork of Long Island, New York. While Frank took tourists fishing for mackerel and bluefish, Janet would spend her days pushing little Barbara around the shore in her pushchair. "We never had 2 nickels to rub together in those days," Janet would later say, "but we had it all." That same year, Frank helped to retrieve the Pelican, an overloaded party boat that had capsized during a squall, resulting in 45 deaths. By securing the upturned hull and preventing it from sinking, Frank enabled the authorities to recover a number of the victims' bodies, which otherwise would have been lost following the tragedy. At the time, the Montauk fishing community consisted of 2 subcultures: blue-collar types who were angling for bottom fish to feed their families, and middle-class members of the American literati such as Ernest Hemingway and S. Kip Farrington, whose lofty macho aspirations led them to seek only giants, such as marlin, tuna, and swordfish. During a charter fishing trip, Frank observed his customers' excitement when he snared a mako shark and recognized a marketing opportunity. Posting a sign reading "Monster Fishing" by Cricket 2, Frank Mundus successfully rebranded himself as an adventurous Leviathan hunter, clad in a safari hat, diamond-studded gold earring, and sporting a shark-toothed dagger with a jewel-encrusted hilt. Frank's income dramatically improved, and the Munduses moved into a small oceanside house where they had 2 more daughters, Patricia in 1957 and Teresa in 1961. Janet was instrumental in helping to run the Munduses' monster fishing empire, delivering bait, grinding and canning bunker for chum, sanding Cricket 2, booking charter reservations, accounting, helping to advertise, crafting shark-tooth jewelry, and representing the company at nautical shows. Though Frank would catch 7 great white sharks over the course of his lifetime, in 1964 he obtained legendary status by spearing one that weighed 4,500 pounds, 2,041 kilograms, using only a handheld harpoon. He claimed it was 17.5 feet, 5.3 meters long. By this time, he had earned the nickname Monster Man, and it wasn't long before Frank was taking future Jaws author Peter Benchley out to sea, where Benchley observed his trademark method of harpooning sharks with lines fastened to barrels to exhaust them. "I respect white sharks, but I'm not afraid of them," Mundus would later state. "Whenever one got away, I felt he had won the game. This is where I respected him. After all, it's just a game we're playing." 10 years after the successful cinematic adaptation of Benchley's Jaws, in August 1986, Frank Mundus and colleague Donnie Braddock caught a 17-foot, 5.2-meter long, 3,427-pound, 1,554-kilogram great white off Montauk, using only a rod and reel. By 1991, Frank had retired to Hawaii at the age of 65. His days of hunting aquatic monsters were now behind him. "I had a lot of close calls. Probably too many close calls," Frank reflected. "I was lucky and didn't have any injuries. The only accidents on my boat happened to customers and were not shark-related. They were 2 broken ankles and some fish-hooked fingers." In his older years, Frank's attitude towards his former finned rivals softened markedly, and he campaigned for shark fishermen to release their catches. On September 6, 2008, Frank Mundus returned to Honolulu after summering in Montauk and immediately suffered a heart attack. 4 days later, he died of resulting complications, aged 82. He had spent his last night in Montauk aboard Cricket 2. Chapter 7. The Town That Dreaded Sundown, 1976, The Texarkana Moonlight Murders. The Town That Dreaded Sundown is set in the city of Texarkana, where a masked gunman known as the Phantom is targeting teenagers in lovers' lanes, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. But the film's lurid plot is no work of pulp fiction. In 1946, the Texarkana Moonlight Murders shocked this rural community to its core. Released 2 years after the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Charles B. Pierce's The Town That Dreaded Sundown managed to come far closer to mirroring a particular series of real murders. Though critically panned at the time of its release for blending comic relief with graphic portrayals of violence, as we approach the second quarter of the 21st century, it is considered to be among the most influential horror movies of all time. Operating on a shoestring budget of $400,000, with the final fifth of the script yet to be written when filming began, and cast members showing up on set hungover after partying all night, incredibly, Pierce's slapdash Southern slasher grossed $5 million at the box office. Filmed and set in the area around Texarkana, Arkansas, The Town That Dreaded Sundown features a masked gunman attacking and murdering teenagers on lovers' lanes in 1946. After the first double homicide, famed Texas Ranger Captain J.D. Lone Wolf Morales arrives in the community to team up with local lawman Deputy Norman Ramsey. Morales dubs the masked assassin, who Ramsey spotted fleeing a crime scene, the Phantom, and vows to track him down, culminating in an explosive finale on a train. Unlike Hitchcock's thrillers and the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which used real-life murderers as the basis for fictional antagonists, there really was a masked killer dubbed the Phantom, gunning down couples in Texarkana in 1946. Growing up in Arkansas, Pierce had been terrified by the killings as a child and sought to transfer that dread to the big screen. His cult classic begins with a chilling warning. The incredible story you're about to see is true, where it happened and how it happened. Only the names have been changed. On the evening of Friday, February 22, 1946, James and Robert Hollis picked up their dates in their dad's Plymouth and drove to downtown Texarkana's Strand Theater to watch a horror movie. The Strand was a quaint structure at the corner of Main and West 3rd Street, only 2 blocks west of the Texas-Arkansas state line that bisects the strange little city. Little did Jimmy and his date, Mary Jean Larey, know that by the night's end, they would step into a horror story of their own. After House of Dracula's climactic finale, in which the ceiling collapses on Frankenstein's monster, burying him beneath the debris, the 2 couples stepped out into the Texarkana night. Jimmy dropped Bob and his date home. Alone with Mary Jean at last, he turned the car north towards Richmond Road. By the time they reached nearby Lover's Lane, an unpaved rural road, it was 11:45 p.m. Though Jimmy had assured his father he would return the car by midnight, the couple spent the next 10 minutes kissing in the light of the half-moon. Suddenly, a harsher, invasive light blasted through the driver's side window. Turning from Mary Jean, Jimmy saw a figure shrouded in a ghostly white mask standing by the door, torch in one hand, pistol in the other. "I don't want to kill you, fella," a voice growled through the mask, "so do what I say." The gunman ordered Jimmy and Mary Jean out of the Plymouth through the driver's side door. They stood shivering in the cool night air as he silently looked them over. "Take off your goddamn britches," he barked suddenly at Jimmy. Instinctively, Jimmy resisted, but removed his trousers reluctantly when Mary Jean begged him to comply. A vicious pistol whipping then sent him careening to the ground, fracturing his skull. The sounds of the blows were so jarring that Mary Jean thought he'd been shot. The hooded man now turned his attentions to the 19-year-old woman. Terrified, she rifled through Jimmy's trouser pockets to get his wallet. When Mary Jean showed the assailant there was no cash, he became furious and denounced her as a liar, instructing her to retrieve her purse from the Plymouth. There was no purse. Mary Jean felt something heavy strike her head, dropping her to the dirt road. As she started to rise, she thought she heard the masked man's voice ordering her to run. Dazed, she stumbled towards the ditch, but the voice directed her towards Richmond Road. As she fled, she could hear the attacker angrily kicking Jimmy's semi-conscious form over and over. Staggering along the dirt road, she came upon an old model car, parked facing the Plymouth. Desperate for help, she stopped to peer inside. It was empty. The frightened teen had only just resumed running when the hooded figure intercepted her. He asked her why she was running. Mary Jean, confused, replied because he had told her to. He slammed the weapon against her head once more, sending her sprawling. Then, climbing on top of her, he pinned her to the ground. She felt her mind instinctively go numb as her assailant sexually assaulted her. She had no idea how much time passed. When he had finished, the masked man returned to Jimmy Hollis's crumpled form. Battered and bleeding, Mary Jean ran. Half a mile, 0.8 kilometers down the road, she spotted a farmhouse and began frantically banging on the front door. As she waited outside for a reply, a car cruised by towards Richmond Road. She shouted at it for help, to no avail. Having had no luck with the front door, Mary Jean circled around the back, where her constant hammering finally woke the residents. Seeing the bloodied young woman trembling in the porch light, they offered shelter and telephoned the sheriff's office. By this time, Jimmy Hollis had regained consciousness and managed to limp to Richmond Road. He didn't have to wait long before a passing motorist slowed down to attend to him. When the motorist learnt of his plight, he sped off without him to notify the authorities. Sheriff Walt Presley of Bowie County wasted no time getting to the scene. He attempted to interview both Mary Jean Larey and Jimmy Hollis, but the latter kept slipping in and out of consciousness. Presley decided to give priority to their medical treatment and directed his focus to the crime scene while an ambulance whisked them to the Texarkana Hospital. There, Jimmy was found to be in critical condition with multiple skull fractures, while Mary Jean required stitches for her lacerated scalp. Back on the Lover's Lane, investigators located the Plymouth, Jimmy's trousers, and the blood-stained patch of road where he had been savagely beaten. There were no other vehicles. Eventually, Sheriff Presley was able to interview both James Hollis and Mary Jean LeRae. As Mary Jean's description of the empty old car parked on the Lover's Lane differed from the one that had passed the farmhouse, the sheriff hypothesized that the offender had fled the crime scene in the latter, traveling north to Richmond Road. Interestingly, while both victims described the perpetrator as standing 6 feet, 1.8 meters tall, and wearing a mask fashioned from a pillowcase with eye holes cut in it, Jimmy thought he was a white male under 30, while Mary Jean swore that he was black. In 1946, laws mandating segregation were still in place in both states comprising Texarkana, and the racial tension was palpable. Perhaps for this reason, Sheriff Presley never publicly commented on that aspect of her description. Though 24-year-old Hollis survived his ordeal, he received 3 months of medical treatment and missed half a year's work. Plagued by nightmares, Mary Jean LeRae moved to Oklahoma to live with some relatives, never to return. In Texarkana, bad dreams gave way to an ever-worsening reality on the rainy morning of March 24th. It was 8:30 a.m. when an unidentified driver approached a stationary 1941 Oldsmobile near Rich Road. He simply assumed its occupants were stuck in the mud and could use some assistance. As he approached the vehicle, he looked through the glass to find 2 corpses caked in blood. Sheriff Presley arrived with Jackson Neely Runnels, the chief of police on the Texan side of the city. They identified the bodies of Richard Griffin, 29, and 17-year-old Pollyann Moore in the rear of the vehicle. Moore was lying prone on a blanket covering the back seat, with a gunshot wound to the back of her head. Beside her, her purse was open and empty. Griffin had been similarly executed, his body kneeling on the floor between the front and back seats, and his head resting on overlapping hands. Both victims were fully clothed. Like Moore's purse, Griffin's outturned trouser pockets hinted at robbery. There was significantly more blood outside the vehicle, located 20 feet, 6 meters away in the dirt, a surprising piece of evidence given the heavy rainfall, indicating they had been shot to death in the open. Whoever had executed them had clearly then bundled their bodies into the back of the Oldsmobile. Unfortunately, onlookers ghoulishly descended upon the crime scene before police had the opportunity to properly secure it. Between the downpour and trampling feet, potentially useful pieces of evidence, such as tire tracks and footprints, were obliterated. While it was a common media practice at the time to deny any occurrence of sexual assault to protect both the victim and a general sense of decency, memos circulated among the Texas Rangers indicated that Pollyann Moore had been raped. The masked killer struck again before dawn on Sunday, April 14th, though his grim handiwork would remain undiscovered until sunrise. G.H. Weaver was driving northeast along North Park Road to Prescott with his wife and son when he spied the lifeless form of a young man lying on the north shoulder. Summoned to the crime scene, police determined that the victim had been shot through his right hand, the same bullet continuing to strike him in the left side of his face. When he had turned to escape, the gunman had fired twice more, striking him through the back of his left shoulder and head. Not far from the body, Sheriff Presley came upon an address book and surreptitiously pocketed it without notifying his colleagues. The victim was quickly identified as James Paul Martin, a 16-year-old resident of Kilgore, Texas, who had returned to his hometown of Texarkana on Friday to stay with a friend, Tom Albritton. On Saturday afternoon, he had asked Betty Jo Booker, a 15-year-old friend he'd known since kindergarten, for a date later that evening. She had reluctantly agreed. A saxophonist in the Rhythmaires Jazz Ensemble, Betty Jo had performed at a VFW Veterans of Foreign Wars dance that night and was seen leaving with James between 1:30 and 2 a.m. Having failed to return home, and with her suitor's bullet-ridden body found lying on North Park Road, Betty Jo became the subject of an intense search by police and local volunteers. As James Martin's car was nowhere to be seen, it seemed reasonable to conclude that once they found one, they would find the other. The clothed corpse of Betty Jo Booker was eventually discovered behind a tree in a wooded area by several of her friends around noon. She was lying supine in the leaves with her right hand tucked into the pocket of her fully buttoned coat. She too had been shot in the left side of her face and again in the heart. Oddly, Betty Jo was found on Morris Lane, more than 2 miles, 3.2 kilometers from Martin's body. Tom Moore of Morris Lane informed police he had heard a gunshot at around 5:30 that morning. James Martin's vehicle was finally located close to the main entrance to Spring Lake Park. The key was still in the ignition. The vehicle was 1.5 miles, 2.4 kilometers from the Martin crime scene, and more than 3 miles, 4.8 kilometers away from Betty Jo's body. There was no way of knowing which victim had been killed first. Ballistic evidence, either a handful of .32 caliber shells or 6 cartridge cases and 4 projectiles, was found deposited around the outside of the car. A slug and casing recovered from near James Martin's body were eventually matched through forensic ballistics to the same pistol that was used in the March 24th double murder. The weapon in both cases was strongly suspected to be a .32 Colt semi-automatic handgun. Furthermore, a latent fingerprint recovered from the steering wheel was processed at the FBI lab in Dallas and found to belong to neither of the victims, nor the owner of the vehicle, James's father. Unfortunately, it was of insufficient quality to be compared to the samples on the FBI's fingerprint file. While it could potentially be matched to a specific suspect, it could not be cross-referenced against prints of known offenders. Like Polly-Ann Moore, the same FBI office determined Betty Jo Booker had been raped. Strangely, her E-flat alto saxophone was missing. It was located several months later in brush around 140 yards, 128 meters, from where her body had been found. In isolation, the first double murder had barely raised an eyebrow in a hard-bitten town like Texarkana. Once it became clearer that the same gunman was responsible for the Martin Booker slayings, the citizens went into full-blown panic. Overnight, the commercial supply of guns, ammunition, and home security devices could not keep pace with the demand. It became local custom to telephone even dear friends before paying them a visit, mitigating the risk of being shot dead by a paranoid homeowner. On April 16th, the Texarkana Daily News ran a front-page story on the murders. Phantom killer eludes officers as investigation of slayings pressed, giving rise to the moniker by which the murderer is still known to this day. Even with the summer heat wave, the homes of many Texarkanans remained barricaded. Like a town suddenly besieged by a malevolent force in a spaghetti western, Texarkana desperately needed a solution. It seemed to arrive in the form of Manuel Trezaza's Lone Wolf Gonzalez, a Mexican Civil War veteran turned Texas Ranger, specializing in forensic ballistics and graphology, and wielding pearl-handled pistols. Surrounded by fawning reporters and flashing cameras, Gonzalez boldly swore to stay in Texarkana until the Phantom was brought to justice. However, he soon gained a reputation among local lawmen for spending more time courting publicity than actually tracking down the murderer. Despite his risky but clever plan to position teenage couples at known lovers' lanes, with armed lawmen waiting in the brush, the endeavor was ultimately fruitless. In August, Gonzalez drafted a conveniently confidential memo excusing himself from remaining in Texarkana along with his entourage of Texas Rangers. By that point, there hadn't been a murder resembling the Phantom's in 3 months. The last had occurred at 8:30 p.m. on the night of Friday, May 3rd, at a rural property 10 miles, 16 kilometers, northeast of Texarkana. Housewife Katie Stark had gone to bed early and was lying in her evening clothes, the farmhouse interior darkened by the moonless night. In the living room, her husband Virgil was resting his sore back while thumbing through the Texarkana Gazette and listening to the radio. Suddenly, a strange noise came from outside. Katie asked her husband to turn the radio down, but was answered by shattering glass. Thinking Virgil had dropped something, she bounded out of bed and hurried into the living room. Virgil stood up from his armchair, a look of shock on his face, before falling back into his seat, leaking blood. He'd been shot through the window. Horrified, Katie ran to the phone fastened to the kitchen wall, lifted the receiver, and cranked the handle twice. She felt something strike the left side of her face. Blood and teeth splattered and scattered across the kitchen floor. Perhaps to ground herself in the ensuing chaos, she managed to retrieve a single gold-filled tooth before beating a hasty retreat. Katie dashed through the master bedroom, down a hallway into another bedroom, then through the living room. She burst out of the front porch door and into the yard. Darting across Highway 67, she reached the home of a neighbor, A.V. Prater, who met her wild knocking on his door with a rifle. Realizing she was injured and in trouble, he fired a warning shot into the inky night. Then, accompanied by another neighbor, Elmer Taylor, they drove Katie to Michael Meagher Memorial Hospital in Taylor's sedan. Throughout the journey, she sat slumped in the front seat, bleeding profusely and struggling to stay conscious. Upon arriving at the hospital, it was determined she had been shot through the face. Fortunately, she would survive. While the attack on the Starks is commonly considered to be the last of the so-called Moonlight murders, there is reason to doubt it is connected. Certainly whoever fired the shots that killed Virgil Stark and wounded his wife targeted a male and female. But this violence was directed at an older married couple in their own home, rather than more youthful victims in the pseudo-privacy of a parked car. The Starks were hit with .22 caliber bullets, whereas the previous homicide victims were killed with .32s that were scientifically proven to have been fired from the same pistol. Furthermore, Virgil Stark had been carrying on an affair with a married woman whose husband had recently returned to the area from World War II. Not only did this mean there was at least one other person residing locally with a motive to harm Stark, it may also account for the deviations in the modus operandi. 3 days after the Stark attack, the partially dismembered body of a vagrant named Earl McSpadden was discovered on railroad tracks about 15 miles, 24 kilometers north of Texarkana in Little River County. Though McSpadden was already dead, his corpse had been mutilated by a passing train at 5:30 a.m. Observing the body, Dr. Frank Engler noted defensive wounds on McSpadden's hands, indicating the victim had struggled with an assailant armed with a knife and had suffered a deep wound 2 inches long on the left temple, which was serious enough to have caused death. Despite the complete lack of any physical or behavioral evidence linking McSpadden's death to the killings in Texarkana, his timely demise gave rise to a number of oft-repeated popular speculations. In one scenario, McSpadden was the phantom killer himself, who, racked with guilt, decided to put an end to his miserable existence. Another theory holds that he was the phantom's last victim, murdered either because he knew too much or as an elaborate means for the gunman to fake his own death. While none of the investigators gave much credence to McSpadden's death being related to the phantom, it goes a long way to explaining the dramatic escape by railway finale to the town that dreaded sundown. Since 2003, the denizens of Texarkana gather every Halloween season in Spring Lake Park to watch the town that dreaded sundown. And while it's not impossible that the phantom killer is among them, even if he was as young as 18 in 1946, he would be more than 90 years old at the time of this writing. Chapter 8. The Amityville Horror, 1979. The Haunting of 112 Ocean Avenue. The story of the Amityville Horror is a complex one. A multiple homicide, followed by a supposed haunting, followed by a book about the haunting, followed by a film based on the book, and several remakes. Whatever truly happened in this Long Island home, the stories about it are both compelling and bizarre. In 1979, an indie film lambasted by critics and initially conceived of as a made-for-TV movie shocked Hollywood by making $86 million at the box office. Not only was The Amityville Horror the second most financially successful picture that year, it remained the highest-grossing independent film until 1990. Directed by Stuart Rosenberg, it stars James Brolin and Margot Kidder as newlyweds George and Kathy Lutz. Seeking a suitable home in which to raise Kathy's 3 children, the family move into a large, suspiciously well-priced home in Long Island, the scene of a horrific mass murder a year earlier and built on an Indian burial ground. Individually at first, and then collectively, the Lutzes are worn down, terrified, and turned against one another by a paranormal presence inhabiting the structure. Eventually, they are forced to abandon the dwelling altogether to avoid losing their lives and their sanity. Arguably the first truly popular haunted house movie in cinematic history, the Amityville Horror was largely successful due to a clever marketing campaign, Academy Award-nominated soundtrack, and stellar performances by the ensemble cast. But perhaps most crucially, it was a true story based on the book of the same name by Jay Anson, which detailed the alleged experiences of the Lutz family in December 1975. Though the brutal murders that occurred at 112 Ocean Avenue in 1974 are a matter of historical record, what really occurred when the Lutzes later moved into the home is a topic still mired in controversy. What follows is their story, as they recounted it to Jay Anson. When the newlywed George and Kathy Lutz saw the $80,000 asking price for a beautiful 3-story colonial house on Long Island's South Shore, they knew something was amiss. After treating them to a tour of the residence, the estate agent preempted their question. Just over a year earlier, Ronald Butch DeFeo had murdered his mother, father, brothers, and sisters inside the Amityville home while they slept. The Lutzes were not fazed. With 3 children from Kathy's first marriage and a half-Malamute, half-Golden Retriever Harry to make space for, they weren't particularly concerned by the house's dark past. Not only did they decide to take it, but they also bought some of its contents: dining room furniture, a girl's bedroom set, a television chair, and even items from Butch DeFeo's bedroom. Kathy, a Catholic, arranged for her priest, Father Frank Mancuso, to visit and bless the house on moving day, December 18, 1975. Note, Father Frank Mancuso's name has been changed. Father Mancuso awoke that winter morning with an ominous feeling. Before heading over to 112 Ocean Avenue, he had lunch with some clergyman friends from nearby Lindenhurst, just east of Amityville. When he innocently told them which house he would be blessing, they became concerned and informed him that it was the site of the DeFeo massacre. Father Mancuso was entirely unfamiliar with the tragedy. Though his friends advised him not to go, he told them that he wanted to keep his promise to the Lutzes. He arrived at 112 Ocean Avenue at 1:30 p.m., donned his stole, and entered the dwelling. He raised his vial of holy water, flicked it once, and uttered the standard blessing. "Get out," a man's voice suddenly boomed from immediately behind him. Startled, he turned around to find himself alone in the room. Having felt uneasy about the situation all day, Father Mancuso hastily finished the blessing and left the building. He bid farewell to George, Kathy, and their children, Danny, 9, Chris, 7, and Missy, 5, and sped off. When he next caught sight of himself in the mirror, he noticed dark, smudge-like marks under his eyes. He could not seem to wash them away. That night, while driving home from his mother's house along the Van Wyck Expressway, the priest felt his Ford being pushed onto the shoulder by an invisible force. Suddenly, the right door and hood flew open, shattering the windshield. Then the car stalled. Father Mancuso phoned for a mechanic, but no matter what the man did, he simply could not get the car to start. Father Mancuso was eventually driven home by a fellow priest, who later called him, saying, "Do you know what happened when I dropped you off? The windshield wipers began to fly back and forth like crazy. I couldn't stop them. I never turned them on, Frank." For some reason, Father Mancuso chose not to tell George and Kathy Lutz about these troubling events. Meanwhile, George was beginning to have peculiar experiences of his own. On moving day, he had chained his dog, Harry, to the fence in the backyard. While rigging up a stereo system he had purchased from the DeFeo estate, he heard pained howls coming from outside. Danny sprinted in through the front door and told him Harry was in trouble. Rushing into the backyard, George was amazed to see that his beloved pet had somehow leapt over the fence and was slowly strangling on his chain. George managed to free him, but couldn't understand how Harry's predicament was physically possible. In any event, it had been a tiring day, and the Lutz family was ready for bed. At 3:15 a.m., George awoke to the sound of somebody knocking on the front door. Before he had the chance to investigate, he heard another loud rapping, only this time coming from the sewing room. He entered the room with its large windows overlooking the backyard and Amityville River. At once, he saw a shadowy figure moving down by the boathouse next to where Harry was tied up. The canine sprung to his feet, barking at the shape. George rushed downstairs and out of the back door, snatching up a wooden board as a makeshift weapon. Upon reaching Harry, he discovered that the shape was actually the boathouse door swinging in the wind. George was absolutely certain he had locked it. In the days following the move into 112 Ocean Avenue, George found himself uncharacteristically moody and unproductive. No matter how much wood he burned in the fireplace or what the temperature said on the thermostat, he seemed completely unable to shake off the cold. George Lutz awoke at exactly 3:15 a.m. on the following 2 nights, driven by an overwhelming compulsion to check the boathouse. Aside from becoming short-tempered with the children, Kathy Lutz didn't experience anything particularly odd until the morning of December 22nd. While sitting in the breakfast nook writing out a list of people to buy Christmas presents for, she felt the gentle embrace of an invisible female presence. Suddenly, the children began calling her to the second-floor bathroom. Hurrying up the steps and into the room, she was shocked and disgusted to find a black, slime-like substance coating the inside of the toilet bowl. When 9-year-old Danny rushed to his parents' bathroom to get bleach, he discovered their toilet in a similar condition, emitting a wretched odor. The first-floor toilet was in a similar state. No matter how rigorously Kathy Lutz scrubbed the porcelain, what chemicals she used, or how many times she flushed, the strange discoloration would not go away. Equally bizarre was the sickly, unexplained smell of perfume pervading Missy's bedroom. In an effort to air out the house, George went to open the sewing room window and noticed thousands of houseflies clinging to the inside of the pane, an unusual occurrence in a Long Island December. Once again, George awoke at 3:15 a.m. that night with a nagging urge to check downstairs. When he reached the ground floor, he found the 250-pound, 113-kilogram front door wide open, hanging from a single hinge. Oddly, when he called a locksmith to fix it, the man seemed suspicious of him. That same day, Kathy had noticed all 3 of the Lutz children were uncharacteristically sleeping on their stomachs, the same position in which the murdered DeFeos had been discovered. When she entered her bedroom's walk-in closet, the silver crucifix on the wall was hanging upside down, and a sour smell lingered on the air. By December 24th, Father Mancuso was bedridden with fever and fixated on a room he had seen while at 112 Ocean Avenue. It was full of boxes and looked out onto the boathouse. Overwhelmed by a desperate need to warn the Lutz family about the room, he phoned the residence at 5 p.m. and George answered. The room in question had once belonged to Butch DeFeo's murdered brothers, Mark and John. George confirmed it was now Kathy's sewing room and inquired why Father Mancuso thought the family needed to avoid the space. Suddenly, the phone connection was broken by a jarring static, which made further communication impossible and spurred both men to hang up. Despite repeated attempts by Lutz and Mancuso to call each other back over the following days, the phones did not ring on either end. Mancuso's illness worsened. Like clockwork, George Lutz awoke at 3:15 a.m. on Christmas morning, rousing Kathy with his touch. She recalled a vivid dream in which Butch DeFeo was systematically slaughtering his family in their beds. Particularly, she claimed to know exactly how his mother, Louise DeFeo, had died. George held his terrified wife until she calmed enough to drift back to sleep. Then, as he had many nights before, he quietly slipped outside to check the boathouse. To his relief, he found the boathouse door locked and Harry in good health. Turning around to head back to the house, he froze. 5-year-old Missy stood at her bedroom window, staring directly at him. Behind her, A pig's face glowered with unblinking red eyes. George sprinted back into the house and bounded up the stairs. He found Missy sound asleep on her stomach, the rocking chair in her room tilting back and forth ever so slightly. Later that morning, George and Kathy confided many of their chilling experiences to each other and discussed whether there was something wrong with their new home. Deciding to take Father Mancuso's advice, they warned the children to stay away from the sewing room. When Chris and Danny wondered aloud whether it was because their parents were hiding Christmas presents, Missy corrected them. "I know why we have to keep out. Jody's in there." At 9 p.m., Kathy was en route to the children's playroom to prepare Missy for bed when she heard a voice coming from her daughter's first-floor bedroom. "Isn't the snow beautiful, Jody?" Kathy opened the door to see her daughter sitting in the little rocking chair, watching flakes of snow fall gently past the window. "Who are you talking to, Missy? An angel?" "No, Mama," Missy said, looking over to a corner of the room. "Just Jody." Kathy followed her gaze, but saw only toys. She asked if Jody was one of Missy's new dolls. "No, Jody's a pig," the child replied. "He's my friend. Nobody can see him but me." The next morning, December 26th, Kathy found herself making another list in the breakfast nook when she caught a familiar whiff of perfume and sensed the same invisible female presence. Only this time, she felt the entity's body against her own, its arms gently winding around her waist. When she demanded to be left alone, it relinquished its hold, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, then disappeared, leaving only its dizzying fragrance in the kitchen. The Lutzes spent the remainder of the day at a family wedding. Early in the afternoon of December 27th, Kathy was in the basement arranging canned goods when she heard the doorbell ring. George opened the door to Kathy's Aunt Teresa, a former nun turned mother of 3. Apparently, she'd decided to pay them an unexpected visit. George gave her a tour of their new home. Strangely, the ashen-faced woman refused to enter the sewing room and playroom, saying they were bad places. Despite having come all the way to Amityville on the bus and walking the rest of the way to the house, Aunt Teresa stayed for just half an hour before departing. Kathy returned to stacking cans in the basement closet. When one of the shelves collapsed under the weight, she realized the basement wall was essentially a plywood facade. She called for her husband. Taking stock of the situation, George tore out the shelves. Then, pushing on the plywood, he and Kathy watched in astonishment as it swung inwards, revealing a secret room. Painted entirely in red, the room totaled no more than 20 square feet, 1.85 square meters, and had a peculiar smell, which George claimed he recognized as blood. The next day, George Lutz decided to check out the Witch's Brew, a local watering hole. As he enjoyed a cold beer, the bartender remarked that George was a dead ringer for a young feller from around here. He's away now. Won't be back for a while. Maybe forever. When George said he had recently moved into 112 Ocean Avenue, the barman dropped a glass. That evening, George Lutz walked into the living room to put some more wood on the fire and tripped over a 4-foot, 1.2-meter ceramic lion, falling face first into the logs and banging his leg. Earlier in the day, Kathy was sure she had seen the statue, a Christmas gift for her husband, move ever so slightly towards her, but hadn't told him. Upon examining his injury the following morning, Kathy found tooth marks around his ankle. On December 28th, George hobbled to his van to run some errands. He had decided to learn more about the DeFeo case and stopped off at an office for Newsday, Long Island's most popular newspaper. Looking through microfiche related to the murders, he found a photo of Butch DeFeo and realized he bore a striking resemblance to the killer. Even more alarming was the revelation that the coroner had determined the DeFeos had been shot dead at approximately 3:15 a.m., the exact time George had been waking up nearly every night since moving into the scene of the massacre. Back at the house, Kathy could hear the windows in the empty sewing room opening and closing, but dared not open the door. The next day, the Amityville Historical Society informed George Lutz that before the European conquest, The Shinnecock Indians had used his land as a colony for the physically and mentally ill. Furthermore, a 17th century Amityville settler named John Ketchum, who had been expelled from Salem for witchcraft, had resided a mere 500 feet, 150 meters from 112 Ocean Avenue, and was rumored to be buried on the property. George and Kathy spent New Year's Eve indoors, warming themselves by the fireplace. Exactly 1 minute after the clock struck midnight, heralding 1976, Kathy glanced into the flames and screamed. Following her gaze, George saw a white-cowled, demonic face manifesting in the soot against the red brick. Half of its dreadful visage had been blown away, as if hit by buckshot at close range. At 1 a.m., they decided to go to bed. They'd only been asleep for 5 minutes when suddenly a tremendous gale blasted their window open, blowing the blankets off their bodies. The bedroom door slammed shut, yet they could still hear the wind howling in the hallway. George tore open the door and was shocked to see the doors to the sewing and dressing room wide open, while Missy's door remained conspicuously closed. He rushed into the dressing room to close the yawning windows, then did the same to the ones in the sewing room. Kathy found Missy sound asleep in her bed, with her windows locked and undisturbed. The only thing moving was the rocking chair. Upon entering the room, George approached the chair. It stopped moving immediately. The rest of New Year's Day was relatively uneventful. George drove to his office and back, Kathy read to Missy, and Danny and Chris played outdoors in the freshly fallen snow. After the children had gone to bed, George and Kathy lingered in the living room until about 10 p.m. When they turned off the light to head upstairs, they saw 2 beady red eyes glaring at them through the living room window. George flicked on the light and they disappeared, but he was determined to confront the creature. Racing outside, he came face to face with nothing. However, upon scouring the area with a torch, he made a horrific discovery. A trail of cloven hoofprints led around the house, resembling those of a large swine. As the Lutz family moved through January 1976, the occurrences at 112 Ocean Avenue became even stranger. In the light of day, they tracked the hoofprints to the garage and found the entire door had been nearly ripped from its frame. Kathy's third kitchen encounter left her unconscious on the floor, squeezed hard around the waist by spectral hands. Upon returning to the Witch's Brew bar, George learned that the bartender had once been employed to serve drinks at a party hosted by the DeFeos, and while working in the basement, had also stumbled upon the Red Room. Afterwards, he'd been haunted by nightmares of animal sacrifice. Soon, a fog, stinking of human feces, began creeping from the secret chamber, and the lion statue made its way onto the dining room table. George was repeatedly startled awake in the middle of the night by the sound of a marching band playing downstairs. On several occasions, George reported that Kathy levitated from her bed as she slept, either drifting towards the window or transforming into a haggard crone when George helped her down. Increasingly troubled, George decided to contact a young medium, Francine. On January 7th, she visited the house. Francine spoke of an elderly couple in the home who were lost spirits and likely former residents of the property. Furthermore, she said 112 Ocean Avenue had been erected on a burial ground, that the body of a murder victim was buried in the basement, and that the house needed to be exorcised. When she left, George noticed the banister on the first-floor landing had been torn out. Brandishing a silver crucifix, the Lutzes attempted to bless their own house and were assailed by a chorus of disembodied voices commanding them to stop. By January 9th, green slime had begun seeping from the walls and keyholes. Despite routine checks to ensure the windows were closed and locked, they continued to blow open all over the house. On January 11th, a storm shattered the glass in 10 windows on the first and second floors, destroying their locks and latches. Strangely, it also managed to rip the locks from the metal frames in the playroom and sewing room doors. Though the entire house was drenched in rainwater, every member of the Lutz family somehow managed to sleep through the disturbance. Jody the pig began to use Missy to relay messages. When he reappeared at Missy's bedroom window, Kathy put a chair through it. The paranormal activity reached a crescendo on the night of January 13th. Chris and Danny's beds began sliding back and forth in their room. Drawers opened and closed all over the house, and a terrified George found himself unable to move as he was trampled unconscious by phantasmal hooves. He awoke to find Chris and Danny screaming by his bedside. They told him that a faceless monster had appeared in their bedroom and tried to grab them. As if on cue, Harry the dog started growling in the direction of the staircase. Breaking his strange paralysis, George hurled himself out of bed, nearly bowling over his two sons. He hurried through the door to the foot of the stairs and looked up. There, standing on the top step, was a towering figure in a white cloak, the same horrific demon he had seen manifest in the fireplace, pointing its finger directly at him. George sprinted back into the bedroom and ordered his frightened family outside and into the van. After 28 days at 112 Ocean Avenue, the Lutzes had finally had enough. They reached Kathy's mother's house soon after. Safe at last, they unburdened themselves, telling her about the strange and unnerving things they had seen, heard, and suffered through over the past month. That night they went to bed at 10 p.m., safe in the knowledge that nothing untoward would ever happen to them again. George and Kathy Lutz apparently awoke to find themselves floating above the bed. They dashed to the top of the stairs, only to see green-black slime slowly oozing up the steps toward them. Fearing that whatever they had encountered at 112 Ocean Avenue would follow them for the rest of their lives, the Lutzes moved across the country to Southern California. When the tale of the Amityville haunting became public, journalist Marvin Scott gathered a group of psychics, parapsychologists, and occult experts to spend a night at 112 Ocean Avenue on February 18, 1976. Among them were Ed and Lorraine Warren, the famed demonologist and clairvoyant. The event was to be filmed for New York's Channel 5. Beginning at 10:30 p.m., the ensemble held 3 seances, with most in attendance reportedly experiencing noxious and highly disturbing phenomena. Among the guests' many vague pronouncements, Lorraine Warren was unequivocal. Whatever is here is, in my estimation, most definitely of a negative nature. It has nothing to do with anyone who had once walked the earth in human form. It is right from the bowels of the earth. It doesn't have to stay here, but I think it's a resting place. As more and more of the Lutzes' experiences were inevitably embellished and distorted by the media, George and Kathy agreed to let scriptwriter Jay Anson publish the definitive account of their experiences in his 1977 bestseller, The Amityville Horror. Anson listened to 45 hours of cassette recordings in which George and Kathy recounted their harrowing tale. He interviewed several other people involved, including Father Mancuso, who, unbeknownst to the Lutzes, had been suffering strange and terrible physical and mental afflictions since first setting foot in 112 Ocean Avenue. According to Anson, not only did their stories match, but they also unknowingly repeated many documented phenomena associated with the paranormal, including cold spots, heightened sensitivity to animals, retrocognition, and poltergeist activity. It all seemed so real. Unfortunately, for the millions of people who read Anson's 1977 paperback and watched the various cinematic portrayals, the so-called Amityville Horror has since been mostly debunked. To begin with, none of the property's subsequent residents have reported any supernatural phenomena whatsoever. In an amusing irony, Newsday, the same Long Island publication mentioned in the book, found absolutely no evidence to support the Lutzes' claims of having consulted neighbors, officials from the Catholic diocese, or police. Skeptical organizations and publications conducted investigations into the Lutzes' claims, chipping away at their deception. In an interview for Skeptical Inquirer, James and Barbara Cromarty, who bought 112 Ocean Avenue immediately after the Lutzes' departure, stated that the house still retained its antique locks, hinges, and doorknobs. All items the Lutzes claimed had been destroyed and replaced, sometimes repeatedly. The Cromartys filed a $1.1 million lawsuit against George and Kathleen Lutz, Prentice Hall, the publisher of the 1977 book, and Jay Anson for damages resulting from loss of privacy. The unsuspecting couple had moved into the home with their children 3 months before the Amityville Horror's publication. Unsurprisingly, in its wake, a steady stream of tourists flocked to the property, taking photographs and video, and even ringing the doorbell to speak with the new homeowners. In July 1978, Ronald Butch DeFeo's lawyer, William Weber, told the Associated Press he had met the Lutzes soon after they had moved out of the property. Together, they had created this horror story over many bottles of wine that George was drinking. We were creating something the public wanted to hear about. The Lutzes attempted to sue Weber for $1 million, along with a handful of other people and organizations, but during the 1979 trial, Judge Jack B. Weinstein threw the case out of court. Before doing so, he stated, "It appears to me that to a large extent, the book is a work of fiction." William Weber countersued the Lutzes and Jay Anson for fraud and breach of contract, in layman's terms, stealing his ideas, claiming George and Kathy had agreed to collaborate with Weber on a book that would have been titled Devil on My Back. They settled out of court for $2,500 plus $15,000 for services related to the film and book. In May 1988, Weber appeared on A Current Affair, saying, "We took real-life incidents and transposed them. In other words, it was a hoax." Despite sticking to their story publicly, the Lutzes were essentially compelled to admit as much over the course of their many trials. As for the ominous hoofprints, on New Year's Day 1976, there was no snow in Amityville. Chapter 9. Poltergeist, 1982. The Seaford Poltergeist. The 1982 blockbuster Poltergeist brought haunted houses right up to date, transporting the horror from a crumbling Gothic mansion to an everyday suburban home that every audience member could relate to. Director Tobe Hooper and screenwriter Steven Spielberg found all the inspiration they needed in the strange story of the Herman family of Seaford, Long Island. In 1982, Tobe Hooper, director of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Steven Spielberg, the visionary behind Jaws, joined forces to create the supernatural horror movie Poltergeist. Nominated for multiple Academy Awards, Poltergeist thrilled audiences and critics alike with unforgettably creepy scenes and groundbreaking special effects, earning more than $120 million at the box office. Whereas most haunted house films involve a family moving into a mysterious dwelling, the Freeling family in Poltergeist have long been living an idealistic life in their Orange County home. That is, until their little daughter, Carol Ann, starts waking up in the middle of the night to talk to a television screen filled with static. After she ominously announces they're here, household items begin to bend, break, and fly across the room with seemingly no explanation. When a tree in the backyard smashes through the window and attacks Carol Ann's brother, and then she herself is engulfed by a black hole that appears in her closet, a trio of parapsychologists from the University of California arrive at the home. They inform the Freelings that their house has been invaded by spirits known as poltergeists. Spiritual medium Tangina Barons comes to the rescue, and after explaining a complex demonology to the family, tells Carol Ann's mother, Diane, that she can still save her daughter. Intent on rescuing her child, Diane tethers herself to a rope and jumps into another dimension, from which she successfully retrieves the girl. The Freelings relocate to another home nearby, only to be confronted by more terrifying paranormal encounters. Discovering that the entire housing development was built on a graveyard by an unscrupulous land developer, they flee the area entirely. Interestingly, both Poltergeist and that other legendary haunted house movie, The Amityville Horror, were inspired by events that occurred in Long Island family homes. Though The Amityville Horror predated Poltergeist, the events that inspired this Hooper-Spielberg collaboration actually happened nearly 18 years before the Lutz family moved to Amityville. Moreover, while The Amityville Horror was marketed from the outset as being a true story, Poltergeist did not resort to that marketing technique, though it very well could have done. Instead, it allowed its audience to trace the origins of the story themselves back to February 3, 1958, at 1648 Redwood Path. The tale that transpired in this nondescript suburban home almost single-handedly introduced the modern world to the term poltergeist. It would have been hard to find a more conventional family than the Hermans of Seaford, Long Island. The head of the family, 43-year-old James Herman, a former Marine Corps sergeant who had served in the Pacific Theater during World War II, was a strict Catholic, an employee of Air France, and an auxiliary policeman for his community. His wife, Lucille, 38, was a housewife who had once been head nurse at St. Luke's Hospital in Manhattan. The Hermans had 2 children, 13-year-old Lucille, Lucy, and James Jr., Jimmy, 12. They lived at 1648 Redwood Path, a 3-bedroom family home located a mere 4 miles, 6.4 kilometers, northwest of 112 Ocean Avenue, the house that would later belong to the Lutz family and form the scene of the so-called Amityville Horror. However, unlike the Lutzes, who moved into the area nearly 2 decades later, the Hermans were the original residents of their home. They had lived there for 5 years, and nothing particularly untoward had happened. That was until Monday, February 3rd, 1958. It began as another unremarkable winter day. The temperature was just dipping below freezing. At around 3:30 p.m., Lucille Herman was sitting in the living room with Lucy and Jimmy. Suddenly, they were startled by a series of loud popping noises, sounding in rapid succession throughout the house. Wondering what was going on, Lucille and the children went from room to room, only to discover caps had seemingly exploded off bottles all over the house. In the bedroom, an uncapped bottle of holy water had tipped over, leaking its contents all over the bureau. Bottles of medicine and shampoo were found opened and lying on their sides in the bathroom cabinet, along with a bottle of liquid starch in the kitchen and a gallon container of bleach in the cellar. In Jimmy's bedroom, a ceramic Davy Crockett doll and model ship had been broken in various places. Lucille called her husband at work to relay the strange happenings. While James Herman was concerned, he reasoned that since no one had been hurt, he would look into the matter when he arrived home. Taking the Long Island Railroad back to Seaford, he checked the various rooms in the house and consulted with his family, but could find no natural explanation for the bottle popping. At 3:30 p.m. on Thursday, February 6th, the exact same thing happened again, with a third incident occurring on Friday. It wasn't until 10:15 a.m. on Sunday morning that James Herman witnessed it firsthand. To his astonishment, he found the bottle of holy water again spilling onto the bedroom floor and caps missing from bottles of starch and turpentine. 45 minutes later, while standing in the bathroom doorway talking to Jimmy, who was brushing his teeth, James observed 2 bottles near the sink suddenly and simultaneously move in different directions. The first slid 18 inches, 46 centimeters, shattering in the sink, while the second glided more than a foot and then toppled onto the floor. Now, as puzzled as his wife, he could no longer deny that something strange was happening. He swiftly made a telephone call to the Nassau County Police. Officer James Hughes arrived shortly after and had just begun questioning the Hermans when he was interrupted by popping sounds coming from elsewhere in the house. According to a police report by 32-year-old Nassau County Detective Joseph Tozzi, Hughes entered the bathroom to find that the same 2 bottles, shampoo and medicine, had tipped over again with their caps blown off. During the next few days, the popping activity became more frequent and extreme. On Tuesday, February 11th, Detective Tozzi was assigned to investigate the case full-time. That same day, a perfume atomizer flew off Lucy's dresser. On Thursday, February 13th, Tozzi sent 5 of the affected bottles for physical and chemical analysis at a police laboratory in Mineola, New York. Meanwhile, the chaos continued, with the holy water falling onto its side once more on Saturday, February 15th. Touching the bottle, James Herman felt warmth and had an epiphany. If the bottles were warm, someone must have been holding them. Dashing through the house to handle the other popped bottles, he was disappointed to find them all at room temperature. James's cousin, Marie Murtha, decided to pay the family a visit later that Saturday. Around 7:40 p.m., she was sitting in the living room watching television with Jimmy and Lucy, who were seated on the couch. Marie saw a porcelain statue tremble on the coffee table next to the sofa before it suddenly flew into the air and landed on the rug. The Hermans were faced with a terrifying prospect. Was their home haunted? News of the seemingly paranormal activity at the Herman residence soon hit the New York papers and was wired to media outlets across the United States. Reporters flocked to 1648 Redwood Path to interview the family and hopefully catch sight of something supernatural. Letters began pouring in from citizens all over the country. One from a Mrs. Helen Connolly of Revere, Massachusetts, explained that she had dealt with a similar problem in her own home. Only rather than bottle caps and figurines, heavy items of furniture had moved across her rooms. Ultimately, she had discovered that the cause was a strong downdraft coming from her chimney and had fixed it with a metal chimney cap. As this contraption only cost $9, the Hermans decided to try it out. The first of many religious figures to descend on the scene was Father William MacLeod of Seaford's Church of St. William the Abbot. On Monday, February 17th, the priest arrived to bless the Herman residence. After assuring the family he had filled a request to perform a formal exorcism, Father MacLeod walked from room to room reciting, "O Heavenly Father, Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to bless and sanctify this house, and may the angels of the light dwell within the walls," while flicking holy water and encouraging the good spirits to drive out their malevolent counterparts. The following day, a well-dressed stranger in a blue wool suit strolled into the Hermans' home without speaking a word and began looking around, as if making detailed observations. The family had become accustomed to strangers visiting them unannounced and presumed he was simply another journalist. When he entered the dining room, he collapsed to his knees, spending the next 10 minutes in prayer. Explaining that he was a holy man from the hamlet of Moriches, a 45-minute drive east on Long Island, he declared that everything was now all right and that the Hermans had been forgiven. He left without elaborating. Unfortunately, neither chimney caps, holy water, prayer, nor proclamations of forgiveness had any effect whatsoever. On the very next day, Wednesday, February 19th, Detective Tozy was in the basement with James, Lucille, and Lucy Herman when they heard a crash upstairs. Rushing up to the ground floor, Tozy found a broken porcelain figure on the floor of the vacant living room. The statuette had previously stood on a small table next to the sofa, approximately 10 feet, 3 meters away. Jimmy was sitting in the adjoining dining room diligently finishing his homework. Given the house's notoriously creaky wooden floorboards, Tozy stated that he would have heard Jimmy's footsteps if he had moved from his seat. Responding to one of Detective Tozy's theories, the Radio Corporation of America sent a team to search for abnormal radio waves around the property, but they found nothing out of the ordinary. Similarly, the Long Island Lighting Company erected an oscillograph, a tool to measure oscillations in electrical current, in the Hermans' basement. 3 incidents occurred inside the home while the device was present, but the oscillograph failed to detect any atypical vibrations corresponding with the timing of these events. Oddly, one far-fetched explanation came from a respected physicist. Robert Zeider, a specialist in the acceleration of high-energy particles at the Brookhaven National Laboratory in central Long Island, visited the Herman home and produced a willow dowsing rod. Walking around the house, he announced that there were streams of water flowing under the structure and into a basin where they had likely frozen. Whenever an airplane passed overhead, its vibrations struck the ice, which somehow sent an electromagnetic surge back up the streams underlying the Herman residence, shaking its foundations. James and Lucille politely thanked him for his assistance. February 25th was a very important date in the Hermans' ordeal. The strange incidents began at 7:30 a.m. when an 18-inch, 46-centimeter plaster statue of the Virgin Mary soared across the room and crashed into a mirror frame. Both objects sustained mild damage. One proposed explanation for the activity was that a nearby well had become unstable and was causing tremors, and the Seaford Fire Department sent a crew to investigate. They determined that the well was in excellent condition, but the firefighters weren't the only investigators to show up at 1648 Redwood Path that day. Dr. J. Gaither Pratt and Dr. William Roll of Duke University's parapsychology lab had heard about the paranormal activity in Seaford and traveled all the way from North Carolina to offer their services. James Herman was becoming increasingly exasperated and told them he would take whatever help he could get. The duo proved immediately useful, noticing some glaring errors in Tozzi's report of the case. After interviewing Officer Hughes, they learned that in reality, only one bottle had toppled over in the bathroom while he was present. Where Tozzi's report stated that Jimmy and his mother actually saw the bleach bottle leap out of a box and crash on the floor, upon questioning the Hermans, Dr. Pratt clarified that this was totally inaccurate. Moreover, though Hughes swore that he had previously inspected the bathroom and seen the bottle standing upright, he had failed to consider the possibility that it might have been tampered with after he had left the room. Noting that 12-year-old Jimmy was present for 50 of the 67 documented incidents, Pratt and Roll wondered if the young boy was unconsciously emitting psychic energy that resulted in objects being flung about. A case of recurrent spontaneous psychokinesis, RSPK. If correctly reported, they wrote, the incidents could not be explained as easily performed, simple pranks. By the end of February, the Hermans were receiving up to 75 phone calls and 25 letters a day. The most frequent suggestion was that the family was being plagued by a poltergeist, German for noisy ghost, a generally non-malevolent prankster spirit from European folklore. Some scientists who contacted them believed poltergeists were real, but rather than being of supernatural origin, their activity stemmed from natural forces that humanity did not yet comprehend. Other correspondents instructed the Hermans to burn sulfur to get rid of ghostlies, or urged them to communicate in a friendly manner with the visitors from outer space who had come for America's good. Strangely, while the parapsychologists were staying at 1648 Redwood Path, carefully monitoring and interviewing the Hermans, there wasn't a single incident of poltergeist activity. Pratt and Roll concluded that the psychological atmosphere must have been disturbed by the influx of reporters, serving to neutralize Jimmy's RSPK. They returned to North Carolina on February 28th. Almost immediately, on March 2nd, the poltergeist activity resumed. Despite the veritable circus of experts who were parading in and out of the Herman residence, contacting them by mail or offering advice over the telephone, each and every one of them failed to apply the principle of Occam's razor. Essentially, that the simplest solution is most likely the correct one. One letter, penned by an F. Brill and sent to Life magazine rather than the Hermans, cut straight to the core of the issue. Published on April 7, 1958, it read, Sirs, either a slick little trickster dwells at 1648 Redwood Path in the town of Seaford, LI, or our scientists are bypassing a power which, if consciously controlled, might be developed to greatly aid the wrecking business. I can't help feeling James Jr. is bored at school. Though dozens of professionals remained convinced that paranormal events were occurring, two outsiders were skeptical. Dr. Carlos Osis was a 40-year-old Latvian-born psychologist and member of the Parapsychology Foundation. Having closely followed the Herman case, he made several keen observations. The first was that of the more than 70 reported poltergeist incidents, none had occurred between the hours of 1 and 6 a.m., when the Herman children were tucked up in bed. His second observation followed from the first. Whenever poltergeist phenomena did occur, and Jimmy was supposedly in bed, the event always happened either in his room or very close to it. After looking into the boy's history, Osis established that Jimmy was a member of his school's science club, where he might have learnt about chemical reactions. Armed with this knowledge, all Jimmy would have to do was introduce reactive substances into the bottles and then wait. The rest could be achieved by simple sleight of hand. As any police officer, psychologist, or criminologist could attest, there are often enormous discrepancies between what people think they see and what actually occurs. Osis also drew attention to a frightening incident that had occurred in the Hermans' basement, in which a 120-pound, 54-kilogram bookshelf suddenly toppled over, after which Jimmy was observed breathing heavily. Osis speculated that the child was engaging in a campaign of domestic sabotage, motivated by an adolescent urge to rebel against the authority of his disciplinarian Catholic father. On Thursday, May 15th, Osis revealed his conclusions to the media. Unfortunately, his measured analysis did not sell nearly as well as paranormal sensationalism. His conclusions were buried amidst a landslide of quotes from Tozy and the Hermans, who believed the house was haunted, along with Dr. Pratt's claims about Jimmy's supposed RSPK. The other person who believed that the media were being outfoxed by a 12-year-old boy was the renowned 43-year-old stage magician, Milbourne Christopher. A master of sleight of hand, Christopher harbored sneaking suspicions about what was actually going on in the Herman household, and asked Tozy if he would be allowed to investigate. Surprisingly, James Herman adamantly refused to let a magician into his home. A strange position, for even though James was a deeply religious man, he was certainly intelligent enough to understand the difference between an entertainer and a sincere practitioner of witchcraft. Undeterred, Christopher simply gathered his information from second-hand sources, then boldly claimed he could replicate each and every one of the poltergeist tricks. He pointed out what he believed were obvious flaws in Detective Tozy's investigation, such as stating that Jimmy could not have been responsible for the flying figurine in the living room because Tozy was in the basement with the Hermans, and they would have heard him walking around. Apparently, Tozy had never considered the possibility that the child might have secreted the figurine in his pocket or among his books before seating himself at the dining room table, and had then thrown it from one adjoining room to the other. When journalists attempted to interview Christopher, they were plunged into a state of confusion as objects flew through the air and bottle tops began blowing off. The magician was showing that he could convincingly recreate what was occurring at the Herman residence. Predictably, Milbourne Christopher's impressive ghost-refuting displays received even less attention than Osis's deductive reasoning. The Seaford poltergeist was now a cash cow, one too sacred to be slaughtered on the altar of truth. Subsequent studies of the media coverage revealed widespread gross distortions in the chronology, narrative, and basic facts surrounding the case. It was also revealed that the Hermans refused to take polygraph tests. James Herman's excuse was that he was concerned the results might make Jimmy appear to be the guilty party. In the end, regardless of whether it was a noisy ghost or misbehaving child, the Seaford poltergeist ceased its activities on March 10, 1958, never to resume them again. Chapter 10. A Nightmare on Elm Street, 1984. Sudden unexplained nocturnal death syndrome. Sleep brings no solace for the teenagers in Wes Craven's 1984 classic A Nightmare on Elm Street. Instead, it brings the terrifying figure of serial killer Freddy Krueger with his hideously scarred face, manic leer, and bladed gloves. The movie convincingly suggested that dreams could kill, an idea that, incredibly, was inspired by a series of real, unexplained deaths. From the expressionistic style of M to the unsettling imagery of The Exorcist, many horror movies make great use of surrealism. However, it was not until Wes Craven's classic A Nightmare on Elm Street that horror movies truly graduated to the horrifically surreal. In the film, the teens of suburban Springwood, Ohio, are plagued by recurring nightmares featuring Freddy Krueger, a hideously burned sadist with a glove of sharpened blades, who taunts them and threatens them with murder. Incredibly, whenever he attacks them, they awake to find actual physical damage to their clothing and bodies, corresponding to what transpired in their dreams. During a sleepover party in March 1981, Rod Lane looks on in horror as his sleeping girlfriend, Tina Gray, is viciously slashed to pieces by a seemingly invisible killer. Rod is arrested for murder, but as he languishes in a holding cell protesting his innocence, his friend Nancy Thompson experiences an elaborate nightmare in which Kruger burns her. Awakened by the pain, she is shocked to find a scorch mark on her flesh. When Rod is found hanged in his cell, murdered by Kruger in a dream, Nancy shares her dreams with the adults at his funeral. Taken to a sleep clinic by her mother, she nearly falls prey to Kruger, but manages to wake up, dragging his signature hat out from her dream and into reality. Upon seeing the filthy fedora, Nancy's mother confides to her that Fred Kruger had once been the notorious Springwood slasher, a serial child murderer who escaped justice on a technicality. Forming a vigilante mob, the parents of Elm Street barricaded Kruger in his home and burned him alive. Realizing that Kruger's ghost was now seeking revenge against those parents by slaughtering their children in their dreams, Nancy tries to do everything in her power not to fall asleep, lest she become Kruger's next victim. Eventually, she concocts a plan to draw Kruger out of the dream world into reality, where he is physically vulnerable and unable to exercise his magical powers. After a final battle in which she bests Kruger, Nancy returns to her life and Elm Street before the carnage Kruger wrought, as if everything had just been a bad dream. Confused to see all of her slain friends living and breathing again, carrying on as if nothing ever happened, she climbs into her boyfriend's convertible, only to realize that she's not only still asleep, but that Freddy Krueger is alive and still exercising complete control over reality. The inspirations behind A Nightmare on Elm Street and Freddy Krueger are legion, ranging from peculiar happenings in the real world to songs, religions, and director Wes Craven's own childhood traumas. The greatest inspiration, however, was a series of unexplained deaths that occurred in the United States in the 1970s and 80s, deaths that bizarrely seemed linked to horrific bloodshed that took place on the other side of the world. When great empires, or more recently global superpowers, clash, invariably innocent people are caught in the middle. Such groups are usually left with two options: pick a side or be crushed between the weight of opposing forces. Such was the lot of the Hmong people of Laos, an ancient and impoverished minority group inhabiting the country's hills and mountains in near-perfect seclusion. Though the Hmong had largely avoided the unprecedented violence that scarred the first half of the 20th century, during the decolonization struggles of the 1950s, war eventually found them. The first sign of real trouble came in May 1954, when the armies of the waning French Empire, futilely trying to cling on to their colonies in Southeast Asia, were decisively defeated by the communist forces of the Viet Minh in northern Vietnam. At the subsequent Geneva Conference, delegates from the triumphant Democratic Republic of Vietnam, DRV, and the humiliated French Republic were joined by those from both sides of the Cold War: the United States and United Kingdom representing capitalist democracy, and China and the Soviet Union representing communism. After 2.5 months of negotiations, on July 21st, an agreement splitting Vietnam along the 17th parallel was signed by the DRV, France, China, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom. The non-communist government in southern Vietnam rejected the agreement on principle because it divided the country, while the United States abstained, promising not to interfere. Effectively, what had formerly been French Indochina was divided into 4 countries: North Vietnam, South Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. Looking back, the Geneva Accords were far from a clean break. Rather, they were an open wound guaranteeing future bloodshed. The DRV had never seriously entertained halting its troops at the 17th parallel. They were simply buying time. Similarly, French presence in the region was quickly replaced by American influence and open support for the virulently anti-communist Republic of Vietnam, as South Vietnam was known. The result was the Vietnam War, a conflict that would spill over into both the newly formed kingdoms of Laos and Cambodia, claiming millions of lives. Predictably, communism blossomed in Laos. The Pathet Lao organization, which had formed years earlier at Viet Minh headquarters, began receiving aid from the DRV in their combined communist struggle against the ruling Laotian monarchy. As with South Vietnam, The Americans believed it was of paramount importance to prevent Laos from becoming a communist state. Furthermore, the DRV was secretly smuggling troops and weapons into South Vietnam through Laos and Cambodia, circumventing the 17th parallel, a route that became known in the United States as the Ho Chi Minh Trail. While the DRV were utilizing the Ho Chi Minh Trail as early as 1959, by the mid-1960s, with American troops now fighting communist guerrillas in South Vietnam to prevent the country from falling, this supply line had arguably become the most crucial strategic component of the DRV's military effort. While the United States could bombard communist targets in Laos from the air, the Geneva Accords made it illegal for them to put troops on the ground. Enter the CIA. As early as 1960, they had been capitalizing on historic tensions between the minority Hmong hill dwellers and the lowland Lao majority, persuading the former to aid them in their secret struggle against the communist forces in Laos. The promise of resources and a salary in an area completely bereft of opportunity proved particularly enticing. Dubbed Operation Momentum, the CIA trained and equipped 10,000 to 30,000 Hmong, including young children, in neighboring Thailand, forming a task force called the Special Guerrilla Unit, SGU. Their primary center of operations was a secret CIA military base called Long Tieng, hidden in a valley 3,100 feet, 940 meters up in the mountains. At first, the SGU simply collected intelligence about communist forces, but gradually their role expanded to rescuing American pilots who had been shot down by the enemy, and eventually engaging in full-blown combat. The toll exacted on the Hmong population was significant. During this secret war and its fallout, more Laotian Hmong purportedly lost their lives than the 58,000 American soldiers